This evening's narrative isn't about monarchs adorned with regal coronets or champions wielding gleaming sabers. It delves into something far more ancient, something immeasurably vast. You will hear of the rumble within the heavens, the unwavering principle that solidifies solemn vows, and the paramount figure who, for the Hellenes, presided over all existence, Zeus. Prepare for tales of colossal beings and formidable beasts, of tempests and pronouncements of what is to come, of affections that forged entire lineages, and of offspring who themselves ascended to godhood and heroism. From concealed grottos to the lofty peaks of Olympus, this is the sprawling, intricate saga of the sovereign of the deities. If this manner of recitation aids your journey into slumber, do not hesitate to express your appreciation by liking this video and subscribing, though only if it imparts a sense of tranquility. Furthermore, kindly share in the comments section your current location and the present time. It is perennially a strangely comforting revelation to observe the sheer number of us who rest peacefully beneath the same celestial expanse, united by a shared chronicle. Therefore, dim the illumination, allow the surroundings to become hushed, and let us commence with the very inception of Zeus himself. Close your eyelids. Envision the world prior to the bestowal of divine appellations, before sacred edifices possessed their supporting pillars, and before the priestly class had discerned which creatures were to be offered, and on which specific days. There existed only void. Not a void in the contemporary sense of misplaced hosiery or the cacophony of vehicular movement, but a primal emptiness, a profound, boundless chasm, dark and devoid of form. The Hellenic peoples situated the genesis of their mythology at this juncture, with naught but an unformed abyss. From its depths gradually emerged the inaugural entities of creation: Gaia, the terrestrial sphere; Tartarus, the abyssal depths; Eros, the primal impulse of yearning that initiated all motion; and Nyx, the very essence of night, veiled in a cloak of starlit darkness. Gaia, the Earth Mother, found solitude disagreeable. She extended her fertile mantle and brought forth Uranus, the celestial vault, so that he might envelop her, and thus the pair became one, earth below and sky above, giving rise to the initial progeny of divine beings. These were the Titans, beings of immense stature and eternal essence, more akin to manifestations of natural forces than the refined deities we later encounter on Olympus. And so commences the epoch preceding Zeus, the era of the Titans, an epoch that illuminates the persistent skepticism the Hellenes harbored towards their governors. They understood that dominion was never an immutable state. As chronicled in Hesiod's Theogony, there were initially 12 Titans, comprising 6 males and 6 females. Their designations were as lyrical as they were foreboding: Oceanus, the ceaseless river that girdled the world; Hyperion, the radiant celestial light; Themis, the very embodiment of justice; Mnemosyne, memory itself; and indeed Cronus, who would later assume a pivotal role in our account. They were not precisely deities in the later understanding, but rather personifications of cosmic principles, as if the universe itself had elected to manifest physical attributes and countenances. Should you endeavor to visualize them, disabuse yourself of any notion of courteous, towering divinities partaking of wine. Conceive instead of colossal, primordial entities, more akin to mountains possessing distinct personalities. They did not reside in opulent palaces, but appeared intrinsically woven into the very fabric of existence. Oceanus, for instance, was not merely proximate to the sea, he was the sea. It is almost inequitable to categorize them as a family, yet this is how the Hellenes structured their understanding. Gaia, the maternal figure; Uranus, the paternal figure; and the Titans, their numerous offspring. Naturally, no legend worthy of remembrance depicts an amicable domestic sphere. Uranus, the Sky Father, proved to be quite disagreeable. He harbored apprehension regarding his offspring, the Titans and their monstrous brethren, the Cyclopes and the Hecatoncheires, those dreadful beings with 100 hands. Fearing their formidable strength, Uranus thrust them back into Gaea's embrace, an act that, needless to say, proved profoundly uncomfortable for all parties involved. Poor Gaea endured the burden, both corporeal and metaphorical, until her capacity to bear it vanished. She sought retribution. It is here that Cronus enters the narrative. He was the youngest of the Titans, yet possessed sufficient astuteness to accomplish what his elder siblings had declined to do. With Gaea's incitement, he ambushed his progenitor. Armed with a sickle forged from adamantine, a blade sharp and unyielding, Cronus struck Uranus, severing him from the earth. It was, to put it mildly, an unsavory affair. From the ichor that cascaded upon the earth, the Furies, spirits of retribution, came into being. And from the sea foam, according to a later embellishment of the myth, Aphrodite, the goddess of love, ascended. It is remarkably telling that from the crucible of violence emerged both the principles of justice and the spark of desire, two forces that would indelibly shape Hellenic mythology. Cronus's act liberated his brethren, but it also initiated a cyclical pattern that would plague the deities, the dread of progeny rebelling against their progenitors. The pragmatic Hellenes understood that intergenerational conflict was as natural as the precession of the seasons. Monarchs are deposed, sons revolt, and no father sleeps entirely soundly when his heirs harbor ambition. With Uranus vanquished, Cronus assumed command. He governed the cosmos in conjunction with his Titan siblings. And for a period, the world entered what the Hellenes subsequently termed the Golden Age. Human beings, it was recounted, lived in an era of peace and abundance. They toiled not in the fields, nor suffered from maladies. There was no necessity for statutes or penalties, for every individual conducted themselves with innate rectitude. It was, in essence, a paradise. Yet paradise is ephemeral. Cronus, for all his formidable power, bore the weight of prophecy. Just as he had supplanted his father, one of his own offspring was fated to depose him. The Hellenes held a particular fondness for prescient pronouncements, not as a conferral of choice, but as a testament to the inexorability of destiny. Regardless of the actions undertaken by a deity or mortal, fate possessed an uncanny ability to manipulate circumstances to its own fulfillment. Consequently, Cronus, already plagued by trepidation, sought to avert this foretold outcome. When his consort Rhea gave birth, Cronus eschewed the customary rituals of cradling an infant or crafting diminutive divine apparel. Instead, he ingested each newborn whole. Hestia, Hera, Demeter, Poseidon, and Hades all vanished into his cavernous maw. To the Hellenes, this was not merely a grotesque depiction, it symbolized time itself. For Cronus was frequently equated with Kronos, the personification of time. Just as time invariably consumes each succeeding generation, so too did Cronus devour his progeny. Rhea, understandably distraught, sought a means to preserve her youngest offspring. She journeyed to the island of Crete, where she gave birth to a male infant. Rather than delivering him to Cronus, she carefully wrapped the stone in swaddling garments and presented it as her child. Cronus, suspecting nothing, for he was not the most discerning ruler, it would appear, promptly swallowed the stone, convinced of his ultimate security. Meanwhile, the true infant was concealed, nurtured by the she-goat Amalthea, whose milk flowed with the richness of ambrosia. Surrounding him, the Coret, adolescent warriors, engaged in rhythmic clashes of their shields and spears. their din intended to mask the infant's cries. Thus, Zeus was brought into existence, his destiny safeguarded through secrecy. Why did the Hellenes fabricate such peculiar narratives of cannibalistic progenitors and goats possessing divine sustenance? The explanation lies in the confluence of myth and historical consciousness. Myth was not formulated for solace, but to elucidate the natural cycles and the dynamics of power. The apprehension regarding succession mirrored the authentic anxieties prevalent in the ancient world. Kings feared their sons, city-states dreaded rivals, and even the deities, it seemed, could not escape the perpetual cycle of conflict. Archaeological investigations at Minoan Crete reveal sites such as the Dictaean Cave and the Cave of Ida. These locations later served as centers of worship associated with Zeus's nativity. Excavated offerings of bronze artifacts and terracotta figurines suggest that individuals genuinely believed these caverns held profound cosmic significance. The mythology also resonated with ritualistic practices. The percussive clang of the Curetes' shields echoed the boisterous processions characteristic of ancient Hellenic festivals, where dancers and drummers sought to invoke divine favor. The Titans, meanwhile, became symbolic representations of a bygone era. Later, Hellenes perceived them as archaic, almost antiquated deities supplanted by the Olympians, much like established customs yielding to novel traditions. In literary contexts, particularly in Hesiod's works, they embody raw, immense primordial power, albeit lacking in refinement. The Olympians, in contrast, represented order and civilization. Nevertheless, the memory of the Titans persisted. They were not annihilated, but rather confined to Tartarus, situated deep beneath the earth, under the vigilant watch of the Hecatonchires. In the Hellenic collective imagination, they remained perpetually present, their presence a low rumble from the nethermost depths, serving as a reminder that the elemental forces of chaos never truly vanish. Certain scholars posit that the Titanomachy, the monumental conflict between the Titans and the Olympians, reflected cultural recollections of older divine entities being supplanted by emergent cults. As Indo-European settlers introduced their celestial deities into Greece, they may have reconfigured myths to account for Zeus and his siblings now reigning in place of ancient earth and sea powers. In this manner, myth preserved a faint recollection of religious transformation. The narrative encompassing Uranus, Cronus, and Zeus bears striking resemblances to accounts found in other traditions. In Mesopotamia, the deity Marduk vanquished the primeval chaos serpent Tiamat, thereby establishing cosmic order. Within the Hittite myths originating from Anatolia, Kumarbi severed the genitals of his father, Anu, only to be subsequently challenged by his own son, the storm deity Teshub. The underlying pattern is unmistakable, a cyclical progression of succession, with each generation overthrowing its predecessor, typically through forceful means. The Hellenes were not unique in conceptualizing their universe in this fashion. It was as if ancient peoples universally grasped that power never transitions peacefully, not even within the celestial realms. And so, as this initial chapter draws to a close, we find the world poised precariously on the precipice of transformation. Cronus occupies his throne, self-satisfied, patting his belly, replete with his captive offspring, entirely oblivious to the fact that a single infant remains at liberty. The Titans command their dominion, their might seemingly boundless, their reign appearing immutable. Humanity luxuriates in its golden age, liberated from arduous labor and profound sorrow. Yet, a profound alteration is subtly brewing within a Cretan cavern, where a divine infant matures, sustained by nourishment and shielded by melodic utterances. Soon he shall ascend, and the cosmos will be irrevocably altered. the Hellenes derived a particular satisfaction from reflecting upon this era of the Titans, experiencing a blend of wistful remembrance and profound apprehension. Wistful remembrance, as it was recalled as a period of plentiful bounty and untarnished innocence. Apprehension, because it was simultaneously an age characterized by raw, unyielding power, where even deities harbored fears of their own progeny. To them, this narrative explained not only the origins of Zeus, but the fundamental nature of existence itself, that every established order inherently contains the seeds of its own eventual dissolution. Therefore, if your eyelids are growing heavy, picture the celestial bodies overhead as Uranus, stretched across the firmament, and the earth beneath you as Gaia, ever fertile, ever restless. Between them once resided the Titans, proud and formidable, anticipating the day their dominion would cease. And from the subdued cries of a hidden child on Crete, a new order was already in the process of being born. If the genesis of Zeus's story is to be located anywhere, it is in clandestine concealment. No golden effigy, no temple edifice, no solemn processions of clergy. Instead, envision a dark grotto on the island of Crete. A nascent infant is secreted away, his plaintive cries muted by the percussive impact of spears against shields. His mother has just artfully deceived the most potent entity in the cosmos with nothing more than a stone swaddled in fabric. It appears a remarkably humble commencement for the future sovereign of the deities. However, as is often the case, the Hellenes possessed a penchant for irony. Rhea, the consort of Cronus, had grown weary of witnessing her children disappear into her husband's gullet. Hestia, Hera, Demeter, Poseidon, Hades, all ingested in the name of escalating paranoia. Cronus harbored a deep-seated dread of the prophecy, foretelling his overthrow by one of his offspring. Consequently, he attempted to circumvent fate by assuming the role of history's most terrifying child care provider. Rhea, however, was resolute in her determination not to forfeit her final child. Thus, she sought refuge on Crete, gave birth in secrecy, and duped her husband by substituting a stone, which he readily consumed without the slightest suspicion. Perhaps this serves as a reminder that even the mightiest of Titans would do well to thoroughly masticate their provisions. The child she rescued was none other than Zeus, and the circumstances of his upbringing would unfold as one of the most peculiar narratives within Hellenic mythology. The caverns of Crete, notably those of the Dictaean cave and the Idaean cave, were subsequently venerated as the site of his nativity. Archaeologists have unearthed offerings, including diminutive figurines, bronze artifacts, and ritualistic vessels, indicating that for centuries, individuals genuinely believed these subterranean sanctuaries sheltered the infant deity. For the Hellenes, mythology transcended mere storytelling. It was an immersive, lived experience. As they traversed these caverns, they felt as though they were stepping into the very cradle of divinity. Zeus, naturally, could not be nurtured in the manner of an ordinary child. His nursemaid was the she-goat Amalthea, whose milk was reputed to possess a richness rivaling that of ambrosia itself. Some accounts suggest she was not a common goat, but a divine creature radiating vitality. Her horns, according to legend, later transformed into the cornucopia, the horn of abundance, a potent symbol of unending nourishment. This serves as a fitting touch of symbolism, as this humble goat, often overlooked in subsequent retellings, was in fact the very creature that sustained the future ruler of Olympus. In a sense, the very bounty of the gods originated with her. Surrounding the child were the Curetes, adolescent warriors clad in armor, whose charge was both sacred and boisterous. Whenever Zeus began to cry, they would clash their spears and shields together, generating a clamor intended to prevent Cronus from detecting the infant's presence. It was a peculiar form of infant care, a deafening symphony of bronze and steel, yet evidently effective. Certain traditions propose that the Kurait themselves were semi-divine, acting as guardians for the infant deity, and their martial dance subsequently served as a paradigm for subsequent Cretan rituals. To the Hellenes, ritualistic sound was more than mere auditory perception. It was a weapon deployed against the forces of chaos, a method of repelling malevolent influences. This clandestine upbringing endowed Zeus with the qualities that would come to define him: discretion, fortitude, and an innate conviction that destiny favored him above all others. Unlike his siblings, who were swallowed and imprisoned, Zeus matured in freedom. Unlike his father, who feared his children, Zeus would eventually embrace his own paternal role, albeit perhaps with excessive enthusiasm, considering the sheer number of offspring he would eventually father. Even as an infant, he symbolized the nascent order awaiting its emergence. The Hellenes frequently underscored the stark contrast between Zeus's humble beginnings and his eventual glorious reign. On Crete, he was merely another child, dependent on milk, warmth, and protection. Yet, his survival was marked by manifestations of divinity. Some accounts assert that bees provided him with honey, that sacred sustenance considered the fare of immortals. Others recount that nymphs cradled him, their melodies weaving him into the very harmony of the natural world. Within these details, we discern how the Hellenes established a profound connection between their deities and the terrestrial environment. Milk, honey, caves, mountains, bees, all became integral components of Zeus's divine identity. Concurrently, Cronus remained ensconced upon his throne, entirely oblivious. He had ingested the stone presented by Rhea and congratulated himself on having vanquished prophecy. This self-assurance serves as a poignant reminder of how myths often employ a touch of satire to ridicule tyrannical figures. Cronus possessed immense power, but his imagination was decidedly limited. He mistook a mere stone for an infant, never once questioned his wife's evident relief, and presumed that fate could be outmaneuvered through the simple act of digestion. The Hellenes seemed to relish the notion that even deities could exhibit foolishness, and that arrogance invariably served as the initial step towards eventual downfall. As Zeus matured, he began to formulate his strategy. His formative years on Crete were not characterized by idle amusement, but by meticulous preparation. He was instructed in the arts of leadership and warfare. While the precise nature of his tutelage varies across different accounts, some attribute his guidance to Metis, the goddess embodying sagacious thought. Others suggest that the nymphs of Crete were instrumental in shaping his nascent wisdom. In every rendition, however, Zeus is predestined to action. He is not a passive child awaiting the inheritance of the cosmos. He is a burgeoning force, already committed to the pursuit of justice and the enactment of retribution. This concept of the youngest child ascending to depose the established order mirrored the Hellenic perspective on time and political dynamics. Every system contained its successor. Every father harbored apprehension towards his son. In a society where independent city-states frequently engaged in conflict and rulers rose and fell with regularity, this myth offered a celestial reflection of the human experience. Zeus was more than just an infant concealed within a cavern. He was the very embodiment of transformation. This narrative also sheds light on certain aspects of Hellenic religious practices. Unlike certain cultures where deities are perceived as eternal and immutable, Hellenic gods experienced birth, endured suffering, engaged in plotting, and underwent maturation. Zeus's infancy held significant importance. His struggles as a child rendered him relatable, almost human, even as he prepared to assume the mantle of supreme power. Worshippers who presented offerings at his sacred caves and sanctuaries acknowledged not only his omnipotence but also his inherent vulnerability, his origins rooted in hardship and concealment. In later periods, poets embellished the accounts of his childhood with additional details. They recounted how the she-goat Amalthea suffered the fracture of one of her horns, and how Zeus, in his gratitude, filled it with an inexhaustible supply of fruits and grains, thereby creating the cornucopia, which remains a symbol of abundance to this day. They narrated how the Curate's resounding dance became integrated into festive celebrations, serving as a sonic echo of the protection once afforded to the hidden infant. Even natural phenomena, such as the aegis, a mystical goatskin shield associated with Zeus, were linked back to these early formative years. His infancy became the fertile ground from which emerged the symbols that would ultimately define his reign. Yet, the most crucial aspect of Zeus's childhood was not his mere survival, but the strategic endeavor that was set in motion. Upon reaching maturity, Zeus would not simply reside in safety, while his siblings languished within their father's digestive tract. He would liberate them, restore cosmic equilibrium, and initiate the monumental struggle known as the Titanomachy, the war that fundamentally reshaped the universe. The infant secreted away on Crete was not merely fortunate. He was destined to act as a liberator. The Hellenes held this quality in high esteem. To them, genuine sovereignty demanded more than mere inheritance. It necessitated courage, strategic acumen, and above all, an unwavering willingness to challenge oppressive regimes. We must also pause to consider the manner in which this narrative became interwoven with the tangible reality of the island of Crete. The island was the heartland of the Minoan civilization, which flourished long before the advent of classical Greece. The Minoans venerated deities associated with fertility, the animal kingdom, and subterranean caverns, and numerous scholars propose that the myth of Zeus's childhood was profoundly influenced by these ancient cultural traditions. By situating his nativity on Crete, the Hellenes inextricably linked their most revered deity to one of their most ancient cultural epicenters. Myth, archaeology, and political considerations converged harmoniously at this juncture. Zeus's nascent years also served to underscore a fundamental tenet of Hellenic religion, the profound proximity between deities and mortals. The same milk that sustained ordinary children nourished Zeus. The same honey prized by humanity constituted his sustenance. His sanctuary was not an inaccessible palace, but a place accessible to any individual. For the Hellenes, this fostered a sense of comfort. Their deities were indeed magnificent, but they were also firmly rooted in the same natural world that provided for their existence. To offer honey or milk at a shrine was to partake, in a symbolic sense, in the very sustenance of divinity. And so, we leave Zeus, not yet the sovereign of Olympus, but a child steadily accumulating strength beneath the rugged inclines of Crete. His father remains secure in his delusion. His siblings continue to be held captive in a perpetual darkness, and the Titans preside over their dominion as though no alteration could ever transpire. Yet, within the shadows, a child grows. Every cry is absorbed by the resounding clang of spears. Every draught of milk, every whispered benediction from nymphs and guardians, all bring him incrementally closer to his predetermined destiny. When the Hellenes recounted this tale, they were not merely narrating a fanciful fable. They were reminding themselves that profound change invariably commences in quietude. The most formidable rulers can be undone by a child secreted away in a cavern. Tyranny can never truly silence the inexorable march of destiny. Indeed, even the cosmos itself patiently awaits its rightful inheritor. Therefore, if your eyes are beginning to close, visualize that cavern. Imagine the she-goat Amalthea, bending to nourish the infant. her breath warm, her horns emitting a faint luminescence in the gloom. Hear the distant resonance of bronze as the Kurets execute their dance, their weapons ringing against one another in time with the infant's cries. Beyond the cavern, the winds sweep across the rugged contours of Crete, carrying with them the unspoken secret of a deity who would, in time, command the very heavens. And beneath it all lies the serene assurance that even in the deepest darkness, even in the act of concealment, greatness can germinate unseen until the precise moment it bursts forth into the radiant light. A juncture arrives in every narrative when patience becomes utterly exhausted. For Zeus, remaining hidden in a cave, sustained by honey and goat's milk, while his brothers and sisters endured confinement within Cronus's belly, was no longer an option. Infancy, however enchanting, served merely as the prelude. The appointed time for action had arrived, and in a manner befitting mythological accounts, this action would manifest as warfare. Not a minor skirmish, nor a fleeting insurrection, but a confrontation that would reverberate through the very foundations of the cosmos. The Hellenes designated this epic struggle the Titanomachy, the war that pitted the gods against the Titans, and it would persist for a duration of 10 arduous years. Upon reaching the threshold of adulthood, Zeus resolved to liberate his captive siblings. After all, one cannot effectively govern Olympus in the sole company of oneself. Various accounts recount how this unfolding occurred. In one narrative, the deity Matis, known for her shrewdness, concocted a draught that induced Cronus to disgorge. Whether surreptitiously introduced into his beverage or forcefully administered, its impact was profound. Cronus retched and heaved, expelling the 5 children he had previously consumed: Hestia, Ha, Data, Poseidon, and Hades. They emerged fully formed, perhaps somewhat disoriented but very much alive. Imagine Cronus' astonishment at regurgitating not merely a meal, but an entire divine lineage. Thus united, the siblings constituted the foundational cadre of what would evolve into the Olympian order. However, the undertaking ahead was formidable. Cronus and the Titans were not feeble ancients. They were primordial entities of immense power, intrinsically linked to the very structure of existence. To challenge them was to challenge the bedrock of the universe, a decision not made lightly. Yet, the Olympians possessed a crucial advantage: allies. The Cyclopes, once confined by Uranus and subsequently by Cronus, were liberated by Zeus. In their gratitude, they bestowed gifts upon him. To Zeus, they presented thunder and lightning, instruments that became his enduring emblems. To Poseidon, they granted the trident, a scepter capable of convulsing the seas. To Hades, they provided a helm that rendered him unseen. These implements were more than mere adornments. They were conduits of cosmic energies, fundamentally altering the balance of power. Envision the 2 factions assembling for conflict. On one side stood the Olympians, youthful and dynamic, equipped with cutting-edge divine technology fueled by destiny's momentum. On the other, the Titans, colossal and ancient embodiments of the heavens, the oceans, and remembrance itself. The arena of this struggle was the cosmos. The earth quaked, the seas roiled, and the mountains shuddered as the contest commenced. The Greeks envisioned thunder reverberating through the celestial expanse, fire erupting from Olympus, and the very atmosphere crackling with the impact of divine beings. It was a far from tranquil engagement. The conflict persisted for years, with neither side able to secure a decisive advantage. The Titans commanded brute strength and stamina, while the Olympians possessed ingenuity and novel weaponry. A stalemate ensued, leaving the world itself scarred by the repercussions. Storms raged, earthquakes fissed the land, and the oceans threatened to engulf coastal regions. For the Greeks, these natural calamities were not arbitrary occurrences. They were perceived as lingering reverberations of this ancient conflict, still echoing beneath the surface of their world. Finally, Zeus recognized that sheer force would not suffice to achieve victory. He descended into Tartarus, the abyssal chasm beneath the earth, where the Hecatonchires languished. These were monstrous entities, each possessing 50 heads and 100 arms, cast down by Uranus and feared by Cronus. As terrifying as they were, their hatred for their confinement surpassed all else. Zeus liberated them, offering freedom in exchange for their fealty. They readily agreed, and with their myriad arms they hurled boulders the size of mountains, unleashing an unceasing deluge upon the Titans. It was akin to uncovering an entire battalion of siege engines concealed in the depths. With the Hecatonchires at their side, the Olympians finally gained the ascendancy. Thunderbolts rent the heavens. The trident churned the ocean depths. Invisibility sowed terror among the Titan ranks. For a decade, the battle raged until, at long last, the Titans began to falter. Cronus, who had once dared to strike down Uranus, now found himself struck down in turn by his own son. The prophecy had been fulfilled. The new order had arrived. What became of the Titans? They were not annihilated outright, for the Greeks seldom envisioned deities simply vanishing. Instead, they were consigned to Tartarus, that immense abyss situated as far below the earth as the heavens are above it. There they were bound, under the watch of the Hecatonchires they had once disdained. In the Greek imagination, the Titans remained alive but vanquished. Their subterranean stirrings were interpreted as earthquakes, their power still present but contained. Might never truly dissipates, it merely changes custodians. This monumental conflict served as more than a dramatic narrative. It was also an explanation. The Olympians represented the principles of order, law, and civilization. The Titans embodied a more ancient, untamed world, characterized by raw forces, primal and unbridled. The Titanomachy symbolized the triumph of order over chaos, of a younger, more structured cosmos over one that was crude and menacing. It also mirrored the Greeks' comprehension of generational succession. Just as Cronus had supplanted Uranus, Zeus overthrew Cronus. Every sovereign, regardless of their might, faced the same eventual destiny. A younger generation would inevitably assume their position. This principle applied equally to families and city-states as it did to divine rulers. The narrative also carried echoes of historical events. Scholars frequently posit that myths of succession reflect ancient recollections of cultural transformations. As Indo-European peoples introduced their modified narratives, they depicted their deities as the triumphant Olympians who supplanted earlier Earth-centric figures. The Titanomachy, therefore, is not merely a tale of gods, but a mythologized record of religious evolution. Ancient powers are never truly erased. They are reinterpreted as defeated, yet enduring. One cannot overlook the psychological resonance of the tale. Imagine a Greek farmer attending a festival, listening to this myth. Thunder rumbles in the distance. Mountains loom majestically. The sea pounds relentlessly against the shore. All these overwhelming forces of nature are imbued with a narrative, a history. They are not random terrors, but the lingering echoes of a great cosmic struggle from ages past. By recounting the Titanomachy, the Greeks made sense of their world, and, in doing so, rendered it less daunting. Knowing that Zeus presided over the world with thunderbolts was, paradoxically, comforting. It suggested that at least someone was in control of the tempest. The Titanomachy also illuminated the character of Zeus as a ruler. In contrast to Cronus, who harbored a deep-seated fear of his offspring, Zeus fostered alliances. Unlike Uranus, who confined his progeny, Zeus liberated his siblings and assigned them distinct roles. Poseidon assumed dominion over the seas, Hades over the underworld, and Hera was bestowed the mantle of queen. It was a kingdom founded on collaboration, albeit not entirely devoid of discord. Crucially, its foundation differed fundamentally. Where Cronus consumed, Zeus distributed. Where Cronus hoarded power, Zeus shared it, always retaining the heavens for himself, of course. A wise choice, as storms offer a more dramatic stage than oceans or caverns. In subsequent Greek art and literature, the Titanomachy became a favored subject. Sculptors depicted the contorted forms of titans being crushed beneath Olympian might. Poets described the cataclysmic clash of fire and stone, the anguished cries of ancient deities, and the thunder that cleaved mountains. It was both terrifying in its immensity and reassuring in its outcome. The Olympians invariably emerged victorious. Order invariably triumphed, at least for the time being. Thus, as the war concluded, the world entered a new epoch, with the Titans bound in Tartarus, Cronus dethroned, and Zeus standing victorious. He was no longer the concealed child of Rhea, no longer the secret nurtured in obscurity. He was the king of the gods, the wielder of thunder, the sovereign of Olympus. From this point forward, the chronicles would belong to him. However, if the Greeks understood anything, it was that victory carries its own inherent burdens. Power, once attained, must be maintained. Even as Zeus reveled in his triumph, new challenges already lay on the horizon. Giants, monsters, and prophecies yet to be fulfilled. For the moment, however, the cosmos settled into a profound quietude. The dust of conflict dispersed, the thunder subsided, and the Olympians surveyed a world that was finally theirs. Therefore, as you drift towards slumber, envision the rumbling of thunder not as a threat, but as a memory. The distant echo of a conflict waged eons ago. Picture the stars shining serenely above, serving as a reminder that order emerged from chaos, that storms gave way to clarity, and that even gods had to contend for their place in the world, just as every generation must. Zeus had claimed his throne, and the era of the Titans had drawn to a close. The remnants of war had barely settled when Zeus surveyed a cosmos reshaped by conflict. The Titanomachy was concluded. The Olympians had triumphed, and the future now belonged to him. Yet, victory is merely the prelude to dominion. Anyone can triumph in war with the requisite allies and a measure of thunderbolts. However, to govern a world, to preserve its coherence and prevent its disintegration, demands something more. Zeus, formerly the concealed offspring of Rhea, now faced the arduous task of transforming conquest into established order. In the Greek imagination, this was no minor accomplishment. The initial step involved delineating spheres of influence. The universe, after all, is far too vast for a single deity to manage effectively, even when possessing mastery over thunder. According to established tradition, the three brothers drew lots. Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades each reached into fate's urn to claim their dominion within the cosmos. Zeus received the sky, boundless and infinite, the domain of gathering storm clouds and wheeling stars. Poseidon claimed the sea, restless and profound, teeming with hidden leviathans and concealed treasures. Hades, perhaps drawing the less fortunate lot, was assigned the underworld, a somber realm of shadows. To mitigate his disappointment, Zeus assured him of its critical importance, and perhaps, with an older brother's knowing smile, remarked that someone had to oversee the departed. It is tempting to imagine them bickering like siblings dividing an inheritance, with Poseidon, the hot-tempered one, perhaps arguing for extended coastlines, Hades sighing at the perceived injustice, and Zeus naturally decreeing the arrangement final due to his possession of the thunderbolts. Yet, beneath the surface of this potential jest lies a deeper significance. The division of realms mirrored the Greeks' perception of cosmic equilibrium. The sky, the sea, and the underworld represented three fundamental pillars of existence, each indispensable, each governed by one of the brothers. It was not a democratic arrangement. The Greeks harbored no illusions about that, but it was, nonetheless, order. Zeus now occupied his regal seat upon Olympus, the lofty mountain that pierced the very clouds. From this vantage point he presided over both gods and mortals. However, Olympus was not merely a geographical peak. It symbolized the divine court, the council of the gods, and the established hierarchy. Archaeological findings suggest that in Greek religious practice, the gods frequently mirrored the structures of human society. Just as city-states had their councils and rulers, so too did the divine pantheon. Olympus served as their palatial residence, their legislative assembly, and their celebratory hall. At its very heart stood the enthroned Zeus. Nevertheless, to solidify his authority, Zeus had to accomplish more than merely assigning titles. He needed to demonstrate himself as a sovereign who maintained order not solely through coercion, but also through the application of justice. One of his inaugural actions was to establish clear boundaries. The Titans who had defied him were relegated to Tartarus, bound and guarded by the Hecatoncheires, yet certain others, such as Oceanus and his daughters, the Oceanids, were left unpunished. This selective reprisal reveals a crucial insight. Zeus possessed political acumen. A ruler who indiscriminately punishes generates adversaries on all fronts. Conversely, a ruler who punishes some while sparing others cultivates gratitude and loyalty. By permitting certain titans to remain, he transformed potential adversaries into allies. The Greeks often depicted Zeus as simultaneously formidable and judicious. His thunderbolts were undoubtedly terrifying, but they were not employed indiscriminately. He was neither a tyrant like Uranus, nor as prone to paranoia as Cronus. He established a reign that, while far from perfect, was at least stable. His pronouncements on justice became legendary. Oaths sworn in his name were considered sacrosanct, and their violation invited his formidable wrath. Furthermore, hospitality, known as xenia, fell under his particular purview. Should a guest be mistreated, Zeus would invariably punish the perpetrator. This might seem like a minor detail, but in an era where travel was fraught with peril and strangers relied on the kindness of hosts, it held considerable weight. Zeus was not merely the sovereign of the heavens, but also the guardian of trust. Nonetheless, his reign was not entirely unchallenged. The Greeks, never content with simplistic narratives, imagined that further threats emerged in the wake of the Titanomachy. Foremost among these was Typhon, a colossal, serpent-bodied giant born of Gaia, who harbored resentment toward Zeus for overthrowing her offspring. Typhon rose in rebellion against the new monarch, unleashing fire and devastation. The ensuing battle between them caused both the heavens and the earth to tremble. Initially, it is said that Zeus himself faltered, fleeing when his sinews were torn from his body. However, he eventually prevailed, unleashing blazing thunderbolts and casting Typhon beneath Mount Etna in Sicily. To this day, when the volcano erupts, the Greeks attribute it to Typhon struggling in his subterranean confinement, his fury contained by Zeus's ultimate victory. Another formidable challenge arose in the form of the giants, born from the spilled blood of Uranus and incited by Gaia. They launched an assault upon Olympus in an event known as the Gigantomachy. Zeus and his allies engaged them fiercely, but prophecy dictated that they could only be vanquished with the assistance of a mortal. That mortal was Heracles, Zeus's own son. With his arrows complementing the god's strength, the giants were ultimately slain. These narratives reinforced Zeus's image as a ruler, who continually confronted opposition yet invariably emerged triumphant. His reign was not merely granted, it was repeatedly defended and earned. To solidify his dominion, Zeus also instituted the framework of divine law. Themis, the goddess of justice, became his trusted advisor. Together, they ensured that the cosmos operated according to established principles, not capricious whims. It is significant that the Greeks envisioned even the gods as bound by order. While Zeus may have been the most powerful, he was not entirely unconstrained. Looming above him was Moira, fate itself, whose decrees even thunderbolts could not circumvent. This subtle limitation provided the Greeks with a sense of reassurance. Their king of the gods was mighty, but he was not arbitrary. He too adhered to the fundamental laws of the cosmos. Naturally, ruling Olympus also entailed managing a court replete with contentious figures. Hera, his sister and later his consort, was never hesitant to voice her opinions, particularly when Zeus's affections strayed too obviously. Poseidon occasionally challenged his brother's authority, contesting dominion over cities such as Athens. Even minor deities could instigate trouble, clamoring for recognition. Yet, Zeus maintained his sovereign position through a combination of inherent authority, persuasive diplomacy, and, when necessary, precisely aimed lightning. It was a celestial manifestation of politics, and in its internal disputes, one can discern an echo of Greek civic assemblies. Olympus was not a realm of perfect accord. It was a place of continuous negotiation, overseen by a steadfast king. The enduring impact of Zeus's establishment of rule can still be observed in Greek culture. At Olympia, the most prestigious games were held in his honor. Every 4 years, athletes converged to compete not only for victory, but also to celebrate the order established by Zeus. The victors were adorned with olive wreaths, symbolic of peace and unity under his governance. Oracles, such as the one at Dodona, conveyed pronouncements in his name, interpreting the rustling of oak leaves as his divine voice. His presence permeated the very fabric of Greek life, influencing everything from political discourse to weather patterns to the most intimate vows exchanged between friends. It is also essential to acknowledge that Zeus's ascension marked the commencement of a new divine lineage. The gods were no longer vague personifications of natural phenomena. Under Zeus, they evolved into distinct figures with individual personalities, internal disputes, and narratives that mirrored human existence. The Olympians were not remote abstractions. They constituted a family, flawed yet relatable, with Zeus as their patriarchal figure. His reign established the narrative template for all subsequent myths. A central king, presiding over a divine household, with each member fulfilling specific roles. As this chapter concludes, Zeus is depicted as firmly enthroned, his power secure, but not absolute. His thunderbolts serve as a symbol not only of destruction, but also of balance. He has apportioned the world among his brothers, placed justice at the core of his governance, vanquished adversaries ranging from giants to serpents, and even subjected himself to the higher mandates of fate. In his triumph, the Greeks perceived not merely a god, but an embodiment of kingship, powerful yet prudent, stern yet protective, imperfect but enduring. Therefore, as you drift towards repose, envision Olympus ascending above the clouds, its halls gleaming, its banquets echoing with laughter and contention, its throne occupied by the god of thunder. Beyond its celestial heights, the seas churn under Poseidon's command. The underworld slumbers under Hades' watch, and the sky stretches vast beneath Zeus's vigilant gaze. Order has been meticulously established. The chaotic era of the Titans has receded into history. For the present, the world exists in a state of equilibrium, and the king of gods surveys it with lightning in hand and justice in heart. Now that Zeus had ascended to his throne, divided the cosmic domains with his brethren, and consigned the Titans to their chains, he could commence embodying the role for which he is most widely recognized. He became the god of the sky. It is difficult to conceive of a more fitting dominion. The sky is vast, eternal, and utterly beyond reach. It offers both shelter and menace in equal measure. It bestows life through sunlight and rainfall, and it instills terror with lightning and storms. For the Greeks, to declare that Zeus governed the sky was tantamount to asserting his rule over all matters of consequence. Farmers offered him supplications with bowed heads. Mariners anxiously scanned his clouds, and monarchs swore solemn oaths invoking his name. To exist beneath the open heavens was to exist under the dominion of Zeus. His principal weapon was the thunderbolt. Forged by the Cyclopes, these fiery projectiles of light were not the random flashes observed by mortals during tempests, but rather precise instruments of justice. When Zeus unleashed a thunderbolt, it was said to strike precisely at his intended target, with no possibility of miss. This particular detail is significant because it established his thunder as a symbol of law, not of chance. A spear might deviate, a sword might fracture, but a thunderbolt always struck true. Adorning temple pediments and painted pottery, Zeus is almost invariably depicted with this formidable weapon in hand, a constant reminder that his justice was accompanied by fiery retribution. The thunderbolt was not merely his armament, it was the insignia of his kingship. However, Zeus was not solely the harbinger of storms. He was also the bestower of rain. The survival of the Greeks was intrinsically linked to his showers. The Greek landscape, often rocky and arid, necessitated a precise amount of rainfall for the cultivation of barley and wheat. Insufficient rain threatened widespread famine, while excessive rainfall resulted in flooded fields. As the celestial deity, Zeus maintained this delicate equilibrium. He could be benevolent, sending gentle rains that nourish the earth, or he could be withholding, tightening the skies until crops withered. His role as the bringer of rain was so fundamental that numerous local cults revered him specifically as Zeus Umbrios, Zeus of the rain, or Zeus Hyadios, Zeus of showers. Farmers would offer sacrifices of goats or sheep in the hope of a favorable growing season. It is easy to overlook that for a civilization lacking irrigation systems or modern storage facilities, the weather was not merely a background element but represented destiny itself. Devotion to Zeus often took place under the open sky, rather than within enclosed temples. At Dodona, one of his most ancient sanctuaries, individuals did not kneel before marble effigies but instead listened for the voice of the wind. There stood an oak tree, sacred to Zeus, and the rustling of its leaves was interpreted as his divine speech. Priests and priestesses would decipher these sounds, translating the whispers of the branches into answers for those seeking guidance. Archaeological discoveries have unearthed inscriptions bearing simple queries etched onto lead tablets. Should I marry this woman? Will my voyage be successful? Will the harvest be bountiful? The replies, attributed to Zeus, carried by the leaves and breezes, provided direction for their lives. Even the most minor decisions could be placed under his celestial purview. In Olympia, Zeus was honored through the Olympic Games, a festival that originated as an act of worship and evolved into the most renowned gathering in the Hellenic world. Every 4 years, athletes assembled from across various city-states, which otherwise engaged in perpetual conflict with one another. For a brief period, truces were declared, and warfare yielded to athletic competition. The victors were crowned not with gold or silver, but with olive wreaths, humble tokens that carried immense prestige. To compete at Olympia was to place one's strength and endurance under the watchful gaze of Zeus. His colossal statue, meticulously crafted by the sculptor Phidias and counted among the 7 wonders of the ancient world, towered over the sanctuary, shimmering with ivory and gold. As mortals strained their muscles in the stadium, it was as if he observed their every movement. Zeus's dominion over the sky also designated him as the guardian of oaths and morality. The very heavens that nurtured the fields also bore witness to human actions. Nothing escaped his all-seeing eye. To swear an oath under the open sky was to invite Zeus as a witness, and to break it was to court his thunderous retribution. Hospitality, or xenia, was also considered sacred to him. Welcoming a stranger who crossed your threshold meant they were under Zeus's sacred protection. To treat such a visitor poorly wasn't just impolite, it was an offense against the supreme deity. This reveals a great deal about the structure of Greek society. In a landscape of isolated settlements and hazardous journeys, encountering unknown individuals was frequent, and suspicion was easily bred. By placing the responsibility of hospitality under Zeus's divine authority, the Greeks established a crucial safeguard. The god of the sky also presided over trust and reliance. While other civilizations had their own sky deities, the Greeks perceived parallels with Zeus. The Mesopotamian storm god Marduk, the Canaanite deity Baal, and the Vedic god Indra all commanded thunder and lightning, vanquished chaos, and governed like kings. Zeus belonged to this ancient lineage of storm gods, embodying the conviction that mastery over the weather equated to dominion over the world. However, Zeus possessed a distinctly Hellenic persona. He wasn't remote like Marduk, nor perpetually engaged in conflict like Indra. Instead, he embodied both majesty and accessibility, inspiring both awe and familiarity. His celestial domain wasn't an abstract concept. It was the tangible sky above, felt in the sun's embrace and the rain's chill. The eagle, his chosen avian emblem, soared higher than all others, its keen sight surveying the world below. In ancient narratives, the eagle frequently appeared as his messenger, conveying omens or symbols of his formidable power. Roman emperors, upon adopting the cult of Jupiter and associating it with Zeus, prominently featured the eagle on their standards, perpetuating the notion that supreme authority belongs to those with the sharpest foresight and the widest reach. Even today, the eagle persists as a potent symbol of nations and armed forces, a subtle echo of Zeus's wings sweeping across the heavens. Artists and poets frequently depicted him as the sovereign of the firmament. On coinage, he was often portrayed enthroned, with an eagle at his side and a thunderbolt in his hand. Temple friezes invariably featured him as the most imposing figure, towering over lesser deities. His very name, Zeus, derived from the ancient Greek root dios, signifying bright sky, inherently carried the brilliance of daylight. For his devotees, uttering his name was an invocation of the living heavens. Nevertheless, Zeus was not solely a benevolent figure. The Greeks were acutely aware of the sky's inherent dangers. A tempest at sea could obliterate a naval fleet, and a lightning strike could incinerate fertile fields. Farmers anxiously prayed for equilibrium in the weather. They desired sufficient rainfall, but not an overwhelming deluge. Ample sunshine, but not excessive heat. Seafarers poured libations of wine into the waves, beseeching Zeus for a safe passage. Soldiers marching into battle implored him for auspicious omens. He was not entirely predictable, mirroring the capricious nature of the sky itself. He was to be simultaneously trusted, respected, feared, and celebrated. Yet there was solace in his cyclical nature. The storm would eventually dissipate, the clouds would part, and the rainbow would reappear. Zeus's moods shifted, but the sky endured. For the Greeks, this rhythm mirrored the very essence of life. hardship yielding to relief, drought giving way to abundance. They perceived in Zeus not only the threat of thunder, but also the promise of regeneration. He was as steadfast as the firmament and as mutable as its ever-changing weather, which is to say, he embodied life itself. Therefore, as you drift towards slumber, envision the heavens as the Greeks did, vibrant, vigilant, and divine. The celestial vault above you is not empty but brimming with a palpable presence. The clouds traverse the sky according to his will. The rain descends by his decree. The lightning cleaves the heavens at his command. An eagle circles high overhead, its gaze sharp and unwavering. An ancient oak whispers in the breeze, its leaves bearing answers to unspoken queries. The colossal statue at Olympia gleams in the torchlight as athletes bow their heads in reverence. This is Zeus, the sky god, bestower of storms and rain, the guarantor of vows, the sovereign of the firmament. To exist beneath the sky was to exist under his dominion. For the Greeks, this encompassed every single moment of every single day. Ruling the skies was one aspect of his power. The ability to unleash thunderbolts and send rain upon the land granted Zeus dominion over nature itself. However, kingship is not solely defined by storms and sunshine. It also encompasses the establishment of laws, the discernment of right from wrong, and the maintenance of cosmic equilibrium so that both mortals and immortals understand their designated places. If Zeus was the god of the sky, he was also the god of justice, the enforcer of order, and the guardian of sworn agreements. In the Greek collective consciousness, this facet of Zeus held as much significance as his thunderbolts. The Greeks possessed a term for justice, dike, which encompassed more than mere retribution or legal proceedings. It signified the inherent order of the universe, the fundamental necessity for the world to remain balanced. Crops were expected to flourish in their appointed seasons. Rulers were obligated to uphold their promises. Strangers deserved to be treated with kindness, and familial bonds required honoring. When this delicate equilibrium was disrupted, chaos would inevitably ensue. And who vigilantly oversaw dike from the heavens? Zeus himself. He was not merely a deity of weather who commanded rain and lightning. He was the preserver of morality. This role is most strikingly evident in his guardianship of oaths. To utter an oath in ancient Greece was to summon Zeus as a witness. Whether it pertained to a pact between city-states, a marital pledge, or an agreement concerning land ownership, individuals would solemnize it in his name. To violate such a commitment was to risk divine retribution. The Greeks believed Zeus to be an attentive listener, not out of intrusiveness, but because oaths served as the binding threads of society. A world where promises held no value would devolve into utter pandemonium, a state that Zeus, as the king of the gods, could not permit. While his thunderbolts might obliterate armies, his authority extended to every whispered vow. Closely associated with this was his protection of xenia, the sacred custom of hospitality. To mistreat a guest was not merely a social misstep, but a transgression against Zeus Xenios, Zeus, the protector of strangers. Envision a world devoid of hotels or law enforcement, where a traveler depended entirely on the benevolence of others. Upon arriving at a dwelling, dusty from the road, famished and parched, a host was expected to provide sustenance, bathing, and rest before even inquiring about the guest's identity. This was the law of hospitality, rigorously upheld by Zeus. To inflict harm upon a guest was to incur his wrath. The Greeks recounted numerous tales of mortals who faced punishment for betraying this sacred trust. Hospitality transcended mere courtesy. It was a divine mandate safe-willed by the king of the gods. The very outbreak of the Trojan War stemmed from a violation of xenia. Paris of Troy, welcomed as a guest in Sparta, abused this privilege by absconding with Helen, the wife of his host. The entirety of the ensuing conflict, in a profound sense, represented Zeus's justice made manifest, punishing those who shattered sacred bonds. This illustrates the gravity with which the Greeks regarded his role. Justice was not solely a personal affair, but a cosmic principle, extending even to the instigation of wars. Yet Zeus was not an impartial judge wielding a gavel. His conception of justice was typically depicted as measured and deliberate. He chastised hubris, or excessive pride, as it threatened the established balance between the divine and the mortal realms. Kings who succumbed to arrogance, deeming themselves equal to the gods, frequently met their downfall. Tantalus, for instance, who twice deceived the gods, was condemned to eternally roll a stone uphill. Tantalus, who betrayed the trust of Zeus's table, faced eternal hunger and thirst. These myths serve as potent reminders that Zeus's justice was not an abstract concept, but was vividly personal, manifesting in punishments that directly mirrored the transgressions. Moreover, justice under Zeus was not solely about retribution. He also bestowed rewards upon the righteous. In his work, Works and Days, Hesiod describes how Zeus observes the conduct of mortals, bestowing blessings upon those who uphold justice and dispensing punishment upon those who disregard it. For agriculturists, this translated into bountiful harvests. For cities, it meant periods of peace and prosperity. The underlying principle was straightforward. If society adhered to Dike, Zeus ensured cosmic equilibrium. Conversely, if society abandoned it, the consequences were storms, famine, and conflict. Justice was intrinsically intertwined with nature, not separate from it. In mythological accounts, Zeus was often guided by Themis, the goddess of divine law, and their daughter Dis, who personified justice. The Greeks frequently depicted these figures at his side, offering counsel. Even Zeus, with all his might, did not act entirely autonomously. He respected higher principles that governed even the gods themselves. Paramount among these were the Fates, the Moirae, who spun, measured, and severed the threads of life. While Zeus might enforce justice, fate itself lay beyond his reach. This subtle limitation provided reassurance to the Greeks. The sky god was immensely powerful but not capricious. He was not at liberty to arbitrarily reshape the cosmos according to his whim. He too submitted to the established order of existence. A compelling illustration of Zeus as the guardian of justice is found in the legend of Lycaon, the king of Arcadia. According to the myth, Lycaon sought to test Zeus's omniscience. When Zeus visited him incognito, Lycaon served him a repast of human flesh, thereby mocking divine authority. Enraged, Zeus struck down Lycaon's household with thunder and transformed the king himself into a wolf. This narrative served as a cautionary tale. Zeus was not only the god of the sky, but also the deity who punished moral transgressions. Even cannibalistic kings could not escape his justice. The Greeks also linked Zeus's justice to their day-to-day political affairs. City-states frequently invoked his name in their legal codes, viewing him as the protector of civic order. Court proceedings might commence with oaths administered in his name, and assemblies and councils strived to align their decisions with his inherent balance. In essence, he served as the divine overseer of the polis. For the Greeks, whether their governance was a democracy, monarchy, or aristocracy, it all relied on trust, and trust, in turn, depended on Zeus. His justice was the invisible scaffolding of their society. Intriguingly, his role as a judge was not confined to mortals. Even among the gods on Mount Olympus, Zeus acted as the arbiter. When disputes arose and disagreements were frequent in the divine realm, it was Zeus who mediated and resolved them. At times, this involved stern reprimands. On other occasions, it entailed astute compromises. Sometimes it meant unleashing a thunderbolt to quell the argument. While his judgments were not always met with universal approval, they were undeniably respected. In this manner, Olympus once again mirrored human society. A boisterous council presided over by a single figure, preventing chaos from overwhelming the proceedings. Festivals honoring Zeus often underscored his function as the guardian of justice. At Olympia, the games he sponsored brought about a temporary cessation of hostilities, a sacred truce among warring states. At Dodona, his oracle provided answers to questions of morality and ethics, guiding decisions in both personal and public matters. Sacrifices offered to Zeus were not solely for favorable weather or military victory, but were also made in the pursuit of fairness, ensuring that society would remain balanced under his watchful gaze. When comparing Zeus with deities from other cultures, the distinctiveness of his justice becomes apparent. While Mesopotamian monarchs might claim to enforce divine law, their gods often appeared distant, their pronouncements shrouded in mystery. Zeus, in contrast, was intimately present. He listened to sworn oaths, punished the arrogant, rewarded the virtuous, and intervened directly in narratives that resonated with mortals. His justice was not an abstract philosophical construct, but a lived reality. Every thunderclap served as a tangible reminder of his omnipresent vigilance. Thus, we perceive Zeus not merely as the god of storms, but as the god of moral climate, the one who dispensed harmony or turmoil based on human conduct. For the Greeks, justice was inextricably linked to the natural world. The same deity who nurtured their fields also judged their actions. The very clouds that brought forth rain were capable of delivering punishment. In Zeus, law and the heavens converged into a unified entity. Therefore, as you close your eyes, imagine not the thunder's roar, but the serene, unwavering gaze of the sky above. Picture whispered promises beneath that vast expanse. Visualize strangers welcomed under protective roofs, kings forging treaties with Zeus as their solemn witness. Conceive of justice not as a courtroom tableau, but as a cosmic scale, extending across earth and sky, meticulously guarded by the all-seeing God. His thunderbolt rests beside him, ready for deployment if necessary, but his vigilance remains constant. Zeus, the sovereign of justice, presides over Olympus, and under his unwavering scrutiny, the world, for the present moment, maintains its order and tranquility. Every leader, regardless of their might, is remembered not only for triumphs on the battlefield or sagacious judgments in the courtroom, but also for matters of the heart. For Zeus, the king of the gods, the term heart might be too delicate. The Greeks knew him as the thunderer, the lawgiver, the protector of oaths, but they were also aware of his unyielding susceptibility to desire. If the heavens were vast, so too were his affections, encompassing goddesses, nymphs, and mortal women. To recount the saga of Zeus without acknowledging his romantic entanglements would be to omit some of the most vivid, albeit at times scandalous, chapters of his reign. The Greeks did not shy away from this particular aspect of Zeus's character. His romantic liaisons populated their myths, and through these narratives, entire royal lineages traced their origins back to him. Some poets characterized him as noble, while others depicted him as rather opportunistic, yet all concurred on his prolific romantic life. These tales are not intended to be interpreted as modern-day romances, filled with candlelight and serenades. Instead, they illuminate how the Greeks conceptualized divine desire as a force shaping the human world. Each union between Zeus and a mortal woman was less about courtship and more about its profound mythic consequences. Heroes were born, cities were founded, and destinies were irrevocably altered. Consider Europa, the Phoenician princess whose name continues to grace a continent. Zeus beheld her gathering blossoms near the sea and was instantly captivated. However, rather than approaching her directly, perhaps mindful that a thunderbolt is hardly conducive to initiating conversation, he transformed himself into a gentle, white bull. The imagery is almost comical, the king of the gods reduced to a placid beast nudging among young women. Europa, enchanted by the bull's serene demeanor, climbed upon its back. Without a moment's hesitation, Zeus plunged into the sea, carrying her across the waves to Crete. There, he revealed his true form, and from their union emerged Minos, who would become the future king of Crete. In this narrative, a continent derives its name, and Crete its illustrious dynasty, all because Zeus found himself smitten with a maiden on the shore. Or consider Leda, the Spartan queen. In this instance, Zeus chose the guise of a swan. The rationale behind selecting a swan remains a subject of speculation. Perhaps it was due to the swan's graceful glide across water, or perhaps simply because myth revels in improbable transformations. Artistic depictions often portray the swan spreading its wings protectively around Leda, a peculiar fusion of beauty and menace. From this union was born Helen of Troy, renowned as the most beautiful woman in the world, whose abduction would famously launch 1,000 ships. Thus, from Zeus's feathered disguise emerged not only offspring, but also one of history's most celebrated conflicts. Another tale recounts the story of Danae, the daughter of King Acrisius, who was confined within a bronze chamber by her father, having been warned that her son would one day cause his demise. Danae seemed beyond Zeus's reach, yet the sky god possessed numerous forms. He entered her chamber not as a man or an animal, but as a cascade of golden rain. This detail is remarkably striking. Zeus assuming the form of rain recalls his role as a fertility deity. However, this particular rain was golden, radiant, and utterly irresistible. From this union was born Perseus, the heroic figure who vanquished Medusa and rescued Andromeda. Once again, Zeus's romantic pursuits reshaped destiny, engendering a hero who became a cornerstone of Greek legend. Then there is Ganymede, the Trojan prince. Unlike many of Zeus's infatuations, this one involved a youth of exceptional beauty, not a maiden. Zeus, captivated by his allure, transported him to Olympus, at times assuming the form of an eagle. There, Ganymede became the cupbearer to the gods, serving nectar at their divine banquets. Although this narrative elicited raised eyebrows even in ancient times, it also symbolized immense honor. To be elevated to Olympus was not a punishment but a profound privilege. The Greeks interpreted this story as the ultimate compliment, beauty so captivating that it attracted the attention of the king of the heavens himself. Zeus's romantic dalliances were not exclusively with mortals. He was also the progenitor of many gods. With Mnemosyne, the goddess of memory, he fathered the 9 muses, the patrons of poetry, music, and the arts. With Leto, he fathered Apollo and Artemis, the radiant twins representing the sun and moon. With his sister Demeter, he fathered Persephone, the queen of the underworld. His relationships with goddesses were as consequential as those with mortals, intricately weaving divine genealogies as complex as those of humans. Olympus itself was molded by his affections. To the Greeks, these stories were more than mere gossip about their chief deity. They provided explanations for the existence of heroes, the claims of divine ancestry by certain families, and the seemingly uneven distribution of beauty and power among humankind. To declare Heracles as the son of Zeus was not simply to bestow prestige upon him, but to mark him as exceptional, destined for extraordinary feats. Kings trace their lineages to Zeus as a means of asserting their legitimacy. The god's wandering affections served, in a sense, a political purpose. His offspring became rulers, warriors, poets, and the very founders of culture. Naturally, not all inhabitants of Olympus approved of these unions. Hera, Zeus's queen, was rarely pleased. Her jealousy is legendary, and myths frequently depict her directing her vengeance towards the mortal women, and occasionally their children, rather than Zeus himself. This dynamic infused Greek storytelling with considerable drama. Zeus pursued his desires, while mortals who opposed him suffered the consequences. This pattern recurs repeatedly, interweaving divine conflict with human history. Heracles, for example, endured Hera's animosity throughout his life, not due to his own actions, but because he was Zeus's illegitimate son. While the Greeks may not have condoned Zeus's behavior, they accepted it as an inherent aspect of their mythology, a narrative engine that propelled countless tales. It is tempting to interpret these myths as moral lessons concerning infidelity, but the Greeks did not approach them from such a perspective. For them, Zeus's loves were an intrinsic part of his nature. Just as the sky is never static, transitioning from stormy to sunny, or adorned with rainbows, so too did Zeus's affections shift ceaselessly. Desire was not a weakness, but a generative force. Through his numerous unions, new lives, heroes, and stories were brought into existence. The Greeks perceived in Zeus's restlessness a reflection of life's inherent abundance, messy and uncontrollable, yet undeniably fertile. One cannot, however, overlook the inherent humor within these narratives. The king of the gods transforming into a bull, a swan, or a shower of gold verges on the absurd. The Greeks were fully aware of this. They recounted these stories with a blend of reverence and amusement. It was as if they wished to remind themselves that even the mightiest of deities could appear utterly ridiculous in the pursuit of love. In this way, Zeus was simultaneously elevated and humanized. He possessed the power to shake the earth with storms, yet he was also foolish enough to disguise himself as a farm animal. His reputation as a lover also served to reinforce his role as the sky god. Just as rain fertilizes the earth, so too did Zeus's unions invigorate the human world. Just as lightning strikes, so were heroes born. And akin to how storms bring both devastation and renewal, his affections yielded both chaos and creation. To the Greeks, this parallel was self-evident. Love, much like thunder, was an uncontrollable, sudden, and transformative force. Therefore, when recounting the story of Zeus the lover, it is not merely a compilation of romantic affairs, but an exploration of how the Greeks perceived desire itself. They viewed it as divine, perilous, ludicrous, and creative all at once. In Zeus, love was not gentle but overwhelming, not private but world-altering, and from it emerged the very fabric of myth, from Helen and the Trojan War to Perseus and his adventures, from the Muses and their songs to Heracles and his arduous labors. So, as your eyelids grow heavy, envision the sky at dusk. Clouds drift, their edges tinged with gold, as if the heavens themselves were wooing the earth. Somewhere in the distance, an eagle circles, its gaze keen and intent. Elsewhere, a swan glides silently across a tranquil lake. A bull lowers its head, patient and strong. All are but earthly manifestations of the same deity, restless in his affections, eternal in his desires. Zeus, the lover, king of the gods, yet forever in pursuit of hearts, watches from above. And beneath his boundless sky, mortals dream, children are born, and stories unfold, carried forward on the winds of myth. By this juncture in the narrative, Zeus has asserted his dominion over the heavens, hurled thunderbolts at titans and monstrous beings, and firmly established his seat upon Mount Olympus. Yet, when the Greeks recounted tales of him, they often turned not to accounts of warfare or legal judgments, but to his children. Zeus was remembered above all else as a father. not only the father of the gods, but also of heroes, dynasties, and lineages that spanned both myth and recorded history. If one peruses Greek mythology, it becomes evident that nearly every extraordinary figure shares a commonality. Zeus is present somewhere within their family tree. The sheer number of his offspring is nothing short of staggering. Each child carried with them a unique story, a specific role, and often a destiny that profoundly shaped the Greek imagination. Some were divinely born, others from mothers of mortal stock, and still more from unions that defied convention. Each emergence was less a matter of tender beginnings and more a pivot point in the grand tapestry of legend. Through his numerous offspring, Zeus effectively populated the divine realm of Olympus, populated the ancient narratives, and provided humankind with figures to both revere and dread. Consider the celebrated Athena, arguably his most renowned divine daughter. Her birth was unlike any other. Haunted by a prophecy that his consort Metis would bear a son mightier than his father, Zeus consumed Metis whole. This, as it transpired, proved to be a questionable decision for his internal constitution. In due course, Zeus was afflicted with an excruciating headache. Hephaestus, the god of the forge, cleaved open his skull with an axe, from which sprang Athena, fully formed and clad in gleaming armor, her spear firmly in hand. From the very head of Zeus flowed wisdom. This tale offered the Greeks more than just a goddess. It presented them with a symbol of strategic prowess, keen intellect, and the peculiar manner in which attempts to circumvent destiny often serve to fulfill it. Subsequently arrived Apollo and Artemis, twins embodying brilliance and equilibrium. Their mother, Leto, endured an existence of exile, ostracized by the ever-jealous Hera until she discovered sanctuary on the island of Delos. It was there she gave birth, and in that moment, the cosmos gained new custodians of celestial illumination. Apollo became the deity of music, prescience, and restorative arts. Meanwhile, Artemis presided over the hunt, the untamed wilderness, and the silent dominion of the moon. Collectively, they represented order and cyclical cadence. The sun by day, the moon by night. Every drawn bowstring, every resonant lyre chord, every dawn and dusk could be traced back to the progeny of Zeus. Hermes was yet another of his spirited descendants, born to Maia, daughter of the Titan Atlas. From his very first breath, Hermes was an entity of perpetual motion. Still swaddled in his infant garments, he pilfered Apollo's cattle, and then ingeniously crafted the lyre to mend the ensuing discord. Zeus likely perceived a reflection of himself in this roguish child, sharp-witted, daring, and unyielding. Hermes ascended to the role of divine messenger, the patron of those who travel and trade, and the conductor of souls to the shadowy realm of the underworld. In Hermes, the Greeks beheld the personification of quick thinking and agility, a deity who scorned limitations and navigated boundaries with effortless grace. Dionysus stood as perhaps the most unconventional among Zeus's children. His mother, Semele, was a mortal woman. Tricked by Hera into demanding that Zeus reveal himself in his full, unadulterated divine splendor, she was annihilated by the sheer intensity of his radiance. Nevertheless, Zeus rescued the unborn child, sewing him into his own thigh until the appointed time for his birth. Born twice over, Dionysus embodied paradox. He represented both ecstatic joy and wild abandon, rapture and utter devastation. Through him, Zeus became the father of revelry and profound metamorphosis. The Greeks attributed the gift of wine, the art of the theater, and the unrestrained expression of human passion to Dionysus. Even in his mortality, Zeus's role as a father profoundly shaped the culture. However, Zeus's offspring were not confined to the celestial heights of Olympus. Many were heroes of mortal lineage, destined for lives of exceptional magnitude. Danae, confined within a bronze enclosure by her fearful father, was visited by Zeus in the form of a cascade of golden rain. From this remarkable union sprang Perseus, who would eventually vanquish the Gorgon Medusa and rescue Andromeda from a monstrous sea creature. Perseus was not merely a figure of myth. He was claimed as an ancestral progenitor by noble lineages, his divine parentage bestowing upon them significant prestige. Heracles, or Hercules, as the Romans would later identify him, was another son of Zeus. Born to the mortal woman Alcmene, he epitomized raw strength. Hera's persistent animosity pursued him relentlessly. Yet his legendary feats, such as subduing the Nemean lion, apprehending Cerberus, and cleansing the Augean stables, became enduring symbols of resilience. Through Heracles, Zeus's fatherhood presented the Greeks with a paradigm of heroism. Strength tested by hardship, and glory achieved through arduous trials. Temples were erected in honor of Heracles, acknowledging him both as a mortal and a deity, his remarkable story echoing through the ages. Helen of Troy, whose unparalleled beauty supposedly launched 1,000 ships, was also numbered among Zeus's children. In one rendition, he approached her mother Leda in the guise of a swan, gentle in appearance but irresistible in his power. From their union emerged Helen, the very woman whose abduction by Paris initiated the protracted conflict of the Trojan War. Helen's divine ancestry served to explain her extraordinary allure and her pivotal role in both historical accounts and legendary lore. Through her, Zeus became the progenitor not solely of heroes, but also of devastating wars. Then there was Minos, the sovereign of Crete, son of Europa and Zeus, who appeared to her as a magnificent bull. Minos distinguished himself as a legislator and a judge of the departed souls. His profound authority was traceable to Zeus. Amphion and Zethus, twins born to Antiope, erected impregnable walls around Thebes through the combined power of music and brute strength. Even Sarpedon, a valiant hero at Troy, was said to be a son of Zeus. Across the vast expanse of myth, one continually encounters his offspring, actively ruling, engaging in conflict, constructing empires, and enduring suffering. What did this prolific abundance of offspring signify to the Greeks? On one level, it provided an explanation for why certain heroes stood apart from their common mortal brethren. To declare someone a child of Zeus was to account for their inherent greatness. Why could Heracles contend with lions? Because his father was the thunderous ruler of the skies. Why was Helen possessed of such transcendent beauty? Because her father was the god of the heavens. This notion of divine lineage offered a logical framework for understanding extraordinary human qualities. On another level, Zeus's paternal role served to legitimize the authority of rulers and the establishment of dynasties. Kings would claim direct descent from him to bolster their claims to power. A city might assert that its founder was a son of Zeus, thereby imbuing its origins with divine sanction. Genealogy transmuted into theology. Politics became interwoven with myth. A monarch's power stemmed not merely from his armies or his accumulated wealth, but from the very essence of the sky flowing within his lineage. However, being a child of Zeus was not consistently a source of good fortune. Many of his offspring endured lives marked by tragedy, often burdened by the machinations of divine jealousy. Hera's persistent envy meant that Zeus's illegitimate children frequently faced significant hardship. Heracles was driven to fits of madness. Perseus was compelled to endure periods of exile. Helen was the catalyst for immense destruction. Sarpedon met his demise on the Trojan plains, despite his father's profound sorrow. To bear the blood of Zeus was to inhabit a life exceeding ordinary bounds, yet also to carry a weight heavier than conventional destiny. The Greeks seemed to grasp this fundamental paradox. Divine heritage conferred greatness, but it also precipitated considerable struggle. From a philosophical standpoint, Zeus's sprawling family tree symbolized the inherent fruitfulness of the cosmos. Just as rainfall nourishes the earth, Zeus impregnated the human realm with compelling narratives, valiant heroes, and intricate destinies. His ceaseless progeny mirrored the boundless abundance of existence. Yet, his offspring were not monolithic. They were as varied as the ever-changing moods of the sky. Some shone with the brightness of dawn, others raged like tempests, and some met tragic ends like lightning striking prematurely. The Greeks perceived in this diversity a reflection of life itself, unpredictable, generative, and frequently tinged with bittersweet experiences. Artists and bards alike infused their creations with the figures of Zeus's children. Majestic temples dedicated to Athena graced the Acropolis. Resonant hymns in honor of Apollo echoed throughout Delos. Celebratory festivals in honor of Dionysus gave birth to the art of the theater. Statues of Heracles lined the gymnasiums, inspiring athletes with the recollection of his monumental labors. Even in the quotidian fabric of existence, Zeus's fatherhood held sway. To engage in song, to cultivate the earth, to participate in athletic contests, to partake in wine, to recount tales, all these actions bore the imprint of his divine offspring. Consequently, when the Greeks recounted stories of Zeus, they did not envision a distant deity passively occupying his throne. Instead, they perceived the father whose children walked among them, whose descendants governed their cities, whose offspring contended in their legendary battles. He served as the vital connection between the celestial and terrestrial realms, with his children acting as the conduit through which myth permeated the mortal sphere. As you allow your eyes to close, envision Olympus as a colossal tree, its branches extending into every valley, every ocean, every urban center. At its venerable roots sits Zeus, the thunder held within his hand, the vast sky arching above his head. From him branches unfurl, each bearing its unique fruit: Athena's profound wisdom, Apollo's melodic artistry, Artemis's keen marksmanship, Hermes's sharp cunning, Dionysus's wild spirit, Perseus's unwavering courage, Heracles' immense strength, and Helen's captivating beauty. Some fruits are sweet, some bitter, but all are essential. To the Greeks, this sprawling tree of Zeus's children represented the very essence of their cultural identity. Its roots plunged deep into the heavens, while its branches cast their benevolent shade over the world of mortals. Despite all his thunderbolts, despite his countless offspring, despite his supreme reign upon Olympus, there was one power that Zeus could never fully command. The Greeks referred to this as Moira, or fate. It predated the gods, possessed a depth exceeding that of the earth, and spanned a breadth greater than the sky itself. Even Zeus, the sovereign of the heavens, was intrinsically bound to it. He might extend his hand, unleash bolts of lightning across the firmament, or meticulously weigh the destinies of mortals upon his monumental scales. Yet, at the close of every day, fate remained immutable. To truly comprehend Zeus, one must first grasp how even he submitted to the dictates of destiny. The Greeks personified fate as three formidable women, the Moirai, whose tasks involved spinning, measuring, and ultimately severing the thread of life. Clotho spun the vital thread, Lachesis determined its length, and Atropos with her sharp shears brought it to its conclusion. No thunderous pronouncement could instill fear in them, nor could any supplication soften their resolve. They were not inherently cruel, they were simply inevitable. Their sole purpose was to ensure that every event unfolded according to its predetermined course. Even the gods themselves possessed a thread of destiny, and Zeus's was no exception. This concept held a profound fascination for the Greeks, who were acutely aware of life's inherent fragility. A farmer might labor diligently, yet still suffer a crop failure due to drought. A mariner might implore every deity for safety, yet still succumb to a devastating storm. A warrior could train for years and still fall victim to a single, well-aimed arrow. To account for these occurrences, they looked to fate. Zeus might govern the skies, but fate governed existence itself. He was mighty, yet not absolute. And to the Greeks, this understanding offered a strange form of solace. No power, not even that of Zeus, was without its limitations. Yet Zeus did not stand powerless before fate. He was frequently depicted as its interpreter, its enforcer, the one who ensured that destiny unfurled precisely as it was meant to. In Homer's Iliad, he is described as weighing the fates of warriors upon his golden scales. When Hector and Achilles confronted each other, Zeus elevated the scales of doom, and the side bearing Hector's fate descended lower. Even Zeus, privy to the predetermined end of his beloved Trojan hero, could not alter the outcome. He bore witness to it, bestowing divine recognition upon fate. At times, Zeus did indeed attempt to sway destiny. Myths recount his efforts to postpone, to mitigate, or to reroute the course of events. When Sarpedon, his own son, engaged in combat at Troy, Zeus contemplated intervening to spare him from death. However, Hera cautioned him that even he must not defy fate. With a heavy heart, Zeus permitted Sarpedon to fall, his body subsequently borne home by Hypnos, sleep, and Thanatos, death. Here, the Greeks intricately wove tragedy into their theological framework. Zeus was not presented as a tyrannical figure, free to favor his children arbitrarily. He too was subservient to a higher law. The narrative thus shifts from one of divine indifference to one of divine restraint, depicting the sky god accepting inherent limitations. This theme also illuminated why prophecies invariably came to pass. When the oracle at Delphi delivered its pronouncements, it was not fabricating the future, but articulating that which was already intricately woven into the fabric of existence. Croesus of Lydia famously misinterpreted the oracle's message, believing he would destroy a powerful empire if he waged war against Persia. In reality, he brought about the destruction of his own empire. The justice of Zeus and the inevitability of fate moved in tandem, reminding mortals that destiny rarely unfolded as anticipated, but invariably unfolded nonetheless. Zeus's relationship with fate also profoundly shaped the Greeks' perception of power itself. Monarchs might boast of their vast armies, and cities might flaunt their accumulated wealth, but all were ultimately subject to the overarching dominion of destiny. This deeply ingrained belief served as a potent check on human arrogance. Even the most formidable ruler understood that their thread of life could be severed without prior warning. Zeus embodied ultimate authority, while fate embodied inescapable necessity. The former ruled with the roar of thunder, the latter with a profound silence. Together, they orchestrated a cosmos that was simultaneously ordered and imbued with an enigmatic mystique. It is important to remember that the Greeks did not conceive of fate as inherently cruel. Rather, it was impartial. A life lived briefly could be glorious, just as a long life could be fraught with tragedy. The true significance lay not in the length of the thread, but in the manner of its weaving. Achilles, for instance, was presented with a choice: a life of considerable length and quietude, or a short life filled with immense glory. He resolutely chose the latter, thereby fulfilling his fate as the preeminent warrior. Zeus did not intervene to alter his decision. He merely ensured that the chosen destiny was honored. In this manner, fate bestowed meaning, while Zeus lent it gravitas. The poets frequently emphasized Zeus's dual role, portraying him as both subject to fate and its authoritative spokesperson. Hesiod referred to him as the dispenser of fates, suggesting that while he did not originate destiny, he nonetheless orchestrated its fulfillment. In Homer's epics, Zeus might dispatch dreams, omens, or storms to guide mortals toward their predetermined paths. Fate provided the script, while Zeus acted as the director, ensuring the narrative remained on course. For mortals, this was deemed sufficient. They harbored no expectation of escaping their allotted thread of life, but placed their trust in Zeus to oversee its unfolding with a degree of stern impartiality. Philosophically, this inherent tension gained significant traction in later thought. Thinkers such as the Stoics equated Zeus with divine reason, the logos, a rational order that permeated the entire universe. In their view, fate was simply an expression of Zeus's will manifested as cosmic law. To live a virtuous life meant aligning oneself with this overarching order, accepting fate without complaint. Even if the heavens were shaken by thunder, one could find solace in the knowledge that all events transpired according to the sky, God's grand design. In this way, Zeus transcended his role as mere father of the gods to become the very principle of destiny itself. Nevertheless, the myths consistently prevented any complete forgetting of his profound frustration with fate. Repeatedly, Zeus is depicted sighing over the deaths of heroes, lamenting his inability to rescue them. These moments imbued him with a curiously human quality. For all his celestial grandeur, he too experienced sorrow. He could not shield his favored individuals from the inevitability of mortality. He possessed immense power, but he was not omnipotent. And in this very realization, the Greeks drew their god closer to themselves. He was not a mechanistic force enforcing destiny, but rather a father witnessing his children suffer, powerless to intervene and prevent their pain. This delicate balance between Zeus and fate also offered a compelling explanation for the prevalence of tragedy. The great dramatic works of Athens, penned by Aeschylus, Sophocles, and Euripides, frequently depicted characters grappling against the inexorable force of destiny. Oedipus, in his desperate attempt to evade the prophecy that he would slay his father and wed his mother, inadvertently fulfilled it. Underlying these poignant tales stood the silent, overarching presence of Zeus, who permitted the threads of fate to be fully woven. His divine justice, coupled with fate's undeniable necessity, collectively formed the profound backdrop against which human suffering unfolded. To the Greeks, tragedy was not an instance of meaningless suffering. Rather, it was the observed and permitted order of the cosmos, sanctioned by the king of the gods. Yet, there always persisted the possibility of reconciliation. To accept one's fate was, in a fundamental sense, to accept Zeus. To live a life of justice, to honor the gods, and to fulfill one's prescribed role was to align oneself with the cosmic order. In this light, Zeus and fate were not adversaries, but rather indispensable partners. One decreed what must occur, while the other ensured its execution. The Greeks did not concern themselves with whether life was equitable. Their primary inquiry was whether it was fitting. And under the vigilant gaze of Zeus, it was indeed fitting. Therefore, as this narrative segment draws to a close, visualize Zeus not with his thunderbolt poised for action, but seated in quiet contemplation, observing the threads of existence passing through the hands of the fates. He cannot sever them, nor can he extend their length, but he rigorously ensures their respect. The sky that stretches above you is not governed by arbitrariness, it is governed by law. The stars meticulously follow their celestial courses. Storms arrive and depart. lives commence and conclude. All transpire according to a pattern that predates even the King of Gods himself, who, in his majestic reign upon his throne, acknowledges his own subservience to it. If your eyelids are growing heavy, find solace in this imagery. A vast expanse of sky that is not empty but meticulously ordered. A deity who rules with formidable might, yet also with profound humility before forces that transcend his own power. Thunder may indeed rumble, but behind its impressive display lies a quiet, undeniable truth. Everything transpires as it must. Zeus may hold the title of king, but fate reigns as queen, and together they intricately weave the very fabric of existence. When the Greeks spoke of Zeus, they were never merely referring to a deity brandishing a thunderbolt. They were articulating something far more profound: authority, justice, kingship, and the very essence of the sky itself. He was the unifying figure of their mythology. His presence felt not only in sacred temples and eloquent poems, but also in the daily lives of farmers, mariners, rulers, and even children. His legacy was of immense scope, extending beyond the confines of myth into the realms of art, politics, philosophy, and broader culture. Furthermore, his influence did not cease with the Greeks. Rome eagerly adopted him, renaming him Jupiter. Under this new appellation, he became the paramount protector of their vast empire. Roman generals invoked his name in prayer before engaging in battle, and the Senate bestowed upon him the honorific title of Jupiter Optimus Maximus, signifying Jupiter, the best and greatest. His magnificent temple, situated on the Capitoline Hill, served as the vital core of Rome's religious practices. His emblematic eagle soared alongside the legions, emblazoned on standards that proclaimed the might of Rome. His potent thunderbolt appeared on coinage, a constant reminder to citizens that the empire governed under the ultimate authority of the heavens. Through the might of Rome, Zeus's legacy expanded far beyond the borders of Greece, becoming intricately woven into the legal systems, symbolic representations, and the very structure of power within the ancient world. Even after the cessation of pagan worship, Zeus's presence persisted. During the Middle Ages, he appeared in allegorical narratives and illuminated manuscripts, still identified as Jupiter. At times, he was treated as a celestial force influencing earthly affairs, and at other times, he served as a potent symbol of kingship. When the Greeks spoke of Zeus, they were never merely referring to a deity brandishing a thunderbolt. They were articulating something far more profound: authority, justice, kingship, and the very essence of the sky itself. He was the unifying figure of their mythology. His presence felt not only in sacred temples and eloquent poems, but also in the daily lives of farmers, mariners, rulers, and even children. His legacy was of immense scope, extending beyond the confines of myth into the realms of art, politics, philosophy, and broader culture. Furthermore, his influence did not cease with the Greeks. Rome eagerly adopted him, renaming him Jupiter. Under this new appellation, he became the paramount protector of their vast empire. Roman generals invoked his name in prayer before engaging in battle, and the Senate bestowed upon him the honorific title of Jupiter Optimus Maximus, signifying Jupiter, the best and greatest. His magnificent temple, situated on the Capitoline Hill, served as the vital core of Rome's religious practices. His emblematic eagle soared alongside the legions, emblazoned on standards that proclaimed the might of Rome. His potent thunderbolt appeared on coinage, a constant reminder to citizens that the empire governed under the ultimate authority of the heavens. Through the might of Rome, Zeus's legacy expanded far beyond the borders of Greece, becoming intricately woven into the legal systems, symbolic representations, and the very structure of power within the ancient world. Even after the cessation of pagan worship, Zeus's presence persisted. During the Middle Ages, he appeared in allegorical narratives and illuminated manuscripts, still identified as Jupiter. At times, he was treated as a celestial force, influencing earthly affairs, and at other times, he served as a potent symbol of kingship. Zeus's legacy originated in the profound act of worship. He was not an aloof figure who materialized solely in grand mythological accounts. Rather, he was invoked in countless small gestures of devotion. Farmers implored him as Zeus Umbrios, the bringer of essential rain, when their fields grew parched. Travelers invoked him as Zeus Xenios, the protector of guests, as they approached the dwelling of a stranger. Judges solemnly swore by him as Zeus Horkios, the guardian of sacred oaths when resolving disputes. He was also revered as Zeus Katakthonios, the protector of households, and Zeus Panhellenios, the deity worshipped by all Greeks collectively. His numerous appellations underscore the vastness of his influence, each epithet functioning like a unique facet of a singular magnificent jewel. He was not merely one deity among many. He encompassed multiple roles within the singular entity of one god. His sanctuaries mirrored this inherent diversity. At Dodona, his oracle communicated not through a sculpted effigy, but through the rustling of a sacred tree. The ancient oak's leaves whispered, the doves cooed softly, and the assembled priests interpreted these sounds as the divine voice of Zeus. Individuals would present inscribed lead tablets bearing their earnest questions. Should I embark on this particular journey? Will my child be born into health? Is this an opportune moment to sow wheat for the season? Zeus's responses were not conveyed through booming thunder, but through the gentle whispers carried on the wind. For centuries, mortals placed their unwavering trust in the leaves of an oak tree to convey the pronouncements of their sovereign. At Olympia, his worship assumed a more grand and public character. Every 4 years, the Olympic Games were meticulously organized and conducted in his esteemed honor. Athletes competed not for material wealth, but for the coveted glory of an olive wreath, a symbol sacred to him. Throughout the duration of the Games, even previously warring city-states observed a solemn truce. Rivals stood shoulder to shoulder, not as adversaries, but as fellow competitors under the omnipresent gaze of Zeus. This was not simply a display of athletic prowess. It was a deeply ingrained ritual. To run, to engage in wrestling, to hurl objects, these were all acts of profound devotion. At the very heart of the sanctuary stood Phidias's monumental statue of Zeus, shimmering with the lustrous beauty of ivory and gleaming gold. Zeus was depicted seated upon a majestic throne, radiating serenity and supreme majesty. Ancient visitors marveled that the statue was so utterly awe-inspiring that they felt they had personally encountered the god himself. While the colossal statue may no longer exist, the tradition of the Games endures, carrying with it the faint, lingering memory of Zeus. His presence was also indelibly etched into the rich tapestry of literature. Homer vividly describes him as the ultimate arbiter of war, meticulously weighing the destinies of men upon golden scales. A single, subtle nod of his head possessed the power to seal the fate of an entire city. Hesiod lauded him as the dispenser of justice, bestowing rewards upon the righteous and delivering swift punishment to the corrupt. Tragedians such as Aeschylus and Sophocles invoked him as the supreme authority, the divine entity whose immutable law underpinned every twist of human suffering. Even when he does not personally appear within the dramatic narratives, he remains an omnipresent force, akin to the sky itself, unseen yet utterly unavoidable. To discourse on justice, power, or fate within the context of ancient Greece was, whether directly or indirectly, to speak of Zeus. philosophy further propelled him into new intellectual territories. Heraclitus spoke of Zeus as the embodiment of the thunderous, unifying order that sustained the cosmos. The Stoics advanced this concept further, equating Zeus with the Logos, the inherent rational principle that permeated the entirety of the universe. In their philosophical perspective, Zeus was not merely a personified deity, but the very embodiment of cosmic law. To conduct oneself virtuously was synonymous with living in harmonious alignment with Zeus, which, in essence, meant living in accord with the cosmos itself. Even Plato, despite his reservations regarding the more mythical aspects of divine accounts, utilized Zeus as a foundational model for ideal kingship. In his work, The Laws, he envisions human rulers who, much like Zeus, must judiciously blend immense strength with unwavering justice. Within the philosophical discourse, Zeus underwent a transformation, evolving from a sky god to a cosmic principle, thereby demonstrating the remarkable adaptability of his enduring legacy. Rome enthusiastically embraced him, reintroducing him under the Latinized name of Jupiter. In this new guise, he ascended to the status of the ultimate guardian of their expansive empire. Roman generals would offer prayers to him prior to engaging in crucial battles, and the Roman Senate consistently honored him as Jupiter Optimus Maximus, signifying Jupiter as the preeminent and greatest of deities. His grand temple, prominently situated atop the Capitoline Hill, functioned as the vital, pulsating heart of Rome's religious life. His sacred eagle symbol soared proudly alongside the legions, emblazoned on standards that unequivocally proclaimed the formidable might of Rome. His thunderbolt motif appeared ubiquitously on coinage, serving as a constant visual reminder to the citizenry that the empire's dominion was sanctioned by the ultimate authority of the heavens. Through the vast reach of the Roman Empire, Zeus's legacy disseminated far beyond the geographical and cultural boundaries of Greece, becoming inextricably woven into the very fabric of Roman law, symbolic representations, and the fundamental structure of power during that era. Even in the period following the decline of pagan worship, the influence of Zeus continued to resonate. During the Middle Ages, he appeared in allegorical narratives and illustrated manuscripts, still recognized as Jupiter. In some instances, he was conceptualized as a planetary force influencing human affairs, while in others he served as a potent symbol of legitimate kingship. During the Renaissance, he experienced a revival in art. Painters depicted him clad in flowing garments, with an intense gaze in skies rent by lightning. Sculptors portrayed him with an eagle and thunderbolts. The ancient imagery was given a fresh polish. Poets invoked him as a symbol of celestial authority. Even after Christianity had long become established, he persisted, not as an object of adoration, but as a concept, an image too potent to vanish. His figure continues to linger even in contemporary times. He is reimagined in novels, rendered in fantasy art, dramatized in films, and brought to life in animated cartoons. He appears as a character in video games, a presence in comic books, and a term used in psychology to describe an archetype of paternal might. Children still encounter his myths in educational settings, perhaps chuckling at the tales of the swan and the bull, or perhaps marveling at the power of the thunderbolt. He has transitioned from a deity to be worshipped into a cultural reference point, a concise representation of authority, justice, and the very heavens. Few deities from antiquity have endured with such vigor. Zeus remains recognizable, even to individuals with scant knowledge of ancient Greece. However, his most significant legacy might reside in something more subtle, the act of looking skyward. For the ancient Greeks, the sky was a living entity. Every peal of thunder, every flash of lightning, every drifting cloud held significance. They perceived Zeus in the weather patterns, in the celestial arrangement of the stars, and in the sheer immensity of the heavens stretching endlessly above. His legacy extends beyond temples, statues, or poems. It encompasses the innate human impulse to associate the vastness of the sky with concepts of power, order, and justice. We continue to gaze upward, perhaps no longer in fear of his thunderbolts, but still filled with wonder at the boundless blue of day and the myriad stars of night. That sense of awe constitutes Zeus's most genuine inheritance. His legacy is thus multifaceted. It is spiritual, evident in his sanctuaries and sacrifices. It is cultural, manifest in games and poetry. It is philosophical, reflected in contemplation of justice and natural principles. It is political, found in ruling families who traced their legitimacy to him. It is artistic, captured in statues and paintings that conveyed his majesty. And it is emotional, experienced in humanity's response to the sky itself. Fear, wonder, gratitude, humility. While the Greeks may have shaped his image, they were giving form to something universal. The perception of an authority above us, one that was both reassuring and formidable, both personal and impersonal. As your eyes grow heavy, envision his legacy not as written words but as a vast panorama. The oak groves of Dodona rustle with ancient whispers. The stadium at Olympia resonates with the echoes of bygone races. The Capitoline Hill in Rome gleams with marble, bronze eagles perched atop it. Renaissance artists adorn vaulted ceilings with his likeness, thunder in one hand, an eagle in the other. And finally, the night sky itself unfolds above you, immense and eternal, unchanged since the Greeks first uttered his name. Zeus may no longer receive offerings of bulls and goats. His statue at Olympia may have crumbled to dust. His temples may be mere ruins. Yet the sky endures, and within the sky his presence persists. His legacy is not a single narrative, but a multitude of threads woven into humanity's perpetual quest to understand the world. He embodies thunder. He represents lore. He signifies laughter at his transformations and sorrow at his limitations. He is the progenitor whose offspring populate myth, the sovereign whose rule embodies both might and restraint. Above all, he is a reminder that when we look upward, we feel observed, judged, and in some peculiar way, cared for. So, sleep now under that same sky. Allow the stars to trace their celestial paths. Let the wind whisper through unseen branches. Let the silence extend in vastness above you. The ancient Greeks recounted tales of Zeus to elucidate these phenomena. We continue to tell his story, not out of fear of his thunder, but because we recognize in him aspects of ourselves, our yearning for justice, our reverence for power, our astonishment at the infinite dome stretching overhead. His legacy is the sky itself, eternal, immense, and replete with narratives. Prior to the pomegranate, before the descent into the underworld, before the earth split open like a maw and swallowed a maiden whole, there was serenity, a tranquil, gentle peace, the kind found in meadows overgrown with grass before the invention of lawnmowers. This is where our narrative commences, not with Hades nor with death, but with Persephone, though at that time she was simply known as Kor, the maiden, a girl of wildflowers, laughter, and unburdened steps. Her existence was entirely superficial, bathed in sunlight, surrounded by verdant life and blooming flora. It was a world devoid of shadows, or at least none profound enough to cause concern. She was the daughter of Demeter, the goddess of grain, harvest, and maternal vigilance. And like many overprotective mothers, Demeter imposed one unyielding rule: never approach boys who dwell beneath the earth. A rule that, as you will discover, would not age gracefully. Within the grand assembly of Olympian deities, Demeter was one of the elder siblings, a daughter of the titans Kronos and Rhea. She had witnessed the world's transformation under Zeus and the new divine order. While her brothers engaged in pursuits of thunder and warfare, she dedicated herself to life's quieter marvels: wheat, barley, fruits that ripened slowly under the sun. The Greeks perceived Demeter's influence wherever food was cultivated. Not in the celebratory feasts, mind you, those belonged to Dionysus and his boisterous revelries, but in the silent, stooped labor of planting, watering, and harvesting. To them, Demeter was sacred in the most fundamental gestures: a seed placed in the soil, a loaf of bread broken in half, the assurance that spring would return. And Kor, her daughter, was spring personified, the bloom following winter, the innocence preceding knowledge. If Demeter was the fertile field, Kor was the exquisite flower. It is crucial to pause here and state that Persephone did not yet know she was Persephone. Names possess power, particularly in mythology. Kor was a designation of sorts, simply meaning maiden, a title rather than an identity, a figure unformed, a potential awaiting experience. She was not yet a queen of anything. She did not govern the departed, nor did she possess a throne. She was merely a girl gathering flowers with nymphs. And frankly, if you have ever associated with nymphs, you will understand that this is rarely the setting for prudent decisions. The scene was Sicily, or sometimes Attica, or perhaps even more idyllic locations depending on the chronicler. Yet all accounts concur on the abundance of flowers, an excess of blossoms, specifically violets, crocuses, and narcissus, all blooming with unnatural brilliance. The ancient Greeks recognized this as a sign of divine intervention. Such floral extravagance did not occur without supernatural manipulation. And indeed, divine manipulation was present, for deep below, beneath the soil and stones, Hades had been observing. Now, do not recoil just yet. Hades was not the embodiment of evil. He did not twirl his mustache or cackle menacingly. In fact, the ancient Greeks did not perceive him as wicked at all. Unsmiling, yes, stern, certainly, not the sort of companion you would invite to a dinner party, but evil? Number. He was a deity of equilibrium, of finality, of covenants upheld and souls accounted for. His domain was orderly and predictable, which, within the often tumultuous Greek pantheon, was no minor achievement. Nevertheless, he was solitary. He presided over countless shades, the spirits of the deceased, but not a single companion. No wife, no queen, not even a close friend. And so, he did what many solitary individuals do in tales penned by men. He sought dating counsel from his brother Zeus. Zeus, who was hardly renowned for his wisdom in matters of love, or, for that matter, any matters beyond hurling lightning bolts, proposed his niece, Kor. This, you will note, was a rather conventional arrangement within divine lineage. Olympian family trees resemble tangled coral reefs more than actual trees, often with missing elements. Zeus granted his approval, but crucially he omitted informing Demeter. Whether through oversight, strategic calculation, or sheer timidity, he had neglected to include that pertinent detail in the family communication channel. Thus, Hades waited, and the earth, his confederate, also waited. Then, one day as Kor bent to pluck a particularly radiant narcissus, a flower later associated with mortality, the ground beneath her parted. Not with a thunderous roar or chaotic upheaval, but with a sudden silent precision, akin to a trapdoor expertly operated by a stagehand. Hades emerged in his chariot drawn by black steeds, extended his hand, and swept her away, just like that. There was no time for screams, no time for farewells, only the lingering scent of petals falling where she had stood. While this may seem dramatic, and indeed it was, for the ancient Greeks, it represented more than a mere tale of abduction. It served as a ritualistic metaphor. The earth claims what is planted. What blossoms must also wither. Spring cannot exist without descent. In essence, this was less a report of wrongdoing and more a cosmic lesson. Kor's descent marked the inception of her transformation. To enter the subterranean realm was to change, to mature, to acquire depth. Try explaining that to Demeter. Upon realizing her daughter's disappearance, Demeter embarked on a global search. Not figuratively, but literally. With torches in hand, she traversed the land by night and day. She questioned gods, mortals, winds, and rivers. She even interrogated the sun, Helios, who, being incapable of minding his own business, had witnessed everything. Eventually, she learned the truth. Her daughter had been taken by Hades with Zeus's complicity. This, understandably, was not met with acceptance. Demeter's grief was not expressed through quiet weeping or poetic laments. It was an expression of fury and profound silence, a withdrawal. She simply ceased. She withheld her blessings from the earth. Grain refused to grow, orchards withered, and fields turned to dust. Nothing could flourish without the goddess's touch. The world began to experience famine. Suddenly, the gods, who generally preferred their worshippers to remain alive, took notice. Humans had ceased making offerings. Altars stood cold, and priests murmured with unease. Cities were gripped by apprehension. Zeus, suddenly remembering his role in permitting these events, decided that a compromise might be necessary. He dispatched Hermes, the divine messenger, to the underworld with a courteously phrased message, "Return the girl, please." Meanwhile, beneath the earth, a different shift was occurring. Kor, no longer quite a girl but not yet a queen, was adapting. Hades had bestowed upon her a throne, a crown, and a significant role. She had moved among the departed, witnessed their sorrows, and absorbed their silence. She had not forgotten the sky nor her mother, but she had changed, as all individuals do when confronted with the deeper aspects of their own being. The moment of her return hinged on a single factor. Had she consumed any sustenance while in the underworld? You see, the Greeks believed that partaking of the food of the dead bound one to that realm. Most spirits did not eat, they merely drifted, mourned, and lingered in shadow. However, Persephone, yes, we can now refer to her by that name, had consumed 6 seeds from a pomegranate offered by Hades. Not a banquet, not a deliberate deception, merely 6 seeds. Just enough to signify that she could never entirely depart. Hermes delivered this news. Zeus, ever the negotiator when his own reputation was at stake, proposed a solution. Persephone would spend a portion of the year in the underworld with Hades and the remainder with her mother on earth. A seasonal arrangement, so to speak, requiring no legal counsel, only divine decree. Demeter reluctantly agreed. Hades predictably assented. And Persephone, well, she had little choice, but she had also gained something unforeseen: agency, duality, a role in both the realm of the living and the realm of the dead. Each year, when she ascends from the underworld, the world erupts into bloom. Demeter rejoices, the trees awaken, and the barley sways gently in the warm breezes. And each year, when she descends once more, the leaves fall, the fields grow quiet, and the earth slumbers. The myth, you see, was never solely about loss or marriage. It was about rhythm, about the delicate balance between growth and repose, between light and shadow. It was how the Greeks understood the passage of the seasons, but all of that is yet to unfold. For now, the earth is still cracking open, the steeds are still galloping, and the maiden Kor is descending into a kingdom she does not know. into a story that will resonate for millennia. Sleep now. Let the river Styx flow quietly past. Let the mists of the asphodel fields swirl like dreams. Let Cerberus rest at the gates, one head snoring, one partially alert and the other dreaming of bones. The king of the underworld remains seated, his bident at rest, and though all things eventually fade, he endures. It began, as such events often do, with a flower. Not just any bloom, mind you, this was a narcissus. Not the variety admired by vain young men gazing into reflective pools, but one that seemed out of place. It was too vibrant for the season, too perfectly symmetrical, and its fragrance suggested supernatural influence. It emerged in the center of an otherwise ordinary meadow, as if planted by fate itself, an afterthought of destiny. Hades does not make a thunderous entrance into the narrative. There are no fiery arrivals, no chaos, no storm clouds billowing from behind his throne. If anything, his presence is more akin to a cool draft slipping beneath a doorway, always present, rarely acknowledged. Yet he was perpetually there, observing, awaiting, and, as the Greeks believed, meticulously maintaining order. He was not a villain nor a monster, but a god of balance. Let us commence properly. When the Titan Cronus, in an effort to prevent his own overthrow, swallowed his children, as is customary, he inadvertently established a legend. Hades, his third son, was consumed whole, along with his siblings Hestia, Hera, Demeter, and Poseidon. It was Zeus, the youngest, who ultimately compelled Cronus to disgorge them, and who led the charge in the great conflict known as the Titanomachy. Following the defeat of the Titans, the brothers drew lots to divide the cosmos. Zeus claimed the sky, Poseidon received the sea, and Hades, through chance or destiny, was allocated the underworld. It was not a punishment, though many have assumed so. It was a necessary realm, as ancient as the stars and twice as profound. Hades embraced his role without complaint. While Zeus hurled thunderbolts and Poseidon stirred tempests, Hades descended into his tranquil kingdom. There was work to be done, after all. Death, unlike Olympus, did not wait, and certainly did not engage in gossip. The Greeks did not refer to it as hell. That was a later construct. To them, the realm of Hades was simply the destination for all mortals upon death. A vast, shadowed expanse beneath the earth, demarcated by rivers governed by specific principles. It was named Hades, mirroring the god himself, a fact that led to considerable confusion in subsequent storytelling. However, the Greeks, ever practical, employed several names for it. Erebus, the place of darkness; Aidoneus, the unseen realm, or simply the house of Hades. It was not inherently a place of punishment, but rather of continuation. To enter the underworld, souls were required to cross a river. Not just any river, of course. There were 5 distinct rivers in total. Styx, the river of oaths, black and binding; Lethe, the river of forgetfulness, for those wishing to shed their mortal memories; Acheron, the river of pain; Pyriphlegethon, a river of fire, though its currents were seldom navigated for obvious reasons; and Cocytus, the river of wailing. And there, on the banks of one of these rivers, typically the Styx, waited Charon, the ferryman. Now, Charon was not particularly amicable. He was not prone to lengthy conversations, but he was dependable. With a long beard and an even longer oar, he ferried the departed across, one coin at a time. The obol, the fare, was placed in the mouth or upon the eyes of the deceased during burial. No coin, no passage. One would be condemned to wander the shores, an unpleasant fate even for the dead. Once across the river, the soul approached the gates of the underworld, guarded by a rather enthusiastic creature. Cerberus, the 3-headed dog. Loyal, watchful, and utterly committed to its no-exits policy. Each of Cerberus's heads, the poets suggest, could perceive a different truth, the past, the present, and the future. Although his disposition towards belly rubs remains undocumented, few dared to attempt stroking him, and even fewer tried to bypass him. Within the underworld proper, the dead presented themselves before three judges: Minos, once the king of Crete; Rhadamanthus, renowned for his fairness; and Aeacus, the guardian of the keys. They would meticulously assess the life of each soul. Good deeds, transgressions, sacrifices offered, oaths broken, all were meticulously tallied. From there, the soul would be assigned its eternal dwelling. Broadly speaking, there were three potential destinations: the Asphodel Meadows, a sort of neutral territory where most souls drifted passively, experiencing neither punishment nor reward, merely a placid boredom; the Elysian Fields, a paradise reserved for the virtuous, the heroic, and those favored by the poets; and Tartarus, a shadowy abyss for the wicked, or, more commonly, for those who had incurred the displeasure of Zeus. It is noteworthy that the average soul did not ascend to heaven or descend to hell. They entered the Asphodel Meadows, where they wandered through mist and silence, recalling figs and contemplating why no one left offerings anymore. All of this constituted Hades' dominion. He did not judge the dead. He did not castigate or commend. He merely ensured their continued presence once they entered, that order was maintained, and that laws, whether divine or mortal, were observed. In essence, Hades served as the administrator of the afterlife, and he discharged his duties with utmost seriousness. Unlike his brothers, Hades did not flit about the mortal world engaging in illicit affairs. He rarely left his throne. He did not meddle in wars or court nymphs disguised as cattle. Instead, he governed quietly. He received offerings, the burnt remains of black animals, libations poured out, the occasional wreath cast into a chasm. Few temples were erected in his honor, but those that did exist were solemn and deeply respected. He was not beloved, but he was revered. Hades was frequently depicted as a dark-haired man with a full beard, a stern countenance, enthroned upon black stone. His symbols included the bidens, a two-pronged spear, not quite a trident, but no less formidable. He also possessed the helm of invisibility, forged by the Cyclopes, which he had once employed to outmaneuver the Titans during the war, and eventually a pomegranate, though that detail emerges later. He was known as Adonis, the unseen one, and Pluton, the wealthy one, not in terms of gold, but in souls. He was also called Chthonius Zeus, the Zeus from below, names that alluded to a power devoid of thunder, an authority without spectacle. Hades also had subjects not solely the departed, but deities and spirits unique to his realm: Thanatos, the god of death; Hypnos, the god of sleep, quietly lurking nearby, undoubtedly paying attention; the Erinyes, or Furies, spirits of retribution; Hecate, goddess of witchcraft and crossroads, who moved freely between realms; and of course, Persephone, although her arrival had not yet occurred. The underworld, prior to her presence, was complete, but lacked vitality. Some described it as barren, others as illuminated by silver light, eerily beautiful, a place where time drifted like fog and memory became more tangible than flesh. And there, at its very core, Hades ruled not with cruelty nor with affection, but with a solemn reverence for the natural order of things. He was not the harbinger of death. He simply received it. And in this the Greeks found a measure of solace. Unlike other deities, Hades did not demand adoration. He did not succumb to jealousy, nor did he strike from the heavens. He simply awaited, as all endings await. Now, one must not mistake his stillness for a lack of emotion. When Persephone arrived, when the earth opened and the maiden descended, Hades did not gloat or boast. He elevated her to queenship, offered her a throne beside his own, bestowed upon her power, ritual, and dominion, and shared with her the burden of rulership. It was not romance as modern narratives often portray it, but rather profound reverence. Hades respected the sacred, and in Persephone he perceived the sacred revealed. Nevertheless, it was an unconventional union. Even the other gods were taken aback. Sunlight above, shadows below, spring intertwined with stillness. It was not love as mortals understood it, but it possessed a strength greater than mere possession. It was absolute. And so, from that moment forward, Hades ruled not in solitude, but with a consort, one who would bring balance not only to his realm, but also to the world above. With her arrival, his kingdom transformed, perhaps becoming gentler, certainly more defined. And when she departed, he waited. When she returned, he welcomed her without reservation. He understood cycles. He governed them. Sleep now. Let the river Styx flow silently onward. Let the mists of the asphodel meadows swirl like nascent dreams. Let Cerberus recline at the gates, one head slumbering, one half vigilant, and the other dreaming of gnawed bones. The king of the underworld remained seated, his bitant at rest. And though all things eventually pass, he endures. It commenced, as is often the case with significant events, with a flower. Not just any bloom, mind you, this was a narcissus. Not the kind admired by vain young men as they lean over reflective surfaces, but one that seemed utterly out of place. It was too vibrant for the prevailing season, its symmetry too perfect, its fragrance carrying a hint of unnatural influence. It grew in the center of an otherwise unremarkable meadow, as if planted by destiny, a deliberate afterthought of fate. It should have been a solemn premonition, yet Kore, daughter of Demeter, had not yet cultivated a disposition for wariness. She was not yet Persephone, empress of the netherworld. She remained the maiden, the one who gathered blossoms, the youthful spirit of springtime. She had risen before dawn that morning, a habit she often indulged when the grass was still heavy with dew, and the air vibrated with the melodies of birds. Her companions, the Oceanids, those graceful spirits of the sea and flowing water, flitted around her like capricious butterflies, their arms adorned with woven baskets. Their joyous exclamations cascaded through the valley, reminiscent of wind chimes in a sacred sanctuary. They stooped to gather crocuses, cinnamoi, irises, all the familiar flora. And then, Kore's gaze fell upon the narcissus. It stood slightly apart, as if in anticipation. She stepped towards it, her basket dangling from her arm, her robes brushing against the damp earth, and the ground yielded. It did not rupture with a violent, cataclysmic tear. There were no jagged fissures stretching towards the heavens, no shrieks of despair or pronouncements of doom. The Greeks, with their keen appreciation for symbolic resonance, favored a more understated unveiling. The earth simply parted with a deliberate grace, as if a portal had been meticulously unlatched. From this opening emerged a chariot, its darkness akin to obsidian, drawn by 4 ebony steeds whose hooves whispered against the stone, and whose breath plumed white in the nascent morning light. At the reins sat Hades, sovereign of the underworld. He bore no monstrous aspect. No horns adorned his brow, no fiery malevolence burned in his eyes. He exuded an aura of profound solemnity, a serene composure, like an ancient decree etched into enduring stone. He was a deity of order, not of disarray, and he extended his hand towards her. Some accounts maintain he seized her, while others suggest she offered little resistance, hesitating only slightly, her hand trembling, but not recoiling. Whatever the precise truth, Kor vanished, drawn into the chariot. The earth sealed itself behind her with a sigh, leaving only a scattering of delicate petals. The meadow fell into a profound silence. The narcissus remained, a solitary sentinel. What transpired thereafter is subject to varied interpretations. To some, this was an act of forceful abduction. To others, it marked an initiation. The ancient Hellenes often conflated the boundaries between marital union and forceful acquisition. Indeed, numerous wedding ceremonies involved the symbolic removal of the bride from her paternal dwelling, a ritualistic abduction that mirrored the divine precedent. In this light, Kor's descent was not solely a transgression but a rite of passage. Back on the sunlit realm, Demeter sensed an unsettling void. "My daughter," she called out, her voice tinged with concern. "Kor?" No response echoed. She questioned the nymphs who wrung their hands, their gazes averted. She scoured the fields, the mountains, the coastlines. Clasping torches in both hands, she journeyed through the night, cloaked in the guise of an elderly woman. The goddess of the harvest transformed into a sorrowing wanderer, petitioning doorways and interrogating the wind. Days bled into weeks, then months, and the world began to transform. Demeter's absence from Olympus went largely unnoticed. The gods, prone to their eccentricities, rarely concerned themselves with such matters. However, mortals began to perceive a far more dire alteration. The crops ceased their growth. The earth hardened to an unforgiving crust. Fruits withered on their branches. The fields lay desolate. Winter, not as a seasonal shift but as a direct consequence, descended. Temples emptied. Sacrifices dwindled and ceased. Humanity, facing the stark reality of starvation, possessed no energy left for supplication. A disquiet settled upon the divine assembly. Mortals were their vital source, the architects of their temples, the weavers of hymns. If humanity perished, so too would their influence wane. Zeus, as is often his way, had played a part in this unfolding crisis. He had, it seems, tacitly sanctioned Hades' appropriation of Kor, a discreet arrangement between siblings, a convenient method for a daughter's betrothal without the customary societal complexities. Now, however, he deeply regretted his acquiescence. With the world withering and Demeter unyielding, he dispatched Hermes, the swift, sagacious messenger, to broker a resolution. Down into the underworld the messenger descended, passing the shadowy portals, evading the formidable vigilance of Cerberus, traversing corridors lined with the silent remnants of bone. There, within the very heart of Hades' domain, sat Kor. Yet, she was no longer merely Kor. She had undergone a profound transformation. The underworld possesses such a power. It does not corrupt, but rather it illuminates. Within its depths, masks are shed, pretenses decay. What endures is the fundamental essence, and what persisted within her was an unyielding strength. Hades had bestowed upon her a throne, a dominion, and a new appellation. He treated her not as a captive, but as a sovereign consort. He granted her authority, presenting her with a coronet of jet and garnet, and in return she infused the shadows with the vivacity of spring, her very presence softening the stark edges of mortality. She was no longer a mere gatherer of flowers. She had become a ruler. When Hermes arrived, she did not rise with haste, nor did she lament. She listened intently. The message conveyed was stark. Return, lest the world above perish. Her reply was equally resolute. She would depart. Yet, as she prepared to ascend, a complication materialized, quite literally. Hades inquired, his voice softer than usual, whether she had partaken of any sustenance during her sojourn. She paused, then admitted she had. a handful of pomegranate seeds, precisely 6. In the ancient Greek worldview, this was a matter of no small consequence. Consuming the fare of the departed symbolically, ritually, eternally bound one to that realm. Why had she eaten them? Scholars engage in much debate. Some posit that Hades ensnared her. Others believe it was an accidental lapse. Still others, and these tend to be the most reticent voices, suspect she acted intentionally, ensuring her own eventual return. Regardless of the ultimate truth, a compromise was forged. Persephone would divide her time, residing part of the year above with her mother and part below with her husband. 6 months of burgeoning life, 6 months of somnolent repose. Thus, the seasons were divinely ordained. But let us momentarily revisit the young woman in the tranquil meadow. When Kore reached for that particular bloom, she was not merely initiating a myth, she was performing a sacred ritual. The Greeks regarded this narrative not merely as a form of entertainment, but as a profound lesson. Within the Eleusinian Mysteries, a series of clandestine ceremonies held outside the ancient city of Athens, initiates were instructed in the saga of Demeter and Persephone as an unassailable truth. What transpired during these rites remains shrouded in secrecy. The participants bound themselves with solemn vows, and remarkably they upheld their oaths. However, the underlying purpose was readily apparent: to comprehend death not as a finality, but as a journey. Persephone served as the guiding figure, the maiden who descended into the depths and returned, transformed indeed, but not lost. She imparted the wisdom that descent is not invariably synonymous with defeat, that darkness can be navigated and survived, and that metamorphosis, though often accompanied by pain, can ultimately be divine. Even in the present day, her appellation persists: Persephone, she who ushers in destruction, or perhaps she who illuminates the way through shadow, a paradox enshrined within a regal adornment. She embodies both spring and the encroaching gloom, the delicate flower and the ruling queen, the finality of death and the promise of renewal. It is in the most quiescent moments of the myth that we uncover its most penetrating insights. Envision Persephone seated upon her throne, her fingertips stained crimson from the pomegranate seeds. Envision Demeter pressing seeds into the parched furrows of a frozen field. Envision Hermes traversing the ethereal boundary between worlds, his lips pursed in a silent whistle. Even Hades, solitary upon his obsidian dais, holding both profound affection and enduring silence in his hands. This was far more than a simple account of an abduction. It was a cartographical guide, a roadmap for navigating the subterranean realms of existence. We all, at some point, descend into sorrow, into uncertainty, into the crucible of change. What truly matters is the manner of our return, and indeed, whether we return at all. Persephone did. Each spring, the earth bears witness. The nascent buds unfurl. The wheat begins its upward surge. The narcissus blooms anew, suspiciously early, and Demeter, for a fleeting period, finds solace. For this narrative is not a tragedy, it is a cycle, a rhythm. It offers, in its own peculiar fashion, a profound comfort. The Greeks possessed an understanding that we, in our modern haste, tend to forget. That even the gods must traverse periods of darkness. That descent does not signify abandonment, that rebirth necessitates loss, and that sometimes the demarcation between maiden and monarch is drawn in the quietude of seeds and silence. Rest now. Allow the fields to settle into their repose. Permit the earth to find its stillness. Let the horses gallop unhindered beneath the soil. Allow the goddess to turn her gaze towards the sun. She will descend once more, but not today. Today she walks, and the world unfurls in vibrant life in her wake. The day Persephone vanished, the world began to lose its vibrancy, its hues fading. It was not an abrupt transformation, nor a dramatic unraveling, but a subtle attenuation. The verdant hue of the grass held less brilliance. The blossoms, those generous offerings from Demeter's benevolent spirit, seemed to droop, as if questioning their very purpose. Somewhere, a harvest failed with quiet finality. Somewhere else, another followed, and then another. The earth's intrinsic rhythm was faltering, yet it would take days for mortals to perceive this shift, and even longer for the gods to begin to feel a sense of unease. Demeter, however, noticed immediately. She always did. She sensed it, not through her divine perceptions, but through that ancient, inexplicable intuition that defines a mother's knowledge. She felt it in the very air when Kore was not where she ought to be, when no whisper of her footsteps resonated through the meadows. The girl's laughter no longer danced across the olive groves. Something had profoundly gone awry. The gods, in their characteristic detachment, remained silent. Demeter waited, anticipating a response that never came. Consequently, she descended into the mortal realm, not as a celestial being upon radiant clouds, but in disguise, shrouded in an all-consuming grief. Her bare feet trod upon the same soil that farmers tilled and children played upon, and it no longer responded to her divine presence. It remained resolutely silent. The wind did not offer obeisance. The wheat did not bend in curiosity. The ground itself seemed sullen, hoarding its secrets. For 9 consecutive days she wandered. No sustenance passed her lips, no respite graced her eyes. She carried torches, one in each hand, moving through the twilight and the dawn as if time itself had lost all meaning. She meticulously searched valleys, haunted orchards, cried out to rivers and trees, even imploring the wind, "Where is my daughter?" But the world offered no reply. The world knew, and it maintained its profound silence. Certain accounts suggest she encountered Hecate, the goddess of crossroads and liminal spaces, and together they sought clarity from Helios, the sun god. And the sun, ever vigilant, reluctantly revealed the truth. It was Hades, the ruler of the underworld, who had taken Persephone, with the tacit approval of Zeus. The sky had essentially bartered the bounty of spring for the darkness that lay beneath the earth. Upon learning this, Demeter's reaction was not one of fiery rage or tempestuous fury. Her wrath manifested as a colder, more profound withdrawal. She turned inward, and the earth, in its sympathetic response, followed suit. She journeyed to Eleusis, a modest settlement situated near the Aegean coast, a humble locale populated by farmers and wells, possessing no overtly divine characteristics. There, she took her seat beside a well, assuming the guise of an elderly woman. She introduced herself as Do. Her face was veiled, her posture conveying deep weariness, yet, even concealed beneath her mantle of sorrow, she attracted attention. The daughters of the local king, Celeus, discovered her there and, moved by compassion, extended an invitation into their home. Within their dwelling, Do was appointed nursemaid to the king's infant son, Demophoon. She cherished him with a devotion that only one who had experienced profound loss could possess. Driven by her grief, she resolved to render him immortal, not out of arrogance or a desire to meddle in mortal affairs, but as an expression of her anguish. Her method, however, was decidedly unconventional. Each night, she would anoint the infant with ambrosia, the sacred sustenance of the gods, and then place him within the hearth's embrace, akin to tempering steel. Fire, in her understanding, would purge his mortality, bestowing upon him strength, purity, and an eternal existence. On the very night when her ritual was nearly complete, the queen entered the chamber. The sight of her child enveloped in flames provoked the predictable reaction. Screams, sheer panic and accusations. Startled from her sacred task, Demeter rose, revealing her true divine form. The veil slipped away, her being blazed with a golden, terrible radiance, and the palace walls trembled with the force of her voice. She declared her identity and commanded that they erect a temple in her honor, and so they complied. Demeter took up residence within this newly constructed temple, resolutely withholding her benevolent influence from the world. This was her profound protest. No wheat sprouted, no barley ripened, no olive tree yielded its fruit. The vines shriveled, and the soil cracked into arid fissures. The rivers receded, settling into a brooding silence. Animals, sensing the encroaching famine, grew gaunt and scattered. Offerings to the gods ceased altogether. Altars stood cold and desolate. The temples of Olympus, once fragrant with the scent of incense and filled with joyful song, gradually fell silent. Humanity, stripped of its bounty, had nothing left to offer. The gods, at last, took notice. Zeus, deeply perturbed, dispatched emissaries. Iris, swift and luminous, carried words of comfort and propositions for negotiation. Demeter, however, remained unmoved. Hermes, ever the eloquent messenger, followed suit. Still, she refused, vowing not to restore the earth to its natural rhythm until her daughter was returned to her. It became undeniably clear to all the deities that this was not merely a display of maternal distress. This was the world grinding to an absolute halt. Demeter held the very heartbeat of the land in her hands, and she had deliberately placed her hand over its pulse. Unless Kor was returned, mortals would face extinction. And if mortals ceased to exist, who would then tend the sacred altars? Who would offer worship to the gods? Zeus, with considerable reluctance, relented. He dispatched Hermes to the underworld with the express purpose of retrieving Persephone. Meanwhile, Persephone herself had undergone a significant metamorphosis. Within those shadowy halls, a profound change had taken root within her. She moved through the corridors with a measured, deliberate gait. She sat beside Hades in quiet contemplation, at times conversing, at other times maintaining a contemplative silence. She had partaken of the pomegranate seeds, not from hunger, nor from defiance, but from a more subtle impulse. Perhaps it was curiosity, or perhaps it was a nascent acceptance. She consumed 6 seeds. They were small, crimson, glistening like garnets, and they burst between her teeth with the exquisite taste of inevitability. In the underworld, sustenance is never merely food. To eat is to remain. To taste is to belong. Such was the unwritten law. When Hermes arrived, Persephone rose to greet him. Her steps echoed softly within the stone chamber. A smile played upon her lips, but it was a smile imbued with thoughtfulness. She understood the reason for his presence. Hades stood beside her. He spoke few words. He did not implore. He simply stated that Persephone had consumed of his realm, that she was no longer a mere visitor but an integral part of it. A compromise was consequently reached, a division of time. For 6 months of the year, Persephone would dwell in the radiant light alongside her mother, and for the remaining 6 months she would return to the shadows to preside as queen beside Hades. This arrangement was not a punishment but a carefully crafted balance. Upon Persephone's return to the sunlit surface, Demeter rushed to embrace her. Their reunion was far from subdued. The very ground itself burst into bloom. Trees erupted into a cascade of leaves. Rivers swelled with revitalized currents. Birds sang with unrestrained joy. Grains pushed through the earth as if propelled by sheer elation. However, when Demeter learned of the pomegranate seeds, her elation diminished slightly. This meant a separation would occur year after year. Spring and summer would be hers to cherish, while autumn and winter would claim her daughter. The wheel of time would continue to turn. The earth would experience cycles of slumber and awakening, driven by the rhythm of a mother's sorrow and a daughter's inevitable return. This, the ancients declared, is how the seasons came to be. It was not merely an agricultural myth, but an embodiment of emotional truth. Loss is cyclical, absence returns. Grief, once planted, does not simply vanish. It transforms its guise, becoming ritual, becoming the very fabric of the weather. In Eleusis, where Demeter had endured her profound mourning, a new tradition began, the Eleusinian Mysteries. A sacred rite, a festival dedicated to commemorating the descent and subsequent return of Persephone. Those who participated in these mysteries were promised a deeper, more profound understanding of both life and death. They underwent periods of fasting, embarked on torchlit processions from Athens to Eleusis, exchanged whispered secrets, passed hallowed objects, and partook of sacred brews, witnessing phenomena that defied written description. The precise details of these rites were never fully divulged. Not a single time in the countless centuries they persisted. Even Roman emperors and Christian polemicists failed to penetrate their secrecy. Yet this much we know. Those who emerged from the embrace of the mysteries no longer harbored a fear of death. To comprehend Demeter's sorrow and Persephone's eventual return was to grasp something eternal, a rhythm that transcended gravestones and epitaphs, a rhythm that whispered, "Nothing is truly lost forever." Within this myth, Demeter transcends her role as solely the goddess of the crops. She becomes the embodiment of patient waiting, of enduring mourning, of the empty chairs at the table, of rooms that have fallen silent. She is the guardian of grief, and in this capacity she offers a solace perhaps more profound than any other. She does not demand perpetual cheerfulness, nor does she offer facile reassurances. She waits, and in her patient waiting, the earth finds its ultimate meaning. Persephone, too, undergoes a profound transformation. No longer merely Kore, the innocent maiden, she is now a queen. Her sovereignty is not conferred by a crown, but earned through her transformative journey. She has ventured into realms where few would willingly tread and has, against all odds, returned. This is the source of her power. She is not the helpless daughter of the earlier tale. She is the vital conduit, the bridge connecting the realms above and below. She represents descent and return, the poignant ache of loss and the profound joy of reunion, the stillness of repose and the relentless march of motion. The myth endures because it resonates with a fundamental truth inherent in the human experience. It acknowledges that love, even divine love, cannot entirely shield us from the inevitable presence of loss. It recognizes that there exists a season for burgeoning growth and a season for descending into the earth's embrace. It underscores the necessity for each of us, at some juncture, to partake of the pomegranate seeds, and to learn to exist harmoniously in more than one world. And so, the world languishes, and then revives. The fields lie barren and then flourish. The cosmic wheel continues its ceaseless rotation. The sun inclines in its celestial path. The profound silence of winter gives way to the gentle whisper of spring. Even now, if you listen intently, you can discern it. The delicate rustle of stalks breaking through the pristine snow. The soft sigh of Demeter, vigilantly watching the deserted road. The faint echo of a torchlight procession, making its way back towards the surface world. Sleep now, not with the finality of the departed, but with the peaceful certainty of Persephone, knowing that you shall return, that the darkness is not an ultimate end, but an integral part of the grand design. Even beneath the earth's surface, life continues to stir, and if, tonight, you dream of flickering torchlight and vibrant flowers, of golden grain and unyielding stone, know that you have traversed a path trodden by countless souls for millennia, moving slowly, steadily, in hushed silence, and always, always finding your way back home. Imagine a realm concealed beneath your very feet, a domain shrouded in darkness, profound stillness and immense expanse, a world devoid of wind or shifting weather, where rivers meander in silent flow and stones absorb the passage of time as if ink were being absorbed by parchment. This is the domain of the underworld, the dominion of Hades, and it is within this shadowed kingdom that Persephone, once known as the Maiden, must now forge her existence. We have witnessed her precipitous descent into this somber realm, orchestrated by her mother's deep grief and her husband's unyielding will. We have heard the tale of her consumption of the pomegranate seeds, an act that irrevocably bound her fate to the enduring darkness. Now, let us step within the hallowed halls of Hades' abode and traverse its silent corridors alongside her. Persephone's initial moments beneath the earth were marked by a profound sense of disorientation. One moment she stood beneath a sky laden with blossoms. The next, she plummeted through an unfathomable darkness, into a stillness so absolute it seemed to absorb even the very concept of sound. When consciousness returned, she found herself within a vast hall constructed of black marble, its towering columns ascending into unseen shadows. The air was cool, yet not chilling. It evoked the sensation of standing near a river on a moonless night, enveloped in a calm, subdued depth. The faint luminescence of torchlight shimmered off the polished stone, illuminating silent corridors that extended like intricate veins deep into the earth. In that moment, she fully grasped the profound otherness of this place. There were no birdsong melodies, no rustling leaves touched by wind, no dancing interplay of sunlight and shadow. Instead, there was an almost living hush, a quietude that pressed gently against her ears and seemed to hold her very thoughts captive. Hades did not greet her with any fanfare or ceremony. He stood within the hall, a figure of quiet composure as she emerged from her descent. His cloak was as dark as a tempestuous night, his expression reserved, though not hostile. A subtle sadness resided in his eyes, yet it was underscored by an unwavering firmness. He offered her a seat upon a throne, meticulously carved from onyx. The seat's back was high and rigidly straight, its arms cool beneath her touch. There were no plush cushions for comfort here. This was, after all, a place of solemnity. In that austere moment he uttered a name, a breath of air passing between them, a silent acknowledgement. He was her husband. She was his queen. A pact had been solidified. He perceived not a frightened girl, but someone who had shared food from his table. Someone inextricably bound to this realm, yet not yet fully integrated. She possessed a measure of power here, but she also carried the burden of absence, for she could no longer lay claim to either kingdom in its entirety. Hades guided her through the underworld, beginning with the Hall of Judgment, where shades awaited their fate. Some moved along in silent contemplation. Others murmured softly to one another, perhaps exchanging tidbits of news regarding life's deceptions. Still more drifted like formless memories, devoid of faces or names. They stood before the judges, Minos, Rhadamanthus, and Iacchus, figures stern but not cruel. If they harbored any concerns about precision, it manifested only in subtle ways. A slight furrow of the brow, a thoughtful tilt of the head, a solemn nod of acquiescence. Persephone observed, a tremor of unease rippling through her. The dead were not truly alive, yet they possessed a palpable presence, far more tangible than her own had been. Gradually, she began to comprehend that this realm was not a prison, but rather an afterlife composed of shapes and lingering memories. There were no vibrant flowers, but instead, echoes. No joyous laughter, but the quiet resonance of recollection. No tempests, but the inescapable certainty of fate. Hades then revealed to her the underworld's rivers. Though few in number, their symbolic implications were vast. The Styx, upon whose banks oaths were irrevocably sealed. Its black waters flowed with a perpetual, shimmering luminescence under the torchlight. Hades informed her that no vow made upon its sacred banks could ever be broken, not even by the gods themselves. The Lethe, the river of forgetfulness. Certain souls, he conveyed, traversed the passages to shed their earthly recollections, though the majority clung to their memories as if they were the sole testament to their existence. Aaron, a stream of anguish and regret. It was quiet now, yet perceptible within one's very core as a subdued, sorrowful flow. Phlegethon, a river of intense heat. It was not for those who ventured through its waters, but for individuals whose transgressions ran so deep that even the echoes of their lives could not reach them. Casitas, the stream of despair, where specters wept in absolute silence, their tears coalescing into reflections of regret. Persephone stood on each bank, immersing a digit, feeling the palpable truth of each waterway imprint itself upon her awareness. These were not deterrents. They were chronicles. At the gateway to more profound passages, she encountered Cerberus, the tri-headed canine. It was reclining in slumber across the entryway, its heads resting upon its forepaws, one orb of sight half open, another fully closed, and the third lazily blinking. It posed no menace to her. It simply emitted a low exhalation, a resonant murmur that reverberated through the corridor. 3 visages, 3 perspectives, the past, the present, and the future, or perhaps memory, obligation, and destiny. Persephone paused, extending a gentle hand to caress the fur of one of its heads. The creature stirred, took a sniff, and then succumbed once more to slumber. Beyond this point, no further impediments existed. The beast served not as a jailer of the imprisoned, but as a custodian of order. It was at this juncture that she grasped the principle that the confines within the netherworld were established not to retain her, but to safeguard against the intrusion of disarray. She began to apprehend that imposition of limits was not an act of cruelty, but a mechanism for establishing equilibrium. On a particular evening, Hades extended an invitation for her to partake in a meal, not of extravagant fare, but to share in the quotidian rites of governance. A polished marble table was prepared, each place setting adorned with unpretentious silverware. Wine was decanted, dark, potent, and possessing a subtle sweetness. Bread was offered, substantial and unembellished. Olives, figs preserved in honey, and small vessels containing barley steeped with herbs accompanied the meal. Initially, no discourse ensued. They occupied opposite sides of the table, each absorbed in their individual contemplations. Within the prevailing silence, Hades articulated, "This marks your inaugural feast as my consort." The deceased no longer partake in sustenance, yet the living must. She presented him with a kernel from a pomegranate, its twin halves representing the realms above and below. He politely declined, but turned the kernel over in his palm, a wordless emblem of their shared responsibilities. They commenced their meal. She found the flavor remarkably grounding in its rustic simplicity. It possessed neither overt sweetness nor bitterness, but rather a serene, authentic quality. There, within that tranquil hall beneath the earth, she recognized that the essence of the experience was not solely about being taken, but equally about being selected. In due course, Persephone commenced the execution of her own rituals. She traversed the passageways daily, pausing before modest altars dedicated to Hecate, the Furies, and the entrances to Tartarus. Following her morning sojourns to the surface, she poured libations of wine, water, and honey. Each observance served as a declaration. I recall, I honor, I accept. She delicately scattered black poppy petals upon the floor, arranged in small dishes at each altar, a symbol of repose and the inevitable cessation of existence, allowing them to disperse in intricate formations. The poppy served as a memento of resilience, of tranquility, and of the essential quietude that accompanies conclusions. In the dimly lit environment illuminated by torches, her form was mirrored in the polished obsidian, exuding an aura of quietude, composure, and transformative regality. It was not long before spectral entities began to approach her, seeking either judgment or consolation. A mother whose child had been taken prematurely, a scholar whose accumulated knowledge had faded into obscurity, a warrior who perceived no valor in his demise. They knelt before her. She listened attentively. She offered words of gentle reassurance. The spirits referred to her as Queen Pesvanani, their voices ethereal, echoing like a breeze through deserted halls. She accepted each plea, extending understanding, not precisely commiseration, but a tangible presence. Hades, observing from his position, did not appear diminished in his authority by these interactions. He watched with silent observation. Periodically he would interject, reminding them, justice, not sentimentality. The convergence of their distinct qualities, stillness and remembrance, order and compassion, shaped their shared governance. Pesvani's arrival did not temper Hades. It rendered him whole. Weeks transitioned into months. The celestial seasons unfolded above, their passage registered in her absence and eventual return. She spent half of each year on the terrestrial plane, during the spring and summer months, engaging in song with Data, tending to the barley fields, and allowing blossoms to unfurl around her attire. The remaining half was spent in the subterranean realm, during autumn and winter, seated alongside Hades, rendering judgments, lending an ear, and upholding the boundaries and order of his domain. The underworld did not bestow upon her the conventional joys of existence, but it provided her with a profound sense of purpose, an avenue for deeper comprehension, and the discovery of a more profound aspect of her own being. As she matured into her designated role, a sovereign of the nocturnal realm, her outward appearance underwent a transformation. Her vestments were now adorned with silver trim, and her floral coronet was replaced by a circlet of obsidian. Her laughter, though perhaps more subdued and reserved for private moments, remained a distinct presence. Now, as we approach the very edge of slumber, we perceive Pesvani not as a maiden lost, nor as a captive, nor as a figure of tragic circumstance. We recognize her as a mediator, an entity who occupies the space between disparate worlds, one who retains the recollection of both sunlight and shadow. Within the abode of Hades, her significance transcends that of a mere queen. She represents a sacred compact, a living testament to the proposition that life and death need not exist as adversaries, but rather as collaborators within a grander cosmic design. She has inextricably linked herself to the dominion of darkness, yet, in doing so, she has come to comprehend its intrinsic purpose. She has savored the essence of what lies below, yet her roots remain firmly anchored above. Within this delicate equilibrium resides the true core of her narrative. Sleep now, dear listener. Envision the faint resonance of footsteps echoing within a hall of marble. A soft illumination emanates from a torch, never a blazing intensity. Visualize a queen seated not amidst opulence, but in quiet command, presiding over a dominion that persists, not through clamor, but through a profound, unhurried resilience. For it is solely by venturing into the underworld that we can truly grasp the full magnitude of our earthly sojourn. In the tapestry of tales, It is invariably a minor occurrence that irrevocably alters the course of events. A whispered word out of place, a carelessly dropped missive, a forgotten vow, or, in this particular instance, a single seed from a pomegranate. Not even an entire fruit, mind you, merely 6 of its glistening crimson seeds. That was all that was required to redirect the destinies of both deities and mortals. They were succulent, dual-flavored morsels, possessing a subtle tang, an unusual fragrance, and an abundance of vibrant color, carrying immense consequence. And when Pesfaneni consumed them, whether through inadvertence, inquisitiveness, or a quiet resolve, she enacted something that even the gods could not annul. To comprehend the significance of such a minute action binding a goddess, one must first understand the profound importance attributed to food in the ancient world, not solely for the sustenance of the living, but also for the appeasement of the deceased. The act of eating was never merely about nourishment, it was a profound declaration. To consume food in a particular place was to implicitly accept its governing principles. To partake in shared bread was to forge a bond of trust. To take a bite was in essence to endorse a covenant, particularly within the dominion of Hades. In the mortal realm, guests were afforded protection under the established laws of hospitality. Zeus himself oversaw such matters. To provide sustenance to an individual was to integrate them into one's own household, even if only for a fleeting moment. Within the underworld, this custom acquired an even more binding character. There was no casual sampling of fare in the land of the dead. To partake was to commit, and Pesfaneni, whether cognizant of this or not, had crossed a significant threshold. The pomegranate was not chosen arbitrarily. Of all the fruits, it held multifaceted symbolic meanings. To the ancient Greeks, it represented both fertility and mortality simultaneously. Its blood-red hue, bursting with seeds that signified the promise of new life, was contained within a shell reminiscent of a tomb. It ripened late in the season, heralding the arrival of autumn. Its presence within mythological narratives was never incidental. Some accounts suggest Persephone was misled, that Hades offered the seeds upon learning of her potential departure. Others propose she obtained them of her own volition. There is no universal consensus on this matter. The Homeric hymn to Data posits that they were given to her discreetly. Subsequent interpretations grant her a greater degree of autonomy, intimating that she made a deliberate choice, perhaps to remain, perhaps to secure her independence from her mother, or perhaps simply because she had grown accustomed to the silence of the underworld and no longer harbored any fear of it. Regardless of the precise truth, the outcome remained the same. She became an integral part of the subterranean realm. She had tasted its sustenance, and consequently she belonged to it. While the gods of Olympus might have engaged in disputes concerning justice, maternal bonds, and divine protocol, the underworld adhered to more ancient regulations, predating the Olympians themselves. Upon learning of this, Deida's elation at Persephone's impending return began to wane. She embraced her daughter, her tears wetting her hair, holding her as if to anchor her firmly to the terrestrial soil. However, Persephone could no longer remain. She had been claimed by that which she had consumed, not through coercion or force, but through the act of consuming the seed and the accompanying ritual. Deida's response escalated from fury to tears, and then to earnest negotiation. A compromise was eventually established, meticulously forged as if on divine anvils. Persephone would divide her time, spending a portion of the year in the realm below and the remainder in the embrace of her mother. Thus commenced the cyclical pattern of the seasons. When Persephone made her annual return each spring, Deita would permit the fields to burst forth in bloom. The world would awaken, and nascent crops would push upwards from the soil, reaching towards the sun. The air would grow warmer, Birds would serenade with their songs, and the winds would engage in a playful dance. Conversely, when Pesfini descended once more, the earth would enter a period of mourning. Leaves would fall, daylight hours would diminish, and the harvest would be gathered as a final tribute. Winter represented a time of patient anticipation. The ancients believed this narrative served not only to explain the agricultural cycles, but also to illuminate a more profound truth. They interpreted the seed as a metaphor for human destiny. They held the conviction that all individuals, at some point before their allotted time, partake in something of the underworld, experiencing sorrow, loss, or yearning. In that singular moment, they transform into dual beings, creatures of both luminescence and obscurity, bound to ephemeral joys and the inescapable gravitational pull of endings. Pesfini's consumption of 6 seeds was more than a legal binding. It marked the precise moment of her profound transformation. She was no longer to be referred to as a maiden, nor merely as a daughter. She had become an individual who had experienced both facets of existence. In a sense, she became the first to experience death yet remain unbound by the realm of the deceased. She voluntarily entered the domain where no deity chose to reside, and her subsequent return imbued her with a power far greater than she possessed previously. Even within the context of mortal societies, the concept that one's sustenance could define their very identity is an ancient one. Certain foods were designated for sacred ceremonies. Other foods were strictly avoided during periods of mourning. Specific edibles were utilized to signify transitions from one life stage to another. The act of either abstaining from or partaking in food was never a neutral decision. It invariably carried significant meaning. The Greeks observed periods of fasting during times of mourning, and broke these fasts to honor the soul's return. Wine was offered in veneration of the departed. Bread was broken to celebrate the living. The Eleusinian Mysteries, those sacred rites performed in honor of Data and Pesfanani, were founded upon this very principle. The initiates would undergo fasting, followed by the consumption of a sacred barley concoction known as kykion. It was by no means a culinary delicacy, consisting merely of grain, mint, and water. However, in its unpretentious composition, it mirrored the agricultural rhythms of the world. They symbolically reenacted Pesfini's transformative journey, descending into the depths of darkness and subsequently re-emerging, irrevocably altered. Even during the Roman era, the symbolic significance of food in funerary practices persisted. Offerings were placed within graves. Feasts were customarily held in proximity to tombs. A prevailing belief held that the deceased experienced a hunger not for flesh or fruit, but for remembrance and companionship. The act of consuming food near a grave was a means of integrating the departed into the life they had relinquished. Within the pomegranate, the ancients perceived all these elements: the poignant ache of recollection, the promise of eventual return, and the inherent cost of profound experience. The imagery of Pesfanani, seated within the underworld, with crimson juice staining her fingertips, does not depict a scene of defeat. Rather, it portrays a state of complexity. She is neither grieving nor exulting. She is simply in the process of becoming. The underworld does not treat her with cruelty. Its nature remains deliberate and ancient. Within this realm, she discovers not retribution, but a profound sense of purpose. Hades himself appears as a figure of quiet contemplation during this juncture. No longer depicted as an abductor, he assumes the role of the enforcer of law. He does not gloat, nor does he lament, nor does he attempt to restrain her. He reminds her, perhaps gently, perhaps gravely, that to partake of food here is to commit to remaining. His words are not those of a husband, but those of a sovereign. The covenant is established not with him personally, but with the very fabric of the realm itself. She cannot be released from this bond. Her only recourse is to divide her time between the two domains. Even among the celestial beings, this pact held immutable power. Zeus, despite his formidable might, was incapable of overriding the established protocol concerning the sustenance of the departed. No thunderbolt could dislodge the seeds from within her being. That which had been consumed remained so, and that which had been joined could not be sundered. This was not a form of punishment, but a fundamental principle, one that even the inhabitants of Olympus respected. In certain later interpretations of the myth, Persephone's 6-month sojourns are not characterized as a punitive measure, but as a solemn duty. She descends to the underworld not as a captive, but as a sovereign queen. She chooses to preside alongside Hades, to govern the realm of the dead with both wisdom and compassion. Her time spent in the upper world serves as a period of rejuvenation. Her sojourn in the realm below is one of introspection and reflection. The pomegranate seed thus transforms from a symbol of entrapment into a symbol of her royal authority. The very act of consumption itself evolves into a rite of passage. Prior to consuming the seed, she was a passive recipient of events. Following this act, she actively influences occurrences, shaping them rather than simply enduring them. The fruit serves as the pivotal point upon which the entire narrative turns. In the fabric of daily existence, the ancients intuitively grasped this concept. Meals were not solely for the purpose of nourishment. They represented moments of crucial decision-making. Sharing a loaf of bread or a cup of wine could signify the commencement of alliances or the seeds of betrayal. Contracts were often sealed with the addition of salt, and oaths were sworn over shared meals. Even in contemporary times, when we partake in a meal with another individual, a certain ritualistic element is present, an unspoken agreement of shared presence, focused attention, and mutual recognition. Within the context of the myth, the pomegranate embodies all these aspects. It is a sacrament, a surrender, and a seal. And what of Persephone herself? Did she harbor any regrets? Did she savor the taste of the seeds? The myths do not provide us with these details. They leave gaps in the narrative, allowing for silence and individual interpretation. However, there is an element of profound humanity in the depiction of a young woman, surrounded by the authority of gods, the strictures of laws, and the weight of expectations, making a single, irreversible choice. One action, one taste, and in its wake, everything is irrevocably altered. In that precise moment, she aligns herself not with the lofty ideals of Olympus, but with the fundamental rhythm of the world itself. She opts not to remain untouched by experience, but rather to be shaped by it. The seeds enter her mouth, and she transforms into someone who understands both the profound realities of life and the inevitable presence of death. She becomes an individual who carries the essence of spring in one hand and the melancholic beauty of autumn in the other. Even today, pomegranates are offered at altars dedicated to the departed, their seeds scattered upon graves, and their juice poured as a libation in remembrance. The fruit continues to serve as a quiet symbol, not ostentatious or boastful, but steadfast and enduring. A constant reminder of a pact made in hushed tones, a gesture whose resonance spans millennia. As you now drift deeper into a state of profound stillness, envision Persephone seated upon a somber throne, the flickering torchlight casting dancing shadows upon the stone walls. In her hand, she holds a pomegranate that has been cleaved in two. Its seeds gleam like droplets of deep red garnet. She holds it without apprehension, for she fully comprehends its significance. She has found peace with its unique taste. There is no tragedy to be found here, only a perfect balance. 6 seeds, 6 months, 6 deliberate acts of becoming. The world continues its rotation. The shadows lengthen progressively. The season of spring patiently awaits. Sleep. There are few individuals who traverse the liminal spaces between worlds. Even fewer still who belong to both sides of a dividing line, yet remain unbound by either. Pesvaneni, the offspring of the sky and the earth, evolved into something far exceeding the intentions of either. She became a crucial nexus between disparate realms, a queen reigning in the brilliance of sunlight and a queen presiding in the enveloping shadow. Her power, rather unexpectedly, did not manifest through acts of aggression or displays of divine grandeur. It resided in her capacity for passage, in her ability to descend into the depths and subsequently return, to govern one world without ever forgetting the other. The ancients did not envision their deities as all-knowing or all-loving. They perceived them as immensely powerful, certainly, but also as complex beings, susceptible to moments of sublime beauty, fiery rage, consuming jealousy, and instances of quiet, unexpected grace. Pesvaneni's reign is not characterized by the clamor of thunderbolts or triumphant anthems. It is defined by the predictable cadence of seasons, the cyclical progression of natural phenomena, and an unwavering patience. She governs the underworld not as a domineering tyrant, but as a constant, unwavering presence, remaining steadfast and familiar with sorrow, yet fundamentally unbroken by its pervasive influence. Her dominion encompasses not solely the realm of death, but also the archives of memory, the halls of judgment, and the quiet continuum of existence. Pesvaneni's court lacks the fanfare of trumpets, or the grandeur of marble staircases adorned with rose petals. Her throne is intricately carved from obsidian, polished to a sheen that mirrors the tranquility of still water. The torchlight plays across its surface, casting reflections that flicker like fleeting specters of half-remembered moments. She does not occupy this space in solitary confinement. Hades is by her side, though his pronouncements are infrequent, uttered only when absolutely necessary. This is as much her domain as it is his, and perhaps even more so. She meticulously learned its intricate details over an extended period, not with haste, nor within a single day. Initially, she observed with keen attention, noting the patterns of movement, or the lack thereof, among the spectral inhabitants, how the rivers whispered their secrets, and how the very stones seemed to retain memories. She watched the appointed judges meticulously weigh the souls of the departed, pondering what distinguished one life as more noble than another. She heard the lamentations emanating from the vicinity of Lethe, and the profound silence encountered near the gates of Tartarus. Within these observations, she discerned established patterns and rules that predated the very pantheon of Olympus. She came to understand that the underworld was not inherently a place of punishment. Instead, it served as a venue for reckoning, a repository of truths that could not be suppressed. Here, the past did not dissipate. It echoed, and she was attentive to its resonance. Over time, the spectral entities began to approach her, not with desperate pleas for justice, but with earnest inquiries. A soldier questioning the significance of his cause, a mother searching for her child lost to a devastating plague, a poet who harbored the fear that his words had perished along with him. She did not always provide direct answers. At times, she would simply sit with them in quiet companionship. On other occasions, she would extend her hand, offering a measure of stillness and peace. They referred to her as Queen not out of apprehension, but out of a deep sense of recognition. She was not one of them, yet she had traversed the very paths they now walked. She had partaken of the same fruit. She understood their burdens. Her presence initiated a subtle yet significant shift. not in the physical layout of the underworld, but in its very essence. Where previously there had been only a pervasive sense of resignation, there now emerged a sense of ritual and order. The deceased began to acknowledge her arrival, marking it with reverence. They illuminated oil lamps in her honor and inscribed her name upon their urns. They placed poppy seeds at the entrances to caves, hoping to attract her attention. She did not solicit adoration, yet it was freely given. Nevertheless, her reign was not without its cyclical nature. Each year, as the appointed time approached, she would ascend once more. The initial inhalation of air upon returning to the surface was always sharp, intensely bright, overwhelmingly noisy, and vibrantly alive. However, as she heard her mother's voice, the very earth seemed to awaken. Data would greet her with tears and offerings of barley. The fields, which had remained dormant, would begin to stir. Shoots of verdant green would emerge from the soil, initially tentative, then bursting forth with joyous abandon. The air would once again carry warmth, and animals would emerge from their concealed dwellings. Birds would commence their songs, not merely out of ingrained habit, but out of genuine recognition. Pasveni had returned, and the world unequivocally knew it. Above ground, she was not simply a restored daughter, she was the embodiment of renewal. Her footsteps across the land were marked by the spontaneous emergence of blossoms. These were not ostentatious, artificial displays, but delicate wildflowers pushing through the soil, leaning towards her with an unspoken reverence. She spent time amidst the olive groves, the fruit-laden orchards, and the expansive grain fields, not out of necessity, but because it was an intrinsic part of the cyclical rhythm. She brought with her the profound memory of stillness, and through it, a deeper, more appreciative understanding of life's vibrancy. Mortals recounted tales of glimpsing her during the spring season, her hair as dark as the night sky, her crown not fashioned from gold, but intricately woven from herbs and petals, her bare feet treading through groves. She spoke sparingly, but when she did, her words carried significant weight. She never wasted them on superficial pleasantries. Instead, she inquired about the state of the harvests and listened intently to the melodies of songs. She bestowed blessings upon marriages and new births. She offered smiles to the busy bees, yet her stays were never permanent. The inevitable return always beckoned. 6 months were the limit. Then, the seed within her would gently call her back, not with a loud summons, nor with any cruelty, but with a quiet, persistent gravity in her chest, a profound knowing. It was akin to the way autumn begins with a subtle breeze carrying the scent of endings. No one compelled her to depart. She simply understood that the principle of balance necessitated it. Each descent became a deliberate ritual. She would approach the edge of a cavernous opening. The air would gradually grow cooler. She would pause for a moment, then step across the threshold. The darkness would envelop her from behind, not in the manner of a trap, but like a door that had patiently awaited her arrival. Hades never greeted her with elaborate fanfare. Sometimes he would be present at the entrance. At other times, he would be waiting in the hall. He never posed questions. He would simply extend his hand. She would accept it, not always with effusive warmth, but always with deliberate intent. He was no longer her captor, he was her counterpart. He governed the skeletal structures of existence, while she presided over the realm of memory. Their shared court became renowned for its quietude, not necessarily for mercy, but for its impartiality. The souls who sought audience there did not anticipate absolution, but they did expect fairness. Pasveni perceived them as they truly were, and as they had been in their lives. She did not forget. She maintained a garden, even within the subterranean realm, cultivating not roses or lilies, but asphodel, poppies, and pale narcissus. flowers that thrived without the need for sunlight. They flourished in silence, nourished by the essence of memory. She tended to them personally, without the assistance of nymphs or servants, solely her and the soil. Occasionally, she would pluck a flower and place it upon the path of a soul who wandered aimlessly. It was a subtle sign, the precise meaning of which remained elusive to many, yet it held undeniable significance. The other deities remained detached. They held fast to their lofty positions, their personal conflicts, and their sacred edifices. Persephone seldom ventured to Olympus. She sought no ostentation. She commanded no thunderous chariot, nor any instrument of war. Her influence was more subdued, more pervasive. When mortals directed their pleas toward her, it was not through boisterous pronouncements but hushed supplications. They implored her for repose in the afterlife, for visions of cherished departed souls, for the fortitude to withstand winter's harshness, and for the secure return of what they held dear. Within the hallowed rites of Eleusis, she was venerated alongside Deita. The chosen participants traversed in solemn procession, their small lights illuminating the path, reenacting the journey down and the subsequent ascent. They partook of the consecrated barley beverage and awaited the pivotal moment of returning light. The nature of their vision remained unspoken, yet they emerged transformed. The dread of mortality no longer held sway over them. This, they attested, was Persephone's singular endowment. Her narrative did not culminate in a triumphant crescendo or a tragic downfall. Instead, it unfolded with quiet persistence across the expanse of centuries. Artists depicted her not exclusively amidst darkness, but rather within the liminal glow of twilight. Poets referenced her not as a victim of circumstance, but as a profound presence, a sovereign, reigning not over a singular domain, but over two. And what of her own sentiments? Did she harbor affection for Hades? Did she yearn for the world above? The ancient accounts leave these questions open to interpretation, withholding definitive answers. It is conceivable she developed an attachment to him, or perhaps she did not. It is even possible she found contentment in self-possession. What remains unequivocally evident is this: she rendered the underworld a tolerable existence. This was not achieved by diminishing its inherent character, but by acknowledging its fundamental truths. She did not transform it into an earthly Olympus situated below ground. Rather, she preserved its profound stillness, its introspective quality, and its inherent dignity. She became the final countenance the departed beheld, and the name the living invoked in whispers when the chill of winter began to set in. They harbored no fear of her. Instead, they turned to her. Even presently, some aver that she still traverses the boundaries between worlds, manifesting as a fleeting shadow on a garden path, a momentary shimmer in a reflective surface, or a subtle presence within a dreamscape. She occupies no fixed position as either entirely sacred or entirely profane. She embodies transition itself. In the autumn season, as foliage curls inward and the air grows crisp, we recall her descent into the netherworld. In the spring, as the earth softens and avian life returns, we remember her emergence. In the periods between these seasons, we live our lives, mirroring her inherent rhythm. Persephone imparts the wisdom that navigating the spaces between worlds is not an indication of weakness, but of profound insight. She teaches that embracing change is not a confession of failure, but a pathway to growth. She reveals that one can be aligned with darkness without forfeiting one's inner light, and she demonstrates that the authority one wields need not be adorned with a dazzling diadem. Its true value lies in its resilience and its capacity to endure. Therefore, find rest now. Allow your contemplations to wander along tranquil avenues, past sepulchral gates and delicate blossoms. Permit Persephone to guide your journey, not into absolute silence but into a state of profound stillness, not into oblivion but into a place of contemplative remembrance. She awaits, not as a harbinger of dread, but as a testament to the certainty that finality is an illusion. The potential for return is ever present. It is possible to hold dominion over two distinct worlds within a single grasp, and for one heart to encompass both the brilliance of the sun and the depth of the shadow. Gently close your eyes. You are walking in her company, and she harbors no apprehension. In the periphery of Athens, where the urban dust gradually yielded to the undulating contours of the Eleusinian hills, there once resided a profound silence, a stillness born not of absence but of deep veneration. It was a sanctuary set apart. Fields, bathed in the golden hues of barley and wheat, were rendered sacred not by the bounty of their harvest, but by the enduring memory they held, a memory of a divine being who once wept upon that soil, of a mother who tirelessly searched, of a daughter who vanished only to reappear, of mortality and the mysteries that might lie beyond its veil. This locale served as the epicenter of the Eleusinian mysteries. For a span exceeding 1,000 years, individuals journeyed to this sacred ground. They comprised not only the humble and the devout, but also emperors, scholars, military commanders, and common laborers. All traversed the identical dusty thoroughfare from Athens to Eleusis, guided by the soft glow of torches. Each carried offerings, and all entered the sacred precincts in hushed reverence. No individual was excluded, nor was any elevated above another. Once admitted to the rituals, all participants were considered equal, sharing in equal measures of ignorance, anticipation, and fundamental humanity. They were not apprised of the specific sights that awaited them, but were solemnly instructed that whatever they witnessed was to remain inviolably secret. The core of the mysteries revolved around the intertwined narratives of Deitta and her daughter. Their saga of sorrow, descent, and eventual return was not merely recounted. It was profoundly enacted, serving not as a theatrical performance but as a catalyst for personal transformation. Participation was not an act of passive observation, but an immersive passage through a shared experience. It was a ritual, yes, but more significantly, it represented a foundational pattern re-experienced and reinterpreted by each successive generation. The process commenced with rigorous preparation. For a period of 9 days, the initiates observed strict fasting. They cleansed themselves in the sea and underwent purification rituals involving smoke and extended periods of silence. They abstained from certain foodstuffs, possibly including beans or fish. They donned unadorned garments, typically fashioned from pale linen and cinched at the waist. They carried sacred artifacts, occasionally concealed within bundles that remained unopened by any outside observer. These items possessed no mere decorative function. They served as symbolic portals, as understated gateways leading to realms of unspoken significance. On the designated day, the initiates convened in Athens, commencing their pilgrimage to Eleusis. Though not an arduous distance, the journey was undertaken with deliberate solemnity. They moved as a unified collective, a singular winding thread stretching across the landscape. Each step resonated with the personal quest for understanding. Torches held aloft, feet stirring the ancient dust, voices subdued or entirely absent, they proceeded. The path meandered through consecrated sites, past humble shrines, natural springs, and groves of olive trees. Along the way, the allowance of jest and even laughter was permitted, a seemingly incongruous detail within such a solemn observance. However, the ancients grasped the nuanced interplay between reverence and mirth, recognizing that solemnity did not invariably preclude moments of levity. Upon their arrival, they entered the telesterion, the hallowed hall of initiation. This was an expansive stone edifice, characterized by its unpretentious design, its dimly lit interior, and its sturdy columns. Within this sanctuary, beneath imposing beams, the central drama of the mysteries unfolded. Yet the precise occurrences within its walls were never definitively documented, never fully elucidated. The limited knowledge we possess is gleaned from fragmented accounts, oblique references, and furtive observations within other historical texts. It was not a spectacle for the casually curious outsider, but an experience reserved for those who had faithfully undertaken the preparatory journey. Some accounts suggest that the initiates were shown a single stalk of grain. Others allude to a sudden incandescent burst of light piercing the pervasive darkness. Certain traditions speak of sacred words whispered in confidence, or of a celestial fire ignited from an unseen source. Still others mention a symbolic reenactment of Persephonè's return. However, a universal consensus prevails among all accounts. Those who emerged from the telesterion were irrevocably changed. Plato himself, a thinker not unaccustomed to abstract contemplation, alluded to the fact that individuals who had experienced the mysteries no longer harbored a fear of mortality. This was not due to assurances of eternal life, but rather to a profound intuitive understanding that death was not an absolute conclusion, that beneath the earth's surface life persisted in nascent form, and that loss represented not an obliteration, but a transition. The sacred rites mirrored the archetypal sequence of the myth. The period of fasting served as a symbolic echo of Deita's profound sorrow. The pilgrimage replicated her earnest search. The enveloping darkness of the telesterion reflected Persephonè's sojourn in the underworld, and the ultimate revelation, whatever its precise nature, mirrored her triumphant return. The initiates did not merely receive the narrative, they embodied it. Their physical movements traced the arc of its unfolding drama, and their very breath synchronized with its inherent cadences. They descended, they patiently awaited, and they ascended. The symbolism woven throughout these rites was multifaceted. Barley, for instance, transcended its status as a mere agricultural staple. It represented the divine gift bestowed upon humanity. The kykion, the barley-based concoction consumed during the ceremonies, was far more than a simple refreshment. It was imbued with sacredness, an earthly elixir possessing a subtle, almost imperceptible bitterness. Grain, mint, and water, humble ingredients stirred together with the potent force of collective memory. To imbibe this mixture was to symbolically join the ancient cycle: seed, soil, germination, harvest, and repose. The torch, too, held sacred significance, not merely as a source of illumination, but as a potent guide. Deita had undertaken her desperate search with twin torches held firmly in each hand. The initiates carried their own, serving not only to provide light but to foster remembrance. Each flickering flame materialized a memory, each step illuminated by the reflected sorrow of a divine quest. In moments of slumber, one might vividly envision the telesterion, its cool stone floor beneath bare feet, the air thick with an ethereal smoke, not of combustion but of fragrant incense, the hushed resonance of footsteps, a solitary flame burning at its heart, and a voice not amplified but steady, narrating a tale that resonates with an innate familiarity, yet expressed in a language antedating conscious thought. There existed both lesser and greater mysteries. The lesser rites, observed earlier in the year, served as a preparatory phase, a form of introductory rehearsal. The greater mysteries, conducted during the autumn season, represented the true descent, the genuine passage between worlds. Not all individuals were granted admission. Perpetrators of homicide were strictly prohibited, as were those unable to communicate in the Greek language, given that the efficacy of the rites depended on a shared linguistic foundation. However, neither financial standing nor gender posed a barrier to participation. Enslaved individuals were permitted to attend, women could partake, and even children, provided they demonstrated readiness. In an era frequently defined by rigid social hierarchies, this inclusivity was notably exceptional. The mysteries embodied a form of democracy rooted in its most ancient sense, not through the act of voting, but through the universal bestowal of insight. All were invited to witness, to feel, and to comprehend. Yet, despite this openness, an absolute vow of silence was rigorously maintained. No participant ever breached this sacred oath. The prescribed penalty, as it was commonly understood, was death. However, it is plausible that the true deterrent was not fear of retribution, but a profound sense of reverence. What they witnessed transcended the capacity of spoken language, not due to an imposed prohibition, but because it existed beyond the limitations of verbal articulation. The Romans subsequently adopted these sacred rites, yet they proved incapable of fully deciphering their inherent mysteries. Even emperors faithfully traversed the ancient road, carried the symbolic torches, and partook of the barley-based beverage. Cicero himself remarked that these ceremonies imparted to individuals the knowledge of how to live with joy and to face death with unwavering hope. A remarkable testament, particularly coming from a man who placed his ultimate faith in reason over mythical narratives. The temple stood resilient for centuries, weathering periods of warfare, widespread illness, and imperial upheaval. Ultimately, however, like all earthly structures, it succumbed to the passage of time. The advent of Christian emperors, viewing these ancient rituals as a form of ideological challenge, decreed their termination. The telesterion was reduced to ashes, and its custodians dispersed. The sacred secrets were driven underground, much like the goddess herself. Yet a resonance persists. Even now, it is said that when the barley ripens to its perfect stage, and the wind rustles through the fields, and the twilight sky assumes that particular shade of deep violet, the memory of the mysteries reawakens. This resurgence manifests not through grand, overwhelming visions, but through a subtle, intuitive knowing, a sudden, inexplicable sense that beyond pain lies a deeper dimension of grief, that death encompasses more than mere absence, and that within darkness resides more than simple forgetfulness. Ultimately, the Eleusinian mysteries were not concerned with theological doctrines, nor with rigid creeds, nor even with established dogma. They were, at their core, profound personal experiences. An individual would enter into a preordained pattern and emerge irrevocably altered. It is easy to conceptualize this experience during moments of repose. Imagine yourself traversing the ancient pathway under the cloak of night, a torch casting its flickering light in your hand, surrounded by others whose faces are partially illuminated, partially obscured by shadow. A profound quietude prevails. The road curves gently, the stones retain a residual warmth from the day's sun, yet are beginning to cool. Ahead, an unassuming doorway, a gateway of no particular grandeur, merely a dark aperture within a stone wall. You step across the threshold. The air carries the mingled scent of dust and ripening barley. You perceive a hush that feels immeasurably ancient, not precisely silence, but rather the potent stillness of memory holding its breath. And somewhere, unseen yet undeniably present, she awaits. Persephone, neither smiling nor frowning, not radiant nor veiled in shadow, simply present, her gaze steady, offering a silent nod as if conveying, "Indeed, you now comprehend. You have navigated the descent. You have honored the fast. You have tasted the subtle bitterness. And still, you remain here. Then a gentle illumination, not blinding but perfectly sufficient. You emerge transformed. No thunderous pronouncements, no celebratory applause, merely a subtle sensation within your chest, akin to a door closing softly, or the profound quietude of a room that was recently filled with animated voices. It resembles the fleeting moment upon waking when a dream lingers, not fully grasped but leaving a palpable impression. Such was the essence of the Eleusinian mystery, a seed of profound truth planted in silence, a torch held unwavering in the enveloping darkness, a descent undertaken with bare feet and open hands, and a return implicitly promised, if not in tangible life, then in its enduring essence. And now embrace slumber. Allow the symbolic torches to illuminate your path. Permit the dust of the ancient road to rise softly beneath your heels. Let the narrative unfold, not as something passively heard, but as something intimately remembered. You are not alone. Others have trod this path before you, and still others will follow. You are now an integral part of this enduring rhythm, a component of this profound mystery. Close your eyes. The grain is flourishing, the goddess is watchful, and the promise of spring lies dormant beneath the frost. For the ancient Greeks, the concept of the afterlife was not a celestial paradise adorned with angelic beings and pearlescent gates, nor was it a fiery abyss of torment and eternal damnation. Instead, it was envisioned as a tranquil, albeit somewhat somber realm. It was not inherently comforting, yet it was not intentionally punitive either. Its character was more akin to a vast, impersonal bureaucracy than a divine judgment, more shrouded in mist than resplendent with magnificence. The spirit of an individual, or the psyche as they termed it, was believed to depart the mortal coil at death, dissipating like a faint exhalation. The final breath, as the physical form succumbed, marked the spirit's departure, its essence as ethereal as smoke. They held a conviction that the soul did not simply cease to exist, rather it transitioned to another location. This transition was not necessarily upward towards the heavens or downward into infernal depths, but rather away, towards the west, in the direction of the setting sun, towards the distant horizon, crossing a great river into an entirely separate domain. However, it is crucial to understand that what awaited after death was not intended to be an inspiring prospect. For the majority of the ancient Greeks, it was simply the subsequent stage in a protracted and largely indifferent journey. They posited that once the body had undergone proper interment, entailing the customary rituals, monetary offerings, and expressions of grief, the soul would commence its voyage. Upon reaching the periphery of the underworld, it would encounter a river, vast and slow-moving, perpetually veiled in a mist that never dissipated. This was the river Styx, one of several aqueous boundaries that encircled Hades' dominion, akin to concentric circles marking the confluence of memory and time. Crossing this river was not an undertaking to be approached lightly. The departed souls were compelled to await Charon, the ferryman. He did not present himself with a hooded visage or a scythe. Rather, he was depicted as an aged figure, somewhat impatient and decidedly indifferent, much like a public official who had occupied the same post for countless centuries. He navigated his creaking vessel across the Styx, but only granted passage to those who had received due funerary rites. A coin, typically an obol, was placed discreetly beneath the tongue of the deceased, serving as payment for the journey. Without this coin, passage was unequivocally denied. Consequently, the unburied dead were condemned to linger along the riverbanks, their spectral forms flickering with disquietude, their voices thin with perpetual longing. The ancient Greeks harbored a profound apprehension of this particular mode of demise, not due to the suffering it entailed, but because of the inherent uncertainty it represented. To be forgotten, to remain unburied, meant to wander eternally at the fringes of the underworld, denied even the muted existence within Hades' halls. It was not the prospect of pain that instilled fear, but rather the terrifying possibility of being lost and unremembered. Those fortunate enough to traverse the river did not immediately face judgment. Their initial entry was into the realm of shadows, an indistinct echo of the living world, but stripped of all vibrancy, devoid of all urgency. Within this domain, time did not flow as it did in the realm above. There were no temporal markers, no discernible days, only the gradual drifting of souls, murmuring recollections of lives only partially lived. The fields of asphodel stretched out before them, sparsely populated with pale blossoms that never faded. This was the ultimate destination for the vast majority, the ordinary deceased, those who had lived lives unmarked by extraordinary virtue or profound vice. Farmers, mariners, mothers, artisans, and bards, all gently absorbed into the soft, pervasive grayness. They received no punishment, nor were they granted any particular distinction. They simply persisted as shades, their awareness of their former lives occasionally surfacing, though often fragmented. The spectral form of a philosopher might drift alongside that of a stonemason, neither quite recalling the complete essence of their earthly existence. There existed a peculiar form of serenity within this gradual forgetting, a sense of settling. The ancient Greeks did not aspire to heavenly realms. Their singular hope was for a peaceful conclusion to their existence. For those exceptionally rare souls whose lives had been truly remarkable, a different destination awaited, the Elysian fields. This represented the Greek conception of paradise, though even that term feels somewhat inadequate to describe its character. Elysium was not the opulent golden paradise of later mythological depictions. Rather, it was a tranquil meadow, bathed in the perpetual warmth of an unfailing sun, caressed by gentle breezes that never lost their freshness. Here, the most valiant heroes might find their eternal abode. Perhaps Achilles or even Orestes if his second attempt at justice had earned him favor. Poets dreamed of this idyllic place, and philosophers debated its existence, yet few harbored a realistic expectation of reaching it. Elysium was reserved exclusively for those who had been divinely chosen or who had led lives of exceptional moral integrity. Over time, this concept underwent further elaboration. Some believed that certain souls possessed the capacity for reincarnation, undergoing cycles of purification to ultimately secure a permanent residence in Elysium. This was considered a form of ultimate reward, not for adherence to specific beliefs, but for embodying courage, justice, or wisdom. Then there was Tartarus. While not precisely hell, it was nonetheless a place of immense suffering and punitive measures. It lay far below, deeper even than the primary realm of Hades, functioning more as a colossal prison than a place of dwelling. Here, the most egregious offenders were confined, not common criminals, but individuals guilty of cosmic betrayals. This included titans who had dared to defy Zeus, Sisyphus, the cunning monarch who had outwitted death and was consequently condemned to eternally roll a boulder up a hill, and Tantalus, who had served his own son to the gods and was now eternally tormented by thirst, with water perpetually just beyond his reach. These narratives served as stark cautionary tales, not as typical outcomes for the majority of mortals. It is noteworthy that the ancient Greeks did not possess a precisely defined system of moral judgment at the point of death. There were no codified commandments, no ultimate accounting of one's deeds. Instead, three arbiters of fate, Minos, Rhadamanthus, and Iacchus, presided over judgments, though their evaluations focused less on a meticulous ledger of sins and more on an individual's overall demeanor and adherence to fundamental principles. Were you just in your dealings? Did you demonstrate respect towards the divine powers? Did you honor your sworn obligations? And perhaps, most crucially, were you remembered by those who remained? Remembrance played a pivotal role in their belief system. The living bore a solemn obligation to honor the departed, not merely at the moment of burial, but consistently throughout the years. Libations were poured, sweet wine, sometimes infused with olive oil. Offerings were placed at grave sites. Names were spoken aloud with reverence. The underlying conviction was that so long as one's name was spoken and remembered, a part of their essence continued to exist. This is why dying without progeny was a source of considerable anxiety. Who would perpetuate your name? Who would tend to your resting place? Without remembrance, the departed risked fading further into obscurity, losing their form, and even their established place among the spectral inhabitants. They were not subjected to torture, but rather to dissolution. The ancient Greeks also held a belief in the river Lethe, the river of forgetfulness. Many souls willingly or unwillingly drank from its waters, seeking to erase the burdens of life, to relinquish their very identities. Some theorized that this act of forgetting was a necessary precursor for rebirth, positing that only by releasing the past could the soul effectively return to the living world. However, others, including poets, mystics, and initiates of the Eleusinian mysteries, spoke of an alternative river, Mnemosyne, the river of memory. They whispered that certain souls possessed the ability to consciously choose to drink from this stream instead, thereby retaining their memories and carrying the truth of their experiences through death and back into life. These were the individuals who might potentially escape the cyclical nature of existence and ascend to the blissful realms of the blessed. These varied concepts coexisted in a kind of philosophical discourse, a gentle murmur of differing beliefs. There was no single, universally accepted doctrine. The concept of the afterlife was not rigidly codified. It evolved organically over centuries, shaped by prophetic pronouncements and refined by the verses of poets. Homer's depiction of the underworld, bleak and somber, gradually gave way to Plato's more optimistic interpretations. Some schools of thought championed the soul's immortality, while others viewed it as a fleeting spark destined to extinguish. The physical rituals surrounding death directly reflected these evolving beliefs. Bodies were meticulously washed, anointed with sacred oils, and carefully wrapped. The eyes of the deceased were gently closed, and their mouths prepared for their final journey. The dead were typically buried facing westward, towards the fading light of the setting sun. Graves were marked with gravestones, stone slabs bearing names, and occasionally even etched portraits. Offerings were left, not as a singular act, but on multiple occasions. These funerary rites were not merely for the purpose of closure, but were intended to facilitate continuation, serving as a means to aid the soul's transition. The laments sung at the graveside were not solely expressions of sorrow. They also functioned as navigational charts, guiding the departed towards their designated place among the shades. Ghosts, in their understanding, did exist, but they were not perceived as spectral horrors. Rather, they were seen as reminders. They manifested when a particular matter remained unresolved, an unfulfilled oath, a burial unjustly denied, or a name tragically forgotten. Their appearances were not driven by vengeance, but by an unmet need. They sought peace, not retribution. Therefore, as night descended upon the ancient Greek world, and the wind whispered through the olive branches like a familiar melody, people would remember their departed loved ones. They would softly utter their names, kindle small fires, and pour libations of wine into the earth. The boundary separating life and death was not conceived as an impenetrable wall, but rather as a delicate, shifting curtain, momentarily rendered transparent. Even the gods themselves occasionally ventured into the underworld. Hermes, the celestial guide of souls, traversed between realms with his winged sandals. Orpheus, with his lyre, descended to sing for Eurydice. Heracles famously wrestled with Cerberus, the monstrous guardian of the underworld. Persephone herself moved in accordance with the changing seasons, her footsteps tracing a metaphorical map across both the earthly and the netherworldly domains. The mortals, too, carried these conceptual maps, not as physical objects, but within the fabric of their myths and stories. These narratives were not intended as rigid instructions, but as gentle invitations. They communicated to the living. This is the potential that awaits you. This is what may come to pass. Their purpose was not to instill terror, but to prepare individuals, to mitigate their fear, and to transform death from a feared stranger into a familiar companion. They did not anticipate glorious rewards in the afterlife. Rather, they expected shadows, a return to the embrace of the earth, a resting place among the roots of the world. Yet, even within that subdued existence, they believed that a fragment of the self would endure. The afterlife, in their view, was not defined by punishment or pleasure, but by a sense of continuity, a gradual descent into repose, a prolonged period of rest, and the possibility of eventual return. And now, as you settle into your rest, visualize that world. Not one of brilliance nor one of utter darkness, but rather one of muted tones. Picture a field of asphodel tinged with gray. Imagine blossoms resembling wisps of candle smoke. Envision forms moving gently, without haste. In the distance, a river, its slow current a subtle murmur. A boat bumping softly against a simple dock. You feel no apprehension, you are not alone. This place is neither a reward nor a punishment. It simply exists. Allow yourself to drift. The wind is hushed. Your spirit feels unburdened. The narrative continues. In the tranquil space between life's end and slumber, the ancient Hellenes envisioned something beyond mere silence. They perceived the soul not only as departing, but potentially returning. A second phase, a circular progression. While the physical form might surrender to the earth, dissolving into ashes or dust, the soul, the psyche, was perceived as lighter, more elusive and remarkably resilient. It was not bound to a single location eternally. It traversed, it roamed, and at times it reappeared. This return was never regarded as a certainty. It was not as predictable as the dawn. Instead, it was as conceivable as a rainfall during the dry season. It might occur, or it might not. Nevertheless, the concept lingered at the periphery of their contemplation. This notion of renewal, that even within the somber avenues of the afterlife, a passage back to the mortal realm could materialize. The Greeks lacked a term as definitive as later philosophical concepts for reincarnation, yet they alluded to it. Pythagoras, the esteemed mathematician with a penchant for geometric figures and quietude, famously asserted his recollection of previous existences. He once recounted being a combatant at Troy, specifically Euphorbus, and even claimed to have recognized his shield displayed in a sacred edifice. This narrative holds a charming allure, regardless of one's belief in its veracity. Plato, however, approached the concept with greater solemnity. In his seminal work, The Republic, following extensive discourse on justice and the soul, he presents an intriguing allegory, the myth of Ir. Ir was a warrior who met his end in combat, or so it seemed. 12 days subsequent to his apparent demise, he roused himself on his funeral pyre and recounted an extraordinary experience. He had witnessed souls awaiting in a verdant meadow, some descending into the earth, while others emerged from it. He observed a colossal spindle of destiny, around which the stars revolved like threads upon a cosmic tapestry, and he saw souls selecting new existences, imbibing from the river Lethe, the fount of oblivion, before re-entering the world. This process was not precisely a judgment, but more akin to a recalibration. Certain souls opted for lives of royalty, while others chose to inhabit animal forms. A sagacious individual might opt for a modest existence, whereas a less prudent one might embrace power, only to face subsequent regret. It was neither a matter of punishment nor reward, but rather a consequence of choices stemming from comprehension or its absence. Yet not every soul embarked on this cycle of return. Some souls found contentment lingering in the Elysian fields. Others dissipated after consuming too deeply from the waters of Lethe. A select few, perhaps, transitioned into realms beyond the scope of Greek understanding, beyond articulation. However, a sufficient number did return to ensure the persistence of the idea. For the Hellenes, this concept served to illuminate certain phenomena. A child exhibiting extraordinary sagacity from birth. A musician who seemed to recall melodies without prior instruction. A dream that felt like a genuine memory, or an inexplicable fear. These were interpreted not as definitive proof, but as indications, subtle suggestions of a soul that had previously inhabited the world. Nevertheless, the process was not solely one of passive waiting. Certain philosophical schools posited that the soul required purification, and that only the wise, the initiated, possessed the ability to transcend this cyclical existence. Within the Eleusinian mysteries, conveyed in hushed tones amidst the shadows of the Telesterion, it was believed that a soul, adequately prepared, might achieve complete detachment from the cycle of birth and death, ascending instead to the celestial realms of the blessed. Other devotional orders spoke more directly of subsequent lives. The adherents of Orpheus, the legendary bard who ventured into the underworld, held that the soul was divine, imprisoned within the corporeal vessel like an ember confined in clay. Through rituals, music, and remembrance, one could reanimate that spark and potentially liberate oneself from the cyclical pattern. Grave inscriptions have been discovered, delicate golden tablets inscribed with directives for the departed soul. Navigate this particular path. Shun the spring located to the left. Partake from the pool of recollection, and declare oneself a descendant of both the earth and the celestial heavens. These were not mere superstitions, but rather navigational charts. For those who embraced this belief, death was not an ultimate conclusion, but a turning point in the journey. Even ordinary individuals, uninitiated into philosophical tenets or esoteric rites, held these notions in a less formalized manner. They spoke of children who displayed an unusual depth of knowledge, of animals that regarded them with apparent understanding, and of dreams in which ancestral figures imparted pronouncements that had yet to be fulfilled. These occurrences were not viewed as peculiar, but simply as inherent aspects of existence. Consequently, while death was a source of apprehension, it was not the cessation of all concern, it was a portal, and perhaps, just perhaps, another portal lay beyond it, leading back. The contemplation of return also influenced the manner in which people conducted their lives. If one were to come back, the nature of the life left behind held significance. The way individuals treated others, the diligence with which they fulfilled their responsibilities, and the lessons they absorbed all mattered. After all, the soul might need to repeat its journey numerous times until it achieved a correct understanding. And if one were to return, would recollection persist? This was the central question. For the most part, it did not. Lethe ensured this, its waters effectively cleansing all memories. However, not entirely. There existed rare and delicate accounts of souls that carried residual elements with them. Not complete recollections, but faint impressions, an inexplicable draw towards a particular place, a feeling of familiarity with an unknown face, a sense of having experienced something before. In this regard, the Greeks displayed a foresight exceeding their era, or perhaps their perspective was simply more ancient. They did not require empirical proof, they possessed poetry. They did not demand rigid doctrines, they embraced myth. The concept of return was not intended to be definitively resolved, but rather to be contemplated, much like a smooth stone held in the mouth or a half-heard melody from a dream. Philosophers naturally engaged in debates. Aristotle, ever the pragmatist, remained largely unconvinced, preferring to view souls as akin to functions that ceased to exist upon the body's demise. Yet, even he could not entirely dismiss the possibility. There remained an indefinable element within the human spirit, and this essence persisted in artistic expressions. Painters depicted Persephone's resurgence each spring, her feet bare amidst a field of crocuses. This was not solely to provide a narrative for agricultural cycles, but because people sought solace. They desired reassurance that even the most daunting journey could culminate in illumination, that even the deepest descent might be followed by an ascent. Thus, they spun tales. A man transformed into a swan, a woman reborn as a tree, a soul sent back as a wolf, a hero resurrected to complete his unfinished work. These were not presented as factual assertions, but as methods of preserving a sense of wonder, of keeping a sliver of possibility ajar. And if one were indeed to return, the world might appear altered, more precious, more fragile, imbued with an inexplicable sense of familiarity. One might weep upon beholding a spring meadow, without understanding the reason. One might instinctively avoid a certain road, unaware that it was the site of a past demise. One might fall deeply in love with an individual whose face is encountered for the very first time, yet whose essence feels intimately known to the soul. This explains the profound respect the Greeks held for memory. Their practice of making offerings to Mnemosyne, the goddess of remembrance, their ritual of singing songs for the departed and repeating their names aloud at their grave sites. Forgetting was considered the gravest loss, while true memory, the kind that resonated within the very bones, was deemed sacred. Even within dreams, they detected traces of the past, as if the deceased were communicating. They encountered childhoods that were not their own, fears that predated their birth. They did not endeavor to rationalize these experiences exhaustively. Instead, they made space for them within the realms of dreams, rituals, and moments of quiet contemplation by the sea. Therefore, as the lamplight fades and the rhythm of breathing slows, visualize this gentle cycle of souls, some in repose, some recalling, some returning. Imagine a soul, ephemeral as mist, stepping into a river. The water feels cool but not chilling. A single draught, a moment of hesitation, a subtle deviation. Then, another spring discovered in quiet seclusion. A sip from this source, and suddenly memory surfaces, not with crystalline clarity but sufficiently. A name, a commitment, a melody, followed by the emergence into light, and then back into the world. It is conceivable that this soul is your own. It is possible that this existence is not your inaugural one. Perhaps the dreams you carry hold more significance than mere phantoms of the mind, or perhaps they do not. Certainty is not a prerequisite for reality. The Greeks understood this principle. They recognized that faith is not a confinement but an illumination, and that the soul requires not empirical validation but attentive listening. Now you find your rest. Your breathing deepens, your limbs become still. Your body settles into tranquility. If a return is destined, may it be gentle. If not, may your sleep be profound. Allow your soul to engage in its natural inclination, to drift, to turn, to remember, to await. The journey has not concluded. Indeed, it never truly does. Prior to the thunderous pronouncements of Zeus, preceding the earthly endeavors of mortals and immortals, before the construction of grand temples and the burning of sacrifices upon polished altars, there existed only chaos. This was not the disarray of a teenager's room or the boisterous disorganization of a parliamentary session on an unfavorable day. No, this was primordial chaos, the very initial state of existence, according to the ancient Hellenes. It was a boundless, unformed expanse, or more accurately, the complete absence of any structure whatsoever. It was not a tempestuous, energetic maelstrom, but rather an empty, silent abyss, a cosmic indifference. One could scarcely point to it and declare, "Ah, yes, this is where everything commences." Yet, precisely that was its nature. The Greeks did not concern themselves with meticulously crafted origin narratives. Their myths were akin to their wine, potent, dark, and prone to inducing existential questioning. Thus, from this chaos, this gaping void, elements gradually began to manifest. Not with a cataclysmic eruption, but rather as an eternal unfolding. First emerged Gaia, Earth itself. She was not brought into existence, she constituted the world. Mountains, valleys, rivers, forests, all would eventually emanate from her form. Gaia was more than a maternal figure. She was the ultimate matriarch, fertile, immense, and, as we shall discover, not to be underestimated. She served as the foundational basis of life, solid beneath our feet, even before the existence of any feet to stand upon. Next appeared Tartarus, the profound chasm. Not hell precisely, though later mythologies would associate it with such a place. Tartarus was more akin to the subterranean levels of reality. Far beneath Gaia's surface, darker than the deepest night, it would eventually serve as the confinement for divine rebels. However, in its initial state, it simply existed, a brooding resonance beneath the burgeoning cosmos. Then arrived Eros, not the cherubic figure armed with arrows of affection, but a far more ancient and abstract force. This Eros was the cohesive element that bound existence together. He represented the impetus for creation, the principle of attraction that rendered Gaia fertile and gave substance to the formless. Without Eros, chaos would have persisted in its inherent state of disorder. With his presence, the universe took its inaugural breath. From chaos also emerged Nyx, the night, shrouded in darkness and mystery, predating any subsequent deity. She was a figure of profound veneration and even apprehension. It was said that even the mighty Zeus would hesitate before transgressing her boundaries. Alongside her manifested Erebus, the darkness of the netherworld, not inherently malevolent, simply devoid of light. Nyx and Erebus together engendered a multitude of shadowy offspring. Hypnos, representing sleep, Thanatos, signifying death, Moros, embodying doom, Nemesis, the agent of retribution, and others whose appellations evoke the Gothic literature of later eras. These primordial entities were not deities in the conventional sense. They were not beings inclined to descend in disguise to allure a shepherd. They were conceptualizations, forces. Although personified, their anthropomorphism was minimal. They represented nature in its pre-poetic state. Gaia, however, harbored different intentions. She decided it was opportune to have companions. Consequently, without a consort, much like one might cultivate a garden independently, she gave birth to Uranus, the sky. He was not a bearded figure reclining upon a cloud. Uranus encompassed the entire celestial dome, stretching over Gaia in an eternal embrace. The ancients believed the sky to be a tangible entity, a solid firmament. One could conceive of Uranus as a sort of divine covering, snugly fitting over the Earth. Together, Gaia and Uranus commenced the process of populating the universe, not with flora and fauna, but with beings, their offspring. These were the first true generation of deities, the Titans. In the established canon, there were 12 of them. Oceanus, who encircled the earth with his watery arms; Hyperion, the bringer of light and father of the sun, moon, and dawn; Coeus and Crius, whose names are now primarily recognized by crossword puzzle enthusiasts; the wise Themis, goddess of natural law and order; Mnemosyne, memory personified; Phoebe, representing radiant intellect; and Rhea, destined to become the mother of the gods. Then there was Cronus, the youngest, the most cunning, and arguably the most perilous among them. Yet, Gaia's prolificacy extended beyond the Titans. She and Uranus also gave birth to the Cyclopes, colossal one-eyed smiths possessing a remarkable talent for forging storms, and the Hecatoncheires, beings of such extraordinary and peculiar design that they defy cinematic interpretation. Each possessed 50 heads and 100 arms. Imagine the challenge of finding suitable gloves for them. Uranus, surprisingly fastidious for a cosmic entity, found himself repulsed by his less conventional progeny. He deemed them monstrous and, in an act of what can only be described as divine suppression, forced them back into Gaia, not symbolically but physically, into her very being. One can only surmise that this was a less than comfortable experience. Gaia, despite her inherent patience, was not a passive entity. She groaned under the immense strain, quite literally, and eventually reached a point of absolute tolerance. She fashioned a formidable sickle from flint, one of the few materials available in a universe still undergoing its formative stages. Then, in hushed tones, she implored her Titan sons to rise against their father. Only one answered her summons. Cronus, the clever Cronus, the ambitious Cronus, the youngest of the Titans and the one most willing to get his hands, or rather his sickle, dirty. Concealed by the cloak of night, Cronus lay in wait. As Uranus descended to embrace Gaia, Cronus struck. With a swift, merciless motion, he castrated the sky. Yes, this is not a metaphor. The Greeks were vivid in their storytelling, leaving no room for subtle symbolic interpretations here. From the blood of Uranus spilled upon Gaia sprang the Erinyes, the agents of vengeance. Also produced were the giants, those formidable adversaries of later deities, and the Meliades, nymphs of the ash trees, a curiously gentle addition to the otherwise blood-drenched harvest. Uranus's severed appendage tumbled into the sea. From the subsequent churning foam emerged Aphrodite, beautiful, radiant, and a goddess whose existence, paradoxically, owed itself to an act of dismemberment. Greek mythology, it appears, finds no inherent contradiction between exquisite beauty and brutal violence. With Uranus overthrown, Cronus ascended to the cosmic throne. The Titans were now in command, and Cronus married his sister Rhea. Again, divine genealogies frequently twist and intertwine like ivy on a ruined temple. The two presided over what later generations would refer to as the Golden Age, a period preceding suffering, warfare, or deprivation, a time, it should be noted, before the existence of humanity, yet a generally pleasant era for the gods. However, peace within mythological narratives is often a precarious commodity. Cronus, much like his father before him, began to experience weariness. Uranus had, in his final, pain-filled utterance, warned him that one day a child of Cronus would emerge to depose him, just as he himself had been overthrown. The seed of paranoia was sown, and it bore a bitter harvest. Thus, Cronus devised a preventative strategy, one that conspicuously lacked both compassion and nutritional substance. Each time Rhea bore him a child, he consumed it whole. One by one, their offspring, Hestia, Demeter, Hera, Hades, and Poseidon, were devoured. Not killed, but simply secreted away within their father's being. Cronus transformed from a ruler into something akin to a mobile nursery. But that tale awaits its turn in the subsequent chapter. Before we depart from the nascent stages of the cosmos, it is pertinent to consider the underlying significance of these narratives. Myth is not merely a form of entertainment, it is philosophy clad in sandals. The overthrow of Uranus signifies more than patricide among the divine. It represents the triumph of change over stagnation. Gaia's rebellion speaks to the resilience of the earth and the refusal of the feminine principle to be silenced. Cronus, the deity of time, serves as a cautionary example. Even time itself cannot outrun destiny. These myths also resonate across various cultures. The Hittites recounted the legend of Kumarbi, who vanquished the sky god Anu by severing his genitals. Yes, again, the focus on the generative organs. The Babylonians celebrated Marduk's battle with Tiamat, the monstrous matriarch of chaos. In each instance, the old order is dismantled to pave the way for the new. It is hardly coincidental that these stories originate from early civilizations grappling with power dynamics, with the rise and fall of monarchies, and with the cyclical nature of rule and rebellion. Within myth, we discern the foundational blueprint of monarchy, revolution, and even generational trauma, rendered with the bold strokes of legendary narrative. And so, the stage is set. The Titans now traverse the world, immense and radiant, personifications of natural forces and cosmic order. Humanity has yet to arrive. Olympus remains merely a nascent concept. The gods, in their current state, function more as living laws of nature than as characters possessing distinct personalities. Yet, even now, the cycle has commenced. Cronus has overthrown his progenitor and, in turn, will himself be overthrown. For in every epoch, in every myth, the same immutable truth awaits, patiently poised in the wings. Time consumes all. The reign of Cronus was, by all ancient accounts, a rather pleasant period, provided one was not among his offspring. For most, it was indeed the Golden Age, an era when the earth yielded its abundance without reservation. The seasons were temperate, and mortals, if they existed at all, were spared the burdens of taxation, physical ailments, or unsolicited prophecies. There were no conflicts, no transgressions, and, most notably, no divine squabbles erupting from lofty vantage points. It was a time before the necessity of laws, as the myth asserts, because no one committed wrongdoing. One might envision it as an perpetual Sunday afternoon, unmarred by any scarcity of tea. However, beneath the veneer of this peace lay an underlying apprehension, not directed at the world itself, but at its sovereign. Cronus, the Titan of time, the paramount ruler of all that existed, harbored a significant concern. He had, in essence, become his father. While Cronus could be credited with deposing Uranus due to his cruelty and oppressive nature, it is often the case in both mythology and monarchical systems that the rebel transforms into a tyrant once the crown is bestowed. Cronus had received a prophecy, not from some mountain-dwelling oracle or a mysterious crone with a teacup, but from his own injured father, Uranus. In his post-castration wisdom and bitterness, Uranus had uttered that one day a child of Cronus would rise and overthrow him. This, it turns out, is the sort of pronouncement that tends to linger in one's mind. Consequently, Cronus adopted what can only be described as a highly unconventional approach to parenting. He consumed his children. Each time his wife and sister, for in mythological narratives these roles are frequently intertwined, Rhea presented him with a child. Cronus would open wide and gulp the infant down whole. No chewing, no remorse, just a singular divine swallow, akin to consuming oysters, albeit more sentient beings. First came Hestia, the goddess of the hearth and home. Then Demeter, the future goddess of agriculture. Hera, destined to be queen of Olympus, followed, along with Hades and Poseidon, the gods of the underworld and the sea, respectively. One by one, each child was swallowed and concealed within Cronus's interior. The precise accommodations within his divine digestive system remain unclear, but rest assured they were still alive. Rhea, understandably, grew weary of this arrangement. While her hesitation to voice direct complaints is forgivable, after all, Cronus had just overthrown a tyrannical father with a sickle. After the fifth divine infant was devoured, even the most long-suffering Titaness would begin to draw a boundary. Thus, when she discovered she was pregnant for the sixth time, she sought assistance. Not from Cronus, obviously, nor from the local Titan Human Resources Department, but from Gaia, her own mother. The original Earth Mother, as ever, possessed a plan. When the time arrived for the child's birth, Rhea secretly traveled to the island of Crete, a locale within mythology that consistently serves as the preferred sanctuary for divine offspring. There, within a cave atop Mount Ida, she gave birth to her final son, Zeus. To deceive Cronus, Rhea swaddled a stone in cloth, creating a convincingly infant-shaped bundle, which she then presented to him as the newborn. Cronus, ever the efficient cannibal, swallowed it whole, without inquiry. Whether this reflects more on his parenting skills or his palate for minerals remains ambiguous. Thus, Zeus was secreted away, raised in clandestine fashion within the Cretan cave. Some accounts attribute his upbringing to nymphs, while others mention a goat named Amalthea, whose milk sustained him. The specifics of the story vary, depending on the poet consulted, but the essential elements persist. The future ruler of the gods was nourished on wild honey, mountain air, and, presumably, a profound sense of destiny. To mask his cries, a contingent of warriors known as the Courettes engaged in a ritualistic dance, clashing their shields to drown out the infant's wails. This represents a rare instance where interpretive dance was employed as a form of military defense. Meanwhile, back within the divine digestive tract, Cronus continued oblivious, entirely unaware that his eventual downfall was quite literally fermenting internally. Now, let us pause briefly. While the Titans and their respective progeny engaged in their internal conflicts, it is worthwhile to consider the Greek perspective on the broader world. The gods were not remote entities dwelling in the heavens. They were present, a part of nature's very essence and the flow of time. Ancient trees seemed to converse with dryads, and the rushing rivers were imbued with the presence of naiads. Every gust of wind, every tempest, every spark of flame held a divine quality. Time itself, embodied by Kronos, was not merely a measure, he was time. His dominion, therefore, signified not simply authority, but an inescapable reality. He was beyond reason or evasion. Consequently, the notion of him being supplanted by his own progeny mirrored not just the inevitable cycle of power shifts, but a deeper apprehension that even the perpetual march of time must eventually yield. Back on Crete, Zeus matured into a formidable figure, distinct from his Titan brethren by a flair for the dramatic. Upon reaching adulthood, he returned to confront his father, but not solely through sheer strength. His initial approach was one of strategic brilliance. Depending on your preferred version of the ancient Greek myths, Zeus sought assistance from Metis, the goddess of wisdom, who furnished Kronos with an emetic draft. While not a precisely poetic form of justice, it was remarkably effective. Upon imbibing this potent concoction, Kronos expelled his children in reverse order of their consumption. First emerged the stone, still swaddled in its infant wrappings. Following it were Poseidon, Hades, Hera, Demeter, and finally Hestia, each reappearing as fully grown deities presumably quite vexed by their ordeal. Having been reunited, Kronos' 6 children did not retreat into exile or seek counseling. Instead, they initiated hostilities, launching a monumental and devastating conflict that would span a decade, the Titanomachy. However, that narrative will unfold in the subsequent chapter. For the present, we must pause and reflect on the profound insights offered by this segment of mythology. The act of devouring one's offspring, ghastly as it sounds, is an age-old metaphor that resonates across numerous cultures. Mesopotamian lore speaks of older deities being consumed or imprisoned by younger ones, while Vedic traditions depict gods being born, hidden, and then reappearing in recurring cycles. All these narratives convey a singular truth. The younger generation represents both a beacon of hope and a potential harbinger of disruption. Each new offspring signifies the twilight of their predecessor's reign. Ultimately, power is transient, a reality intimately understood by the divine. Within the myth of Kronos, we also discern the nascent conceptualization of time itself. His very name, Kronos, eventually became intertwined with Chronos, the personification of time. While they were likely distinct entities initially, the nature of myth, much like rivers, tends to merge its various streams. Kronos evolved into time. And what does time do if not gradually consume all things? Yet, time also fosters creation. From within Kronos' being emerged the future Olympian gods, not annihilated, but preserved and awaiting their moment. Time devoured them, yet simultaneously ensured their inevitable return. Is this not a remarkably elegant metaphor for cycles, rebirth, and revolutionary change? One final detail concerning that infant stone. According to later accounts, Zeus positioned the swaddled rock at Delphi, the world's sacred nexus, as a monument. It came to be known as the omphalos, or navel of the world, a cosmic midpoint. Pilgrims would journey to behold it, a tangible stone entwined with myth, symbolizing the precise instant the cosmos began its transformation. Thus concludes the brief and precarious rule of Kronos as the supreme sovereign. He who sought to defy destiny by consuming his progeny, only to be ultimately undone by one he had never truly encountered. One might almost feel a pang of sympathy for him, were he not such a profoundly disagreeable paternal figure. Now the stage is set. On one side stand the Titans, ancient, immense, and deeply rooted in the world's primordial forces. On the other, the Olympians, younger, more audacious, and decidedly inclined towards instigating upheaval. Their confrontation will reverberate through the very foundations of existence. Mountains will crumble, oceans will boil, and the heavens themselves will tremble. But that, as always, is a narrative for another time. For now, we leave our young Zeus, victorious in his inaugural grand undertaking, poised on the precipice of war, lightning coursing through his veins and defiance burning in his spirit. The established order has been challenged. The storm is gathering. And Kronos, the unfortunate Kronos, is left to ponder the trajectory that led to such ruin. Conflict had never previously afflicted the cosmos. Until this juncture, divine disagreements manifested more as epic poetry than actual warfare. Kronos had deposed Uranus in a singular, brutal act, more akin to surgical intervention than a skirmish, and the remaining Titans had merely acquiesced, perhaps relieved to be liberated from a father who treated his offspring as bothersome houseplants. However, when Zeus liberated his siblings from Kronos' internal, divine digestive system, a significant shift occurred. For the first time in the annals of existence, 2 generations of deities found themselves in direct opposition. This was no mere domestic discord over a neglected ritual during the winter solstice. This was war, unequivocally, the kind sung of by bards with blood on their lips and deception in their pronouncements. Arrayed on one side were the Titans, ancient, elemental, and vast. They embodied the raw forces of the planet, the boundless ocean, the radiant sun, the celestial sphere. Powerful, undoubtedly, but also deeply entrenched in their traditions. They were accustomed to adoration, or at the very least, to uninterrupted existence. On the opposing side were the Olympians, younger, more ambitious, and armed with a conviction of destiny so potent it could curdle milk. Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades spearheaded the assault, supported by their sisters, Hera, Demeter, and Hestia, and an expanding confederation of divine allies. These were not abstract primordial forces, but gods possessing distinct personalities, aspirations, and the unshakable confidence that only immortals who had never experienced financial hardship could possess. The conflict is identified as the Titanomachy, a term best articulated with a certain gusto. It signifies the Battle of the Titans, although this description scarcely conveys its magnitude. This was not merely a dispute over succession, it was a cataclysmic rupture in the very fabric of creation. Mountains fractured, rivers reversed their courses, and the heavens themselves quaked, serving as the battlegrounds. According to tradition, although given the sheer scale of the engagement, one can surmise that its impact extended far beyond geographical boundaries. The war endured for 10 years, with neither faction achieving a decisive advantage. The Titans launched their assaults from Mount Othrys, a somber peak befitting their antiquity and gravitas. The Olympians, meanwhile, occupied Mount Olympus, which was smaller at the time but destined to become the ultimate celestial abode. It was a stalemate, a divine Cold War that had escalated into open conflict. Lightning met stone, seismic tremors erupted beneath the sea, and the skies echoed with the clash of immortal weaponry. However, the Titans, despite their immense power, harbored a critical vulnerability, a lack of adaptability. Their strength was ancient but unyielding. The Olympians, conversely, demonstrated a capacity for evolution. They learned, they adapted, and soon they would discover the vital allies necessary to tip the scales. It is at this juncture that Gaia reappears. The primordial matriarch, ever observant, always intervening at the opportune moment. Perhaps she held a particular affection for her grandson Zeus. Perhaps she simply relished a degree of chaos. Regardless of her motives, she revealed a critical truth. The Titans could be vanquished, but only if the Olympians secured the aid of those previously wronged by Kronos, the Hecatonchires, and the Cyclopes. Do you recall them? The hundred-handed giants and the one-eyed smiths, exiled by Uranus, imprisoned by Kronos, and now languishing in the abyssal depths of Tartarus. Not precisely ideal confederates, but desperate times demand desperate measures of liberation. Zeus, ever astute to an opportunity, descended into the abyss. He battled his way past the monstrous guardians and breached the prison gates. In their gratitude, the Cyclopes forged formidable weapons for their liberators. To Zeus they presented the thunderbolt, to Poseidon the trident, and to Hades the helm of darkness, which rendered its wearer invisible and, according to legend, quite insufferably proud. Equipped with these new instruments and aided by the 100-armed giants hurling boulders and trees like javelins, the Olympians decisively altered the course of the battle. Now, envision the battlefield, the air thick with divine energy, lightning bolts streaking across the sky like malevolent comets, colossal rocks soaring through the heavens like projectiles launched from colossal catapults, trees uprooted, and mountains gouged. At the epicenter stood Zeus, no longer the concealed infant of Crete, but a storm deity incarnate, unleashing thunder as if it were a family pastime. Kronos, to his credit, resisted with grim resolve. He wielded the sickle that had brought about Uranus's demise. The Titans, colossal and terrifying, rallied around him. Atlas, Hyperion, Iapetus, and the rest. Yet, age worked against them in every conceivable way. This was no longer their dominion. In the climactic confrontation, said to have lasted for days without respite, Zeus unleashed his full might. The heavens fractured, flames erupted from the earth, and at long last the Titans began to falter. Defeated, the male Titans were cast into Tartarus, confined behind adamantine gates, meticulously guarded by the recently liberated Hecatoncheires, who had apparently discovered their true calling as celestial wardens. Kronos, their leader, was bound and relegated to mythical obscurity. Later, traditions would reposition him to the Isles of the Blessed, ruling peacefully over the departed, or even reinterpret him as a deity of harvest and tranquility, a form of divine retirement. The female Titans, Rhea, Themis, Mnemosyne, and others were spared, possibly out of deference, or perhaps because Zeus harbored no animosity towards them. They were, after all, the custodians of law, memory, and fate, concepts that even the new gods hesitated to transgress. One Titan, however, received a unique retribution: Atlas. For his role in the rebellion, Zeus condemned him to bear the heavens, not the earth, as often misrepresented in marble sculptures and gem branding, but the sky itself, eternally. A solitary figure at the world's periphery, his muscles straining against the celestial dome. No respite, no end, the ultimate upper body workout. With the Titans vanquished, the era of the Olympians commenced, but power, as invariably occurs, carried its own burdens. Zeus, now the supreme ruler, partitioned the cosmos with his brothers. He claimed the sky for himself. Poseidon was assigned dominion over the sea, and Hades was granted the underworld. And this was not hell, but a shadowy realm inhabited by the deceased, attended by specters, dreams, and the occasional hero with a penchant for danger. Earth, meanwhile, remained a neutral territory, a shared domain, a realm of mortals, myths, and occasional divine interference. And with order thus re-established, the gods established their residence on Mount Olympus. It was not merely a peak, but a magnificent palace, a domain of cloud-veiled halls, gilded thrones, feasts of ambrosia, and dramatic occurrences typically confined to dynastic television dramas. Nevertheless, not all grievances were resolved. Gaia, once again displeased, perhaps by the harsh sentencing of her Titan offspring, gave birth to a new adversary. Typhon. However, as you might anticipate, that is a narrative reserved for another chapter. Let us pause now to contemplate the significance of this mythic conflict. The Titanomachy transcends a simple account of violence. It represents a symbolic struggle between the archaic and the contemporary, the static and the dynamic, between the immutable forces of nature and the personality-driven whims of deities. The Titans embody order and inevitability, the sun's ascent, the ocean's ebb and flow, the stars' celestial dance. Conversely, the Olympians represent transformation, passion, and rebellion, qualities strikingly human for immortal beings. Within the framework of Greek thought, this war marks the transition from an abstract universe to one imbued with personal significance. The Titans wielded immense power, certainly, but they did not typically intervene in mortal affairs. The Olympians, however, would meddle, punish, reward, and engage in romantic entanglements with alarming frequency. In essence, they were deities fashioned in humanity's likeness, rendering them both relatable and terrifying. Historically, the Titanomachy is interpreted as a reflection of ancient societal transformations. some academics perceive it as an echo of the transition from older, pre-Hellenic deities to the Olympian pantheon, akin to a religious rebranding. Others draw parallels with Near Eastern myths that describe younger gods overthrowing primordial beings in chaotic cosmic coups. Yet, its enduring allure lies in its inherent drama. The concept that even gods must endure struggle, that the mightiest can fall, and that victory is often achieved not through brute force, but through strategy, unity, and a timely emetic. It also serves as a testament to the Greeks' exceptional storytelling prowess. They bestowed upon us deities who are flawed, noble, petty, and profound. Gods who engage in combat, laughter, tears, and seduction. From the debris of conflict, they constructed a cosmos not of abstract principles, but of vivid characters. And so, as the dust settles upon Mount Othrys, as Tartarus echoes with the lamentations of fallen titans, and Olympus gleams with the radiance of a new dominion, we find ourselves on the threshold of a transformed world. Yet, as the gods ascend to their thrones, they inherit more than mere authority. They inherit prophecy, pride, and the nascent seeds of their own downfall. Because if history has imparted any lesson, and if Greek mythology is, above all else, a profoundly dramatic historical record, it is that no reign is eternal, not even for the gods. The war had concluded. The Titans had been defeated. Their mighty thunder had been silenced, and their once vast thrones had crumbled under the weight of time and what passed for justice, especially when administered by deities with decidedly personal vendettas. Zeus and his siblings now presided from their resplendent summit atop Mount Olympus. They surveyed a cosmos that, while perhaps not entirely pristine, was at least properly structured. Kronos had been relegated to Tartarus. The Titan throne room on Mount Othrys lay in ruins. The Cyclopes returned to their forges, and the Hecatoncheiras, blessed their numerous limbs, secured stable employment as prison guards, a rare instance of successful divine rehabilitation. But if you anticipate that peace ensued after this triumph, you evidently have not delved into Greek mythology. Zeus, now the paramount ruler, was not content with merely donning the crown and wielding thunderbolts as if he were the captain of a celestial javelin team. No, he faced a predicament that has vexed every leader from the Bronze Age to the modern boardroom: legitimacy. It is one thing to seize power, it is quite another to retain it. And somewhere beneath the triumphant roar emanating from Olympus, an ancient whisper persisted. Prophecy. Gaia and Uranus, those primordial sages, had once cautioned Kronos that he would be deposed by his offspring. That prophecy was spectacularly fulfilled in a manner that churned the very stomach. However, as fate, irony, and perhaps genetics would dictate, Kronos' successor, Zeus, found himself the target of an eerily similar prediction, that he too would one day be overthrown by his own child. Now, Zeus, not being unintelligent, took this warning with utmost seriousness. He had just orchestrated an entire cosmic conflict to dethrone his father. The last thing he desired was to suffer the same fate as Uranus and Kronos, to be deposed, dismembered, or digested. Thus, he resorted to a tactic employed by many insecure autocrats throughout history. He attempted to preempt destiny. This is where the myth takes a fascinating turn. You see, Zeus had numerous consorts, both immortal and mortal, along with nymphs and, on occasion, even a shape-shifting cloud. His romantic curriculum vitae was remarkably extensive. But one goddess stood apart: Metis. Metis was not merely beautiful, she was exceptionally astute. Her name, in fact, literally signifies wisdom or prudent counsel. She was the daughter of Oceanus and Tethys, making her an Oceanid and one of the original deities associated with practical intellect. Metis possessed not just knowledge, but profound understanding, a potentially perilous attribute in a partner, especially if that partner harbored deep-seated anxieties. Consequently, when Metis became pregnant with Zeus's child, his fears were validated by another oracle. The offspring she would bear would one day surpass him. To compound matters, the subsequent child, Metis's second, would be a son powerful enough to dethrone even the formidable storm god. Zeus reacted to this news with considerable distress. Naturally, he did what any rational, omnipotent being would do in such circumstances. He consumed her. Yes. After beguiling her with flattery and we can assume some impressive conversational interludes, Zeus opened his mouth wide and swallowed his pregnant lover whole. In the realm of mythology, this act is not necessarily interpreted as the conclusion of a relationship. If anything, it marked the commencement of one of the most unusual births in divine history. Now, this act of divine ingestion was not entirely unprecedented. Recall that Kronos had previously swallowed his own children in a misguided attempt at procreative control. However, where Kronos digested, Zeus assimilated. Metis did not perish. She resided within him, whispering, advising, and perhaps even strategizing. And the child, well, she continued to grow. Eventually, Zeus began to suffer from excruciating headaches. Not your typical stress-induced migraines, but blinding, splitting, cosmically agonizing pain, as if an idea were attempting to claw its way out of his skull, which, in a sense, it was. Desperate for relief, Zeus summoned Hephaestus, his smithing son, though in some versions it is either Prometheus or Hermes who wields the axe. Whichever assistant you prefer, the solution was gloriously simple and violently theatrical. They split Zeus's head open with a bronze axe. From this wound emerged Athena, fully formed, armored, brandishing a spear, and unleashing a triumphant war cry that reputedly reverberated across heaven and earth. It was, to put it mildly, a memorable entrance. Athena became one of the most venerated deities within the Greek pantheon, revered as the goddess of wisdom, strategic warfare, crafts, and urban life. In many respects, she represented the ideal Olympian, born of power and intellect, loyal to her father, and utterly devoid of any inclination towards rebellion. She would never attempt to usurp Zeus. In a stroke of mythological irony, the prophecy had been fulfilled and simultaneously neutralized. The child had emerged, but not as a threat. Nevertheless, the fear of usurpation remained deeply ingrained in Zeus's divine psyche. He had witnessed such events twice before. Perhaps this explains his reign, characterized by a distinctive blend of charm and tyranny, benevolence and thunderous wrath. He could be the protector of oaths and the punisher of those who perjured themselves, a champion of justice and a proponent of questionable seductions. While Zeus contemplated fate and paternity, the other Olympians were actively expanding their spheres of influence. Poseidon ruled the seas, though not without contention. He engaged in disputes with other deities over the dominion of coastal cities, most notably Athens, where he lost a divine talent competition to his niece Athena. His offering, a saltwater spring or a warhorse depending on the myth, was overshadowed by Athena's olive tree. The Athenians, being practical people, opted for the olives, thereby granting their city to Athena. Hades, meanwhile, retreated to his somber kingdom. Despite being portrayed as an antagonist in later narratives, he was perhaps the most dutiful of the triumvirate. His realm was characterized by order, adherence to law, and a surprising degree of tidiness. He rarely ventured forth, although when he did, it invariably caused considerable trouble, a situation we will encounter with a particular daughter of Demeter. Demeter herself, the goddess of agriculture. diligently tended to the earth's fertility. Hestia maintained the perpetual flame of the hearth, and Hera, ever regal, assumed the mantle of Queen of the Gods. Despite being married to Zeus, her tolerance for his numerous extracurricular romantic pursuits was considerably limited. Her jealousies, while widely known, were not entirely unfounded. As the goddess of marriage, it must have been deeply unsettling to witness her own union devolve into a perpetual soap opera. And so, Olympus flourished in its characteristically dramatic and dysfunctional manner. However, even as the gods constructed their palaces and shaped the destinies of the cosmos, the world was still undergoing profound shifts. You see, Gaia, once again, was displeased. Her sons, the Titans, remained imprisoned. Tartarus groaned under their collective weight. And Gaia, who had given birth to Uranus, nurtured the Titans and facilitated the overthrow of 2 generations of rulers, now stirred with fresh indignation. She gave birth to a new offspring. Not a Titan, not a god, but a monster. His name was Typhon. If the Titanomachy was a war waged by gods, what followed was something far more elemental. Typhon embodied chaos, born to dismantle what Zeus had meticulously constructed. Towering and serpentine, possessing 100 dragon heads and a voice that mimicked countless beasts, he was the very personification of terror and rage. But that, as they say, is a narrative for the next breath, the next thunderclap. For the moment, we leave Olympus in its precarious tranquility, a mountain crowned with glory, yet haunted by prophecy, betrayal, and the distant rustle of wings. And within this fragile calm, one enduring lesson persists. Power in Greek mythology is never inherited without a price. It must be seized, defended, and above all, outmaneuvered. The gods are not static, ethereal beings, but creatures defined by conflict and complexity. And though the Titans had fallen, their story was far from over. Even in defeat, the ancient powers still murmur through the world's fractures, patiently awaiting their moment to ascend, much like all vanquished empires do. Their opportunity arises, as many significant narratives do, from a fragile accord and an approaching tempest. Cronus, the sovereign of the Titans and master of time, a being who consumed his own progeny, had exerted every ounce of his might to prolong his dominion. However, destiny, an unyielding force, had charted a different course, and Zeus, the offspring he had so assiduously sought to evade, had matured into a formidable deity, possessing both strength and astuteness, and harboring no desire to express gratitude to his father for the years his siblings endured in the dark confines of his stomach. The Titanomachy, a conflict that truly resonates once practiced, was the monumental struggle between the elder divine beings, the Titans, and their youthful challengers, the Olympians. This war would persist for a decade, unsettling the very fabric of existence. It heralded the conclusion of one celestial era and the commencement of another. Let us establish the setting. Following Zeus's clever ploy to induce Cronus to disgorge his siblings, a grim yet strangely gratifying familial reunion, the 6 offspring of Cronus and Rhea stood united: Zeus, Poseidon, Hades, Hestia, Demeter, and Hecate. They constituted a rather remarkable divine cohort, though at this juncture they were more akin to scrappy insurgents than polished deities, resembling the divine equivalent of the French Resistance rather than those robed in Westminster finery. Naturally, Cronus was far from delighted to witness his children resurrected, and harbored no inclination to forgive them. Yet he was not isolated. He summoned his brothers and sisters among the Titans, rallying them to his cause. After all, they had governed the cosmos since Uranus's downfall, and the notion of relinquishing their authority to these presumptuous younger gods was, to them, utterly unbecoming. On one side stood the Titans, led by Cronus, and fortified by formidable confederates. Atlas, the general, Coeus, the inquisitor, Iapetus, the introducer of mortality, and Oceanus, who wisely maintained his distance with his rivers, acting as Switzerland amidst the brewing storm. Certain Titanesses also remained detached or neutral, perhaps discerning the shifting political climate. On the opposing side were the Olympians, who, frankly, were the underdogs, young, comparatively inexperienced, and lacking the sheer elemental might of the Titans. However, Zeus possessed qualities that Cronus could never fully comprehend: strategic acumen, a network of allies, and a talent for transforming chaos into advantage. He also had brothers who were not averse to a bit of subterfuge, and sisters whose intellects matched their own. As ancient lore recounts, this war was not waged with conventional swords and shields. Instead, it was an all-encompassing metaphysical clash. Mountains were hurled like mere stones, thunderbolts rent the heavens, earthquakes and tempests convulsed the earth, and rivers were torn from their courses. Envision a cosmic rock concert where each percussive beat causes tectonic plates to shift. Zeus, ever the ambitious son, recognized that brute force alone would not suffice. Thus he emulated many commanders throughout history by liberating prisoners and enlisting the most formidable individuals he could find. Deep within Tartarus, his grandfather Uranus had incarcerated the Cyclopes and the monstrous offspring of Gaia and Uranus, beings cast aside for their rather unappealing appearances. Now, the Cyclopes, those one-eyed smiths, were not merely instruments of brute strength. They were artisans, master craftsmen. It was they who fashioned Zeus's thunderbolts, Poseidon's trident, and Hades' helm of invisibility. A rather magnanimous gesture, truly, considering they had endured eons in divine solitary confinement. Meanwhile, the Hecatonchires were creatures possessing 50 heads and 100 arms each. While not ideal for delicate manual tasks, they were exceptionally adept at hurling massive boulders at enemy fortifications. With their inclusion on the front lines, the tide of the conflict began to turn. It is worth noting that the Olympian strategy here, enlisting the marginalized and arming them, mirrors numerous human revolutions throughout history. The French Revolution, the Haitian Rebellion, and even aspects of the Bolshevik rise echo this mythical pattern, where the excluded ultimately become the decisive element. Mythology reflects history, or perhaps the reverse is true. The war raged across the land, specifically in the vicinity of Mount Othrys, the Titan's stronghold, and Mount Olympus, the base of the younger deities. One might imagine Olympus as a divine penthouse suite, but at this stage it was more of a fortified bunker than a palace. The conflict was not confined to terrestrial domains. The very sky reverberated with thunder. The seas churned with Poseidon's fury. The underworld trembled at Hades' command. And throughout it all, Gaia, the Earth Mother, groaned under the immense weight of divine wrath. At moments, Gaia herself appeared to revolt, her children on both sides tearing her asunder. In later myths, she would give birth to Typhon in response to this agony. However, we are advancing ahead of ourselves. Zeus proved to be a leader unlike Cronus. He excelled at delegation, a skill many monarchs never master. He led assaults, rallied his siblings, and coordinated his allies. Poseidon cleaved the seas to strike at Titan strongholds. Hades utilized his helm to infiltrate enemy ranks, sowing discord and confusion. Hera and Hecate served as logistician and strategists, ensuring the Olympian endeavor remained organized and sustained. It was not merely brawn, it was intellect. Gradually, the Titans began to falter. The decisive turning point occurred when the Hecatonchires unleashed 1,000 boulders in a single onslaught, shattering the defenses of Mount Othrys. The sheer magnitude of this destruction was mythologized as the sundering of the heavens. Cronus, for all his cunning and might, perceived that his end was imminent. His forces fractured. Some titans fled. Others, like Iapetus and Crius, fought valiantly to the very last. However, loyalty has its limitations, particularly when one's adversary commands a thunderbolt and an army of 100 armed giants. Cronus was captured. Atlas, who had commanded the Titan army, was singled out for a unique form of retribution. The Titans, as a collective, were banished to Tartarus, a profound abyss beneath the underworld, darker and more terrifying than any human conception of hell. There they would remain, guarded by the Hecatoncheires. It was a poetic reversal, considering that the very beings they had once imprisoned now stood watch over them. Zeus had achieved victory, but his triumph stemmed not solely from strength. It was adaptability, persuasion, and a keen understanding of mythological momentum that secured him the crown. The Titanomachy is not merely a mythical civil war. It represents a pattern, a symbolic narrative of generational overthrow. Echoes of it can be found in Norse mythology with the Vanir and Aesir, in Babylonian myths where Marduk rises against Tiamat, and even in Shakespearean plays, the same tension between old orders and new ideas is palpable. In Hesiod's Theogony, this war is not only the zenith of a cosmic soap opera, but also a contemplation of the inevitability of change. The Titans embody the raw, untamed power of nature, primordial, ancient, and indifferent to mortal concerns. The Olympians, conversely, represent a more structured cosmos. They possess temples, priests, and rules, sometimes adhered to, often broken, but present nonetheless. Historically, some scholars propose that the Titanomachy might reflect genuine cultural shifts, perhaps the arrival of new Indo-European religious systems that supplanted older, pre-Hellenic earth goddess traditions. Others interpret it as pure allegory. Time devours its offspring, but wisdom, embodied by Zeus, ultimately prevails. Regardless of the perspective adopted, the narrative endures because it is profoundly human. Fathers and sons, rebellion and governance, the fear of obsolescence and the audacity of youth. With the Titans vanquished and imprisoned, the cosmos stood at a precipice. For the first time, the universe was not governed by abstract personifications of nature but by gods with distinct personalities, flaws, families, and, if we are to be candid, a degree of drama that might be considered excessive. Zeus and his brothers divided the world amongst themselves. Zeus claimed the sky, Poseidon the seas, and Hades, receiving the less desirable portion, was assigned the underworld. The earth was shared, although Zeus, being Zeus, tended to treat shared territories as mere suggestions. Thus commenced the Olympian age. However, as we shall discover, peace rarely endures for long in mythology, particularly when deities are involved. For the present, though, the thunder subsided, the earth ceased its trembling, and somewhere within the vast gloom of Tartarus, Cronus brooded in silence, defeated by his own prophecy and his own son. History, myth, and familial gatherings, it seems, all impart the same lesson. Never underestimate the children. With the Titans cast into the shadowy depths of Tartarus, their mighty limbs shackled in chains forged by the Cyclopes, and the Hecatoncheires standing guard like the world's most enthusiastic prison wardens, the Olympians might have been forgiven for anticipating a well-deserved respite. After all, a decade-long divine conflict can indeed drain anyone's energy. But this, dear listener, is mythology, and if there is one enduring lesson to be gleaned, it is that peace is merely a fleeting interlude before the next cataclysm. Zeus now reigned from Mount Olympus, a truly elevated position, and began to lay the foundation for the cosmos as we have come to understand it. ordered, hierarchical, and somewhat theatrical. Alongside his brothers Poseidon and Hades, he partitioned the realms. Zeus claimed dominion over the sky, Poseidon over the seas, and Hades, with the resigned acceptance of a younger sibling denied the first choice, took the underworld. The earth, that perpetually enduring neutral territory, remained a shared dominion, though one suspects Zeus secured the lion's share when no one was observing. However, ruling a world is one thing. Maintaining order among gods who possess not only egos the size of mountains, but also the capacity to level those same mountains with a mere glance is quite another. The Olympians, you see, were a contentious group, rife with rivalries, grievances, and profoundly dramatic romantic entanglements. If the Titans represented the raw forces of nature, the Olympians were decidedly more like soap opera stars endowed with divine powers, petty, potent, and frequently spectacularly self-absorbed. Nevertheless, for a period, Zeus managed to maintain cohesion. The cosmos settled into its new configuration. Mortals began to populate the earth in greater numbers, though their role in the divine narrative remained somewhat peripheral, often lost amidst the feuds and flirtations of the gods. These early humans, mere upright shadows in Hesiod's account, looked upon the gods with a mixture of awe and apprehension, occasionally serving as collateral damage in divine disputes. But there was one entity who was not content with the new order, someone ancient, deeply rooted in the very essence of the world, someone with a rather personal grievance against both Titans and Olympians alike, Gaia, the earth herself. Mother of the Titans and grandmother of the Olympians, Gaia, who had once encouraged Cronus to rebel against Uranus, now found herself observing the same cycle unfold anew. And this time she was decidedly unimpressed. Cronus had become as tyrannical as Uranus. Zeus had overthrown him in a strikingly similar fashion, and now Zeus, for all his charm and thunderbolts, was following the same path, becoming the very entity he had fought to replace. One could almost hear her sigh through the rustling leaves. Therefore, Gaia, eternally fertile in both body and vengeance, resolved that the new gods required a reminder that even the mightiest must bow before the truly ancient. And so, she gave birth once more, not to a brood of gods or nymphs or pleasant terrestrial spirits, but to a monster. Not just any monster, mind you. This was Typhon. If the Titans were the mountains of the world, Typhon was the volcanic eruption, the earthquake, the hurricane. He was said to tower above the highest peak, possessing 100 serpentine heads that hissed and shrieked in every known language, and a few best left untranslated. His eyes emitted flames, his voice could shatter mountains, and from his waist downwards he was a mass of coiling serpents. In other words, he was not someone you would invite to dinner, unless the repast involved widespread panic and the collapse of civilization. Now, Typhon was not alone. Alongside him was Echidna, his mate, half woman and half snake. Together, they would sire some of the most terrifying creatures in Greek mythology: Cerberus, the three-headed hound; the Chimera, with her lion, goat, and serpent triad; the multi-headed Hydra of Lerna; and the cunning Sphinx. This delightful menagerie of monstrosities would terrorize mortals and heroes for generations to come, serving as the mythological equivalent of unwelcome in-laws. But before any of these nightmares manifested, Typhon himself advanced directly toward Olympus, leaving scorched earth and terrified gods in his wake. The Olympians, for all their power, had never encountered anything like him. Some fled, while others briefly stood their ground before realizing that their thunderbolts were having minimal impact on a creature that could shrug off falling mountains. According to certain accounts, the gods actually transformed themselves into animals and fled to Egypt, possibly giving rise to some of the animal-headed deities in Egyptian mythology. A testament to cross-cultural borrowing under divine duress. Zeus, however, was not so easily intimidated, though he later claimed this, conveniently glossing over the episode where he too might have briefly assumed the form of a ram. In the climactic confrontation, Zeus ascended into the heavens, armed with thunder and storm. Typhon met him with fire, wind, and 100 furious voices. The battle raged across the globe. Mountains were ripped from their roots, rivers boiled away, and the sky itself cracked with the intensity of their struggle. It was chaos unseen since the earliest days of creation, and for a moment it seemed as though the nascent order might crumble before it had truly begun. Initially, however, the situation did not favor the king of the gods. Typhon, in an act of mythic audacity, managed to seize Zeus and extract his sinews, yes, the very cords that animated Zeus, and conceal them in a cave. Deprived of his strength, Zeus was rendered powerless. It was solely through the cunning of Hermes, who recovered the sinews in a daring heist more befitting a spy thriller than a Bronze Age hymn, that Zeus was restored. Then came the reckoning. With renewed vigor and wrath, Zeus unleashed the full might of the heavens upon Typhon. He struck the beast down with lightning upon lightning until it crashed to the earth. And where did it fall? Beneath Mount Etna in Sicily, a volcano that to this day periodically expels smoke and flame. According to the Greeks, this is Typhon stirring restlessly in his prison, each eruption a reminder that chaos can never be entirely extinguished, merely suppressed. With Typhon vanquished, Gaia's rebellion was quelled, and the Olympian order was once more re-established. Yet this restoration came at a cost. The gods learned a lesson, albeit briefly, that power, no matter how supreme, must be earned and defended. That the world itself, Gaia, could not be taken for granted, and that the ancient forces, those that predated law, language, and lightning, would always linger in the shadows, awaiting their chance. It is tempting to view Typhon as merely a monstrous antagonist. However, like many figures in Greek mythology, he transcends simple categorization. He embodies chaos, yes, but also defiance. He represents the voice of the earth itself, roaring back at its rulers. He is the embodiment of the fear that, no matter how much one constructs, it can all be dismantled, that beneath civilization the wild always awaits. Historically, the narrative of Typhon may reflect older myths concerning primeval chaos monsters such as Tiamat in Babylon or Leviathan in the Hebrew tradition. Many ancient cultures featured stories where in a storm God battled a sea or serpent monster, symbolizing the conflict between order and chaos, culture and nature. Zeus versus Typhon is the Greek iteration of this universal motif. It likely also mirrors historical anxieties. Volcanoes like Etna and Vesuvius were unpredictable, terrifying forces, and attributing a face, a name, and a story to them was a means for ancient peoples to comprehend the incomprehensible. Mythology, after all, was never solely about entertainment. It was how individuals made sense of the world in all its beauty and brutality. There is a profoundly human element in these tales. We all fear the unraveling of the world we know. We all dread that the monsters we believe we have buried might rise again. And we all hope that in our darkest moments someone, perhaps wearing winged sandals and carrying a lyre, might intervene, restore what we have lost, and grant us the strength to fight anew. With Typhon defeated and the Olympians reigning unchallenged, the world entered what could be termed the Golden Age, though, as we shall observe, gold tends to tarnish rather swiftly in the hands of immortals. For the present, however, Zeus ruled unopposed. His brothers maintained their respective domains. The earth remained relatively tranquil. The gods, ever capricious, turned their attention to the affairs of mortals, and deep beneath the surface, in caverns, craters, and coiled roots, the remnants of the old world persisted, silent but never entirely gone. Because in myth, as in life, nothing remains buried forever. With Typhon imprisoned beneath Mount Etna and the Olympians perched triumphantly upon their celestial thrones, one might assume the cosmos had finally found its rhythm, akin to a divine jazz ensemble, with Zeus conducting from the heavens, Poseidon thundering beneath the waves, and Hades humming ominously in the underworld. Peace, however, is not the natural state of the gods. It is merely a pause between scandals. In this post-Typhon era, the world entered what Greek poets commonly referred to as the Golden Age, a period when mortals lived free from toil, hardship, or taxes, a fact that likely contributes to its mythical status. Food grew without cultivation. The weather was eternally pleasant, and the gods, for the most part, confined themselves to their divine duties. But, as we should have come to expect by now, the seeds of future calamities were already germinating. And this time, those seeds bore the name Prometheus. Ah yes, Prometheus, the clever Titan, the firebringer, the eternal meddler in divine affairs. While his brethren had been hurled into Tartarus or otherwise defeated, Prometheus had navigated the Titanomachy with remarkable shrewdness. He had sided with Zeus, or rather, technically, he had aligned himself with whomever he perceived would emerge victorious, which, as it transpired, was Zeus. For a time, this earned him a seat at Olympus's proverbial table. Prometheus, whose name aptly translates to forethought, was not your typical Titan. Where others were characterized by brute strength or elemental force, Prometheus embodied intellect, fire, invention, craft, and cunning. If the Olympians were the showmen, Prometheus was the backstage crew, ensuring the safety of the production. According to Hesiod and other ancient sources, Prometheus developed a fondness for mortals, perhaps an excessive one. In certain narratives, he is even credited with their creation, fashioning humans from clay and Athena breathing life into them. Whether as a sculptor or a savior, Prometheus viewed humanity as a worthwhile endeavor, a bold choice considering our eventual trajectory. However, Zeus harbored a different vision. To him, humans were mere pawns, amusing at best, expendable at worst. He was determined to maintain their dependence, their obedience, and above all, their ignorance of divine secrets. Paramount among these secrets was fire, that crackling golden essence. Fire facilitated cooking, metalworking, and construction. In essence, progress. And progress, Zeus feared, might eventually lead to disobedience. Consequently, Prometheus stole it. Not with stealth, mind you, he infiltrated Olympus, ignited a fennel stalk from the sacred flame, and carried it down to humankind, much like a rebellious torchbearer at the most subversive Olympic ceremony imaginable. With that singular act, humanity transitioned from ignorance to innovation. Fires illuminated the night, metal was shaped under the hammer's blow, and roasted meat replaced the constant gnawing of raw roots. Civilization, in short, began to flicker into existence. And Zeus was incandescent with rage. He could overlook many transgressions, rebellion, arrogance, even the occasional indiscretion with a mortal, but not defiance, not when it made him appear foolish. Thus, he devised a punishment that was both eternal and agonizing. Prometheus endured his fiery punishment, fastened to a rocky precipice, which some ancient accounts place in the Caucasus, while others suggest a stark, inhospitable peak where even hardy goats dared not venture. Each dawn, an eagle, a creature consecrated to Zeus, would arrive to rend his liver, only for it to regenerate by nightfall, commencing the agonizing cycle anew. For the ancient Greeks, the liver was understood as the wellspring of emotion and vitality, a stark contrast to our modern association of the heart with these aspects. Thus, Prometheus's suffering transcended mere physical agony. It represented the daily undoing and rebirth of his very core. A rather severe form of retribution, one might concede. However, moderation was hardly a hallmark of Zeus's character. Yet, Prometheus was not the sole recipient of divine displeasure for his altruism. Humanity, newly invigorated and emboldened, also became the target of celestial vengeance. Zeus, with all the dramatic flair of an affronted god, devised a punishment steeped in his characteristic poetic irony. He brought forth woman, embodying her in Pandora. Before we decry this with modern sensibilities, it's crucial to acknowledge that the ancient Greeks, particularly Hesiod, held a complex view of Pandora. She was depicted as exquisitely beautiful and alluring, meticulously crafted by the very hands of the gods themselves, hence her name, meaning all-gifted. Aphrodite bestowed charm upon her. Apollo gifted her musical talent. Hermes endowed her with curiosity, and as for patience, well, that attribute was conspicuously absent. Pandora arrived bearing not a box, as centuries of mistranslation have erroneously led us to believe, but a vast, sealed jar. This vessel overflowed with the ills that had hitherto been unknown to humankind: suffering, scarcity, envy, sickness, taxes, and all the myriad subtle torments of human existence, and of course curiosity, that potent, unyielding urge to uncover what is best left concealed. Predictably, Pandora lifted the lid. A torrent of suffering, in all its diverse manifestations, poured forth, spreading across the earth like ink spilled upon a pristine parchment. By the time she managed to slam the lid shut, only a single entity remained within: hope. It is a peculiar notion, indeed, to confine hope amongst such calamities. Was it a final act of solace, or the most cruel deception of all? The ancient Greeks themselves were not entirely certain. Perhaps this very ambiguity was its intended purpose. Thus, humanity, now armed with fire but burdened by mortality and affliction, commenced its arduous and winding journey through the annals of time. From his rocky perch, Prometheus must have pondered the ultimate worth of his actions. Meanwhile, the gods resumed their celestial intrigues. Nevertheless, Prometheus's ordeal did not conclude in his chains. In time, a new champion would emerge: Heracles. It was he who, traversing the mountains during one of his legendary 12 labors, discovered the bound Titan. Moved by what might be construed as compassion, he dispatched the eagle and shattered Prometheus's bonds. Zeus, by then perhaps more placid or preoccupied, permitted this intervention. It is conceivable that he even admired the sheer audacity of a mortal daring to defy him, though he would never voice such an admission. The narrative of Prometheus is frequently interpreted as a mythical paradigm of the human condition, illustrating the perennial conflict between intellect and authority, progress and reprisal, and the inescapable cost of defiance. The fire he purloined symbolizes not merely literal flame, but abstract enlightenment, scientific endeavor, artistic creation, and rational thought. He stands as the inaugural rebel, the pioneering scientist, the primordial martyr for the cause of humanity. It is likely that the Greeks perceived in Prometheus a reflection of themselves, a people whose philosophers scrutinized the heavens, whose engineers mastered the natural world, and whose playwrights dared to expose the imperfections of the divine. In Prometheus, they found a figure imbued with both heroic stature and tragic resonance, a potent reminder that advancement invariably comes with a price, and that acts of defiance, however noble, seldom pass without consequence. Historically, certain scholars have posited that Prometheus may predate even the Olympian deities. Elements of his saga bear a striking resemblance to myths originating from Mesopotamia and Indo-European traditions, featuring the pilferer of fire, the benefactor of civilization, and the deity who aids mortals against the will of his peers. His punishment bears a remarkable similarity to that of other chained rebels, such as the Norse figure Loki or even the biblical Satan, whose transgressions led to their cosmic incarceration. However, unlike these more malevolent figures, Prometheus is rarely depicted as inherently wicked. He is portrayed as a multifaceted hero, proud, shrewd, unyielding, and self-sacrificing. His challenge to the gods stems not from personal ambition, but from a desire to elevate humankind. In this, he embodies something fundamentally human: the refusal to acquiesce to imposed limitations, the conviction that knowledge should be shared rather than hoarded, and the belief that even Zeus's thunderbolt can be defied, if only for a moment. It is unsurprising, therefore, that subsequent thinkers, from the Romantic poets to contemporary philosophers, embraced Prometheus as an emblem of rebellion and creative spirit. Percy Shelley envisioned him as a noble sufferer, while Karl Marx regarded him as the archetypal revolutionary. Even Mary Shelley, in her contemplation of scientific hubris, titled her seminal work Frankenstein, or The Modern Prometheus, a direct acknowledgement of the enduring tension between creator, creation, and consequence. Thus, within this interlude between divine conflicts and epic sagas, we discern a quieter, yet no less significant drama: the genesis of civilization itself. It emerged not through divine favor, but through theft, not by permission, but through rebellion, coupled with the understanding that every stride forward is accompanied by a retrospective lash. As the Olympians observed from their celestial thrones, witnessing mortals erect fires, temples, and philosophies, they may have sensed that their dominion, though lengthy, was not immutable. For the gift of fire serves as the genesis of inquiry, and once the question of why is posed, even a deity must eventually provide an answer. The saga of the Titans extends beyond mere tales of colossal beings, tempests, and the clash of divine armies. It also chronicles the narrative of those who followed, the thinkers, the rebels, the bearers of light. Within Prometheus, we discover the bridge connecting the epoch of monstrous entities to the era of humankind. A Titan, undoubtedly, but perhaps the most profoundly human among them all. With Prometheus bound and humanity venturing into a world illuminated by fire, possessing both knowledge and suffering, the cosmos appeared, for a fleeting instant, to settle into tranquility. The Titans were largely confined, the gods firmly established in their power, and mankind was occupied with roasting its inaugural goat over a sacred flame. However, in the realm of myth, periods of repose often serve merely as the prelude to the next divine cataclysm, and Olympus as ever teetered on the brink of unfolding drama. Let us now shift our focus from the divine insurrection of the Titans to the insidious instability that would eventually undermine the reign of the Olympians. The Titans may have been vanquished, but their legacy, much like an enduring curse, proved stubbornly persistent. Their progeny, those liminal beings born of the ancient order yet destined to exist under the new, found themselves in a decidedly precarious situation, neither fully defeated nor entirely integrated. They lingered at the periphery of myth, like phantoms at a celebratory feast. Consider, for instance, the Hecatoncheires. These were the 100-handed, 50-headed siblings of the Titans, Briareus, Cottus, and Gyges. Though monstrous by contemporary standards, they were simply regarded as formidable by the ancient Greeks. Imprisoned in Tartarus by Uranus and subsequently liberated by Zeus to aid in their war, they were rewarded for their assistance by being promptly relegated back into the shadows, assigned the duty of guarding the gates of Tartarus. Imagine achieving victory in a conflict only to be relegated to perpetual security duty at the universe's most desolate penal institution. One cannot help but wonder if they ever contemplated a mutiny. Then there were the Cyclopes. These one-eyed smiths, artisans of divine armaments, were also freed during the great conflict. They furnished Zeus with his formidable lightning bolts, Poseidon with his trident, and Hades with his helmet of invisibility, a headpiece that, amusingly, saw very little subsequent use after the war, as Hades apparently preferred to brood in plain sight. The Cyclopes, in return for their efforts, were also returned to their forges, laboring within volcanic caverns, akin to Hephaestus operating under the influence of espresso. Their destiny was to be relegated to footnotes in the very narrative they helped to shape. However, the true undercurrent of tension emanated not from the periphery, but from the subsequent generation, the offspring of Zeus and his siblings. At this juncture, the Olympians had only recently ascended to their thrones. One might reasonably expect them to refrain from initiating further divine drama. Yet, no, Zeus, as prolific as he was powerful, began populating the cosmos with astonishing rapidity. One presumes he maintained a celestial ledger to meticulously track his conquests, both mortal and immortal. Through his numerous unions, a constellation of formidable figures emerged. Athena sprang forth, fully formed, from his forehead, after he had swallowed her pregnant mother, Metis, a rather unconventional approach to parenthood, one might observe. Apollo and Artemis, the twin offspring of Leto, were born after a harrowing pursuit, during which their mother was denied respite by a vengeful Hera. And then there was Dionysus, born of a mortal woman, Elias, whom Zeus rescued from the ashes and later sewed into his own thigh, a decidedly creative alternative to parental leave. Each of these offspring possessed immense power, and with that power came something the Olympians feared above all else: unpredictability. Athena, embodying wisdom and martial prowess, challenged patriarchal authority without ever entering into marriage. Apollo, the radiant deity of music and pestilence, brought forth both exquisite beauty and profound terror. Dionysus, with his revelry, wine, and ecstatic rituals, blurred every conceivable boundary: gender, sanity, mortality. These were not minor deities, they were forces of nature, their lineages tracing back to both Olympus and the Titans. And let us not overlook Hecate, a captivating figure often omitted from popular retellings. Hecate was by birth a Titaness, yet she garnered the honor of Zeus, who granted her dominion over magic, crossroads, and the spectral realm. She moved through the world like wisps of smoke, appearing in the nocturnal hours with her torches, existing at the nexus between the old order and the new. Some accounts suggest she remained loyal to neither faction, and perhaps this very neutrality ensured her endurance. She played the long game. However, this extensive divine procreation carried significant consequences. You see, when gods intermingled with mortals, their offspring tended to be problematic, not in the sense of requiring assistance with household chores, but in the realm of inadvertently instigating wars, vanquishing monsters, and triggering widespread destruction. The age of heroes was beginning to glimmer faintly on the horizon, and with it the residual influence of the Titans, for the world was undergoing another transformation, shifting away from the dominion of the gods and toward something entirely different: fate. The Greeks subscribed to a cosmology where power ebbed and flowed like the tides. No single entity wielded absolute authority indefinitely. This applied to Uranus, to Cronus, and consequently to Zeus. And what lingered behind every myth, like a looming shadow at a grand feast, was the whispered prophecy that Zeus, too, would eventually fall. Predictions abounded. Just as Cronus had overthrown Uranus, and Zeus had overthrown Cronus, so too was Zeus destined to be supplanted by his own offspring, a divine game of patricidal dominoes. Naturally, Zeus became increasingly paranoid. He swallowed Metis, the goddess of cunning intelligence, to prevent her from bearing a son. He punished transgressors with bolts of lightning. He tightened his grip, a historical indicator, as it happens, of imminent collapse. Yet, the collapse did not materialize instantaneously. Instead, the first fissures in the Olympian regime began to appear, not through outright warfare, but through mythological contradictions. Mortals started to question. Philosophers emerged. The gods, once perceived as terrifying and remote, began to be depicted as flawed, even comical, or utterly ridiculous. Dionysus, for instance, engaged in a contest with Apollo in Delphi. Mortals began to question the pronouncements of the oracles. Heroes such as Heracles, born of both divine and mortal parentage, committed acts of both supreme bravery and horrifying violence. They did not merely obey the gods, they engaged in negotiations, occasionally even employing stratagems to outwit them. Heracles, it is worth recalling, was the one who liberated Prometheus, an action that subtly eroded Zeus's authority without provoking an all-out rebellion. In Heracles, we witness the emergence of something novel, a figure who stands as a bridge between the age of the Titans and the ascent of humankind. He is neither a Titan nor a god in the conventional sense, but something intermediary, a link. And he is not alone. Perseus, Bellerophon, Theseus, they all emerge within this liminal space, echoing the chaotic energy of the ancient world, but redirecting it towards distinctly mortal objectives. It is here that myth and historical accounts begin to intertwine. As their civilization matured, the Greeks began to mythologize their own past. Cities claimed divine lineage, and families traced their ancestry back to heroes. The Titans, once vast cosmic forces, transformed into symbolic representations of disorder, chaos, and the primordial powers that necessitated taming for the polis, the city-state, to flourish. The gods themselves underwent a process of domestication. They acquired temples, established rituals, and appointed priests. Their power remained considerable, yes, but it became constrained by decorum, by established narratives, and by the very mortals who had once cowered before them. This, perhaps, represents the ultimate indignity inflicted upon the Titans. Not their defeat, but their assimilation. Cronus was not only imprisoned, he was also reinterpreted. In certain Hellenistic traditions, he was reimagined as a deity of peace, even of agriculture. The devourer was transformed into the father of time, Kronos, a subtly different spelling, yet sufficiently similar to facilitate conflation. And Gaia, once the primordial mother, was relegated to little more than the symbolic earth beneath our feet. Even the war, the formidable Titanomachi, was recast as a cautionary tale, retold by poets to remind their audiences of the price of rebellion, and by politicians to legitimize their own divinely sanctioned authority. Myth, you see, is never static. It evolves, adapts, and serves whomever proclaims it most forcefully. And yet, the Titans endure, not within the halls of Olympus, nor etched in statues, nor enshrined in temples. Rather, they reside deeper within the collective subconscious, manifesting as the primal forces that continue to tremble beneath our feet and churn within our oceans, in the unbridled fury of a storm that no deity can command, in the innate impulse to rebel, to question, to kindle a flame, even when the world demands subservience. They are not truly gone. One cannot banish that from which one is fundamentally composed, for, in a distant sense, we are all descendants of the Titans, born of chaos, tempered by fire, perpetually reaching upward toward the divine, not to serve it, but to comprehend it, and even to challenge it. And as the age of heroes draws nigh, as humankind begins to articulate its own narrative, the Titans recede into the realm of myth. Not vanquished, but transformed. Not lost, but waiting. Waiting in Tartarus, waiting in memory, waiting within us. As the remnants of divine conflict subsided and Olympus shimmered with its post-war resplendence, a subtle transition commenced. This shift did not occur among the divine ranks, but in the terrestrial sphere. The age of Titans had indeed concluded. Yes, the age of the Olympians had commenced in earnest. But now the mantle of power was passing not upwards, as it had from Gaia to Uranus, from Uranus to Cronus, and from Cronus to Zeus, but downwards, towards the peculiar, fallible, and utterly fascinating creatures known as humans. Welcome, then, to the heroic epoch. An era in which the blood of Titans still coursed through veins, Olympian caprice dictated events from above, and humankind found itself thrust into the principal role of the cosmic drama. It was a time characterized by monstrous entities and enigmatic riddles, by audacious pride and unwavering honor, and by colossal individuals undertaking impossibly grand feats. It is pertinent to note that the Greeks did not perceive the heroic age as a mere metaphor. To them, it represented a golden era, neatly situated between the realms of myth and historical recollection. It preceded the obscuring mists of history, but followed the chaotic, primeval mixture of the gods. These were not simply bedtime tales, they were foundational narratives, imbued with political, familial, and even moral significance. The heroes featured within them were more akin to living fossils than fictional characters. And the foremost hero, in many respects the archetype for all who followed, was Heracles, or Hercules, if you prefer your heroes Roman and demonstrably more robust. Born of Zeus and the mortal Alcmen, Heracles served as tangible proof that gods found mortal women irresistible, just as mortals often found themselves ensnared in divine entanglements. Poor Alcmen, incidentally, was deceived into cohabiting with Zeus after he ingeniously disguised himself as her husband. Zeus, it must be acknowledged, would have excelled as an actor, though he proved to be a profoundly troubling partner. Heracles entered the world not as a symbol of glory, but as a harbinger of trouble. Hera, Zeus's consort, was consumed by incandescent jealousy. She consequently dedicated herself to making the boy's existence a living hell. As an infant, Heracles famously accomplished the extraordinary feat of strangling 2 serpents sent by Hera to end his life while he lay in his cradle. While most infants contend with teething discomforts, Heracles wrestled with venomous reptiles. This early struggle set the tone for his life, which would be irrevocably defined by suffering. This was not solely due to his own actions, though the man was hardly a paragon of measured wisdom. No, Heracles endured suffering primarily because of Hera's machinations and the inherent curse that afflicted all demigods, the burden of being excessive, too strong, too prone to violence, too closely tied to gods who sought to exert absolute control over them. The 12 labors imposed upon Heracles, serving as his penance for the murder of his wife and children during a fit of madness induced by Hera, are, in essence, a process of purification. He is tasked with vanquishing savage beasts, subduing formidable monsters, and even venturing into the underworld itself. Each trial serves to strip away the chaotic elements of his Titan ancestry and the weighty expectations placed upon him by the divine. In a distinctly Greek manner, he is being civilized through the crucible of suffering. However, what is particularly intriguing is the prevalence of creatures Heracles confronts who are directly linked to the Titans. The Nemean lion, for instance, was the offspring of Orthrus, himself the progeny of Echidna and Typhon. And Typhon, as you may recall, was the final monstrous son of Gaia, born with the express purpose of challenging Zeus himself. The Lernaean Hydra, another offspring of Echidna and Typhon, met a similar fate. Cerberus, the formidable three-headed guardian of Hades, whom Heracles subdued in his 12th labor, hailed from the same ghastly lineage. In essence, Heracles is not merely completing assigned tasks, he is systematically cleansing the vestiges of the Titan Age, one monstrous encounter at a time. Yet, Heracles was not an isolated figure in this context. The heroic age is a veritable procession of formidable mortals, struggling under the immense weight of their inherited legacies. Consider Perseus, who decapitated Medusa, one of the three Gorgons, herself a distorted echo of ancient chthonic power, likely worshipped in antiquity before the Olympian pantheon relegated her to monstrous insignificance. Or Theseus, who navigated the labyrinthine corridors to slay the Minotaur, a beast born of divine retribution and mortal hubris, carrying within its very essence echoes of earlier Minoan bull worship. Then there was Jason, the leader of the Argonauts, whose quest for the Golden Fleece was driven more by political ambition than heroic valor. His narrative resembles a perilously hazardous trade expedition, ensnared in familial strife, acts of betrayal, and the assistance of a skilled sorceress named Medea, who, to foreshadow events, does not react well to rejection. All of these figures, larger than life and ultimately destined for demise, share a common characteristic. They are liminal. They belong neither fully to the divine realm nor entirely to the human world. They inhabit a transitional space, much like the Titans did before them. And while the Titans represented primal chaos and untamed power, these heroes embody something newer: individual will in the face of divine indifference. The gods in these narratives are often portrayed as petty, distracted, or even conspicuously absent. Zeus, by this stage, is less a formidable monarch wielding thunderbolts and more of a spectral administrator. Hera is embodiment of grudges. Athena, while wise, displays a curiously inconsistent favor. Consequently, the mortals begin to shine, not due to their inherent perfection, but because of their audacity. Hubris, the Greeks warned, was the gravest sin. Yet, paradoxically, it also served as the driving force of the heroic age. To be a hero is to aspire beyond one's designated station. It is to declare, "I shall slay this monster," or "I shall build this city," or "I shall sail beyond the known boundaries of the world." It is an act of challenging limitations. And in each of these myths, that challenge is intrinsically linked, whether consciously acknowledged or not, to the subjugation of the Titan's spirit. And still, the Titans are not truly gone. They reverberate in the background settings, in the monstrous entities, in the forgotten deities, and in the unfamiliar lands the heroes explore. Tartarus remains as a foundational presence beneath all existence, a dark counterpoint. Atlas continues to bear the celestial sphere, punished not merely for his rebellion, but for his sheer endurance. Prometheus remains chained, his liver preyed upon by vultures, until Heracles, that veritable force of nature, finally liberates him. Even Cronus, who has been banished to the outermost fringes of mythology, occasionally resurfaces in variant accounts. In certain Orphic traditions, he is depicted as a more impartial entity associated with the concept of time, Chronos, a separate but often conflated being. In other traditions, he is reinstated, presiding over a golden age of peace that ushers in a period of celestial retirement following Zeus's reign. This is where myth and philosophical inquiry begin to converge. As epochs unfold and Greece advances into its classical era, luminaries such as Hesiod, Plato, and subsequently the Stoics commence a process of reinterpreting ancient narratives. These myths are no longer perceived as factual accounts, but rather as allegorical representations. The Titans transform into embodiments of psychological forces. Chronos evolves into time itself. Gaia signifies nature, and Prometheus becomes the embodiment of the human mind. Clever, fraught with tragedy, and inherently rebellious. Consequently, the heroic age is revealed as a mirror reflecting the depths of the human soul. A period when mortal figures contend not solely with monstrous adversaries, but also with the inescapable grip of destiny, familial ties, and even the divine entities themselves. This represents the ultimate reverberation of the Titanomachy, not in the celestial realms, but upon the terrestrial plane, and it is nearing its conclusion. As these sagas evolve, their immediate potency wanes. The era of prophetic pronouncements yields to the age of reasoned discourse. The hero, once a semi-divine entity, gradually transforms into a king, then a statesman, and ultimately a mere individual driven by ambition. The divine presence loses its formidable edge. The world begins to assume a recognizable form. This transformation is not absolute, of course. Elements of enchantment persist, and deities continue to interfere in human affairs, yet the untamed wildness gradually recedes. And in a certain sense, this fading represents the ultimate tragedy of the Titans. They were more than mere beings. They were catalysts for profound disruption, essential, awe-inspiring, and terrifying. Their conflict with the Olympians transcended a simple struggle for dominion. It was the very fabric of the cosmos straining to encompass inherent contradiction. Chaos wrestled with order, nature with reason, and instinct with established law. The heroes, whether consciously or not, carried this internal conflict forward. They endeavored to subdue it, to overcome it, or to coexist with it. Some achieved success, while many faltered. Yet all of them, Heracles, Perseus, Theseus, Jason, and their brethren, lived under the pervasive influence of something far more ancient, considerably more wild, and profoundly less forgiving. And now that particular epoch is drawing to a close. The last of the monumental heroes will ultimately recede into the realm of legend. The gods will be distilled into poetic symbols. The Titans, largely forgotten by the majority, will be relegated to obscure annotations and ancient chants. However, before we bid them adieu, it is imperative to grasp that their narrative is not solely a chronicle of defeat. It is a testament to metamorphosis, how raw power transmutes into recollection, how myth transforms into metaphor, and how even when relegated to the depths of Tartarus, the Titans continue to shape the world above. Even in this present moment, when we speak of defiance, of perseverance, of striving beyond perceived limitations, we are, in essence, articulating the language of the Titans. And thus, we arrive at the culmination, or perhaps more accurately, the commencement of the end. For when recounting the saga of the Titans, pinpointing the precise moment of its definitive conclusion remains an elusive task. They emerged before the dawn of known time, their presence roaring through the cosmos like wildfire through dry brush, and they met their end as all empires inevitably do, buried beneath the immense weight of their own magnificence and the formidable lightning of Zeus. However, endings, particularly within the domain of mythology, seldom represent absolute finality. They are more akin to ellipses, brief lulls in the tempest, tranquil moments before the next surge of activity. And though the Titans suffered defeat, exile, and in certain instances outright erasure from collective memory, they have never entirely departed from us. Not completely. They endure in symbolic representations, in recounted tales, and at times subtly within ourselves. The ancient Greeks, true to their nature, were never content to leave even their most venerable myths untroubled by revision. Over the course of time, the narratives surrounding the Titans were retold, repurposed, and reinterpreted. By the Hellenistic period, they had transcended their initial depiction as rebellious deities, evolving into metaphors for vast, impersonal forces. Kronos, once a patriarchal figure who consumed his offspring, became synonymous with time itself, inexorable, cyclical, and utterly indifferent. Gaia, the archetypal nurturing Earth Mother, came to represent the natural world, a force that was both abundant and savagely brutal. Ouranos flowed not merely as a titan, but as the ceaseless current of existence. Through this profound metamorphosis, the Titans transitioned from the sphere of religious belief into the realm of philosophical inquiry. Thinkers such as Plato and, at a later stage, the Stoics, began to delve into the myths seeking allegorical meaning. The Titanomachy was no longer simply a conflict between divine beings, but rather a representation of a psychological or moral struggle. Reason versus chaos, civilization versus primal impulse, the ordered principle of logos against the primal force of eros. A remarkably sophisticated reinterpretation, one might observe, for a tale that originated with a god castrating his father using a sickle fashioned by his mother. And what of Prometheus, that most unyielding of titans who refused to be relegated to oblivion? Throughout the centuries, he ascended to become a patron saint of dissidents, intellectuals, and those audacious individuals whose reach exceeded their grasp. For the Romantics, he emerged as the quintessential emblem of enlightenment, punished not for malevolent intent, but for bestowing knowledge upon humanity. Figures like Byron, Shelley, and Goethe found in Prometheus a kindred spirit. He who pilfered fire from the divine and suffered grievously for his transgression was, in a profound sense, the inaugural scientist, the foundational revolutionary, the archetypal tragic hero. Yet, the Titans are not confined to dusty manuscripts and contemplative verses. They have subtly, yet profoundly, infiltrated the modern world. Consider our very language. When we describe something as titanic, we signify immensity, formidable power, and an unstoppable force, not merely a substantial size, but a size imbued with overwhelming might. The appellation Titan has been bestowed upon colossal vessels, powerful rockets, competitive sports franchises, and even innovative technological platforms in Silicon Valley, each proclaiming an ambition to redefine the global landscape. While one might infer a degree of amusement from Kronos at a cloud computing service bearing his name, there exists an inherent allure to the Titans. They embody the raw, unbridled potential that precedes the imposition of order. They predate codified law, antecedent to justice, and even preceding morality as we currently define it. They are elemental forces: earth, sky, ocean, time, and flame. Their disputes were not political in nature, they were cosmic confrontations. And in an era characterized by increasing structure and bureaucracy, the concept of something ancient and untamed, unrestrained and ferocious, continues to exert a subtle pull on the imagination. This inherent appeal explains their persistent resurgence in literature, cinema, and artistic expression. The Titans are ubiquitous if one possesses the discernment to perceive them. Observe the numerous progenitor figures in modern fiction, the overbearing patriarchs who birth new orders but are ultimately unable to endure within them. Consider Tywin Lannister in Game of Thrones, or Darth Vader in Star Wars. They are, in all but nomenclature, Titans, creators of worlds ultimately undone by their own offspring. Alternatively, examine the ascendance of the anti-hero. Characters such as Walter White or Tony Montana, who, much like Prometheus, transgress established boundaries, seize forbidden fire, and consequently suffer immensely. While we may not always endorse their actions, we are captivated by their attempts to mold the world in their own image, a mirror of the Titans' ancient endeavors. Even the genre of superheroics, arguably our most potent modern mythology, owes a debt to the Titans. The X-Men, products of genetic mutation, are simultaneously feared by both mortals and deities. Superman, raised amongst humankind yet burdened with divine strength, occupies a liminal space akin to that which the Titans once inhabited. Too powerful to be merely human, yet too flawed to be fully divine. And in the background, the echo of the Titanomachy persists. Every narrative of a subsequent generation, supplanting the preceding one. Every tale of rebellion against cosmic authority. Every myth wherein the student surpasses the master. All resonate with the same fundamental rhythm, replayed with contemporary instruments. The ancient Greeks possessed a profound understanding of this cyclical nature of power. Their myths are imbued with recurring patterns. Uranus is overthrown by Kronos, who in turn is supplanted by Zeus, who, if the prophecies are to be believed, may eventually face his own dethronement. The wheel of time perpetually turns, and each victory inherently contains the seeds of its own eventual demise. Even the gods, in all their resplendent glory, are not exempt from the dictates of fate. The concept of Moira, or destiny, presides over them all. Not even Zeus, the mighty sovereign of Olympus, can evade the predetermined path woven by the three fates, Clotho, Lachesis, and Atropos. The Titans may have been vanquished, but they nonetheless played their crucial role in the grand cosmic narrative. And that narrative, dear listener, is perpetually in the process of being written. What proves most compelling is the remarkable resilience of these stories. Born from a collection of disparate tribes nestled within the mountainous and coastal regions of Bronze Age Greece. They have endured empires, conquests, religious shifts, and the relentless march of modernity. They have outlasted gods, kings, and entire continents, persisting not because of their literal veracity, but due to their profound resonance with the human condition. We are, in our own ways, all inheritors of the Titan spirit. We carry within us the spark of rebellion, the weight of accumulated memory, and the innate drive to shape the world according to our desires. Every instance where we deviate from established norms for a perceived greater good, every act of defiance against authority in the name of justice, every time we dare to envision possibilities beyond what we are told is achievable, each of these actions constitutes a whispered echo of the Titans. Of course, this carries its own inherent risks. Prometheus endured torment, Atlas bore an immense burden, and Kronos suffered profound isolation. To embrace the fire of the Titans is to court the peril of being consumed by it. However, the Greeks never recovered from tragedy. They embraced it. They held the conviction that understanding could emerge from suffering, and that reflection could stem from downfall. Therefore, we reflect not merely upon the chronicle we have just recounted, the epic ascent and subsequent fall of the Titans, from the primordial void of chaos to the desolate confines of Tartarus. Rather, we contemplate the deeper meaning, the significance of these tales, and the enduring reasons for their continued relevance. Perhaps, in the final analysis, it is because the Titans serve as a reminder that greatness is not cultivated through flawlessness, but rather through conflict, through the tempestuous storm rather than the placid calm, through the inherent tension between the existing reality and the potential for what might be. They represent the foundational elements of myth, and by extension, of civilization itself. Within them, we discern not only divine beings and monstrous creatures, but also the human heart amplified, proud, fallible, courageous, vengeful, and creative. And in their ultimate defeat we perceive a distinctly Greek wisdom. the understanding that power must be moderated, that ambition must yield to equilibrium, and that even the most formidable entities must eventually acquiesce. But, oh, what a resounding tumult they created on their descent! And though Olympus gleams under the sun, though the temples dedicated to Zeus still stand in glorious ruin, and though statues of Athena cast stern gazes over contemporary metropolises, the Titans lie even deeper, beneath the marble, beneath the narratives, beneath the very psyche, patiently waiting. Not for vengeance, perhaps. That opportunity has long since passed, but for recognition. For in remembering the Titans, we are, in essence, remembering ourselves, not as we currently exist, but as we once dared to be. Vast, formidable, and brilliant, and indeed titanically so.